We're halfway through the season in the 2021-2022 24-hour Esports Championship. Two of the first three races saw new venues to this championship, but today we return to a familiar face in the form of Monza. Hello everyone and welcome back to RaceSpotTV and coverage of this fantastic endurance racing championship. 4 classes, plenty of chaos, and it all will happen here at the Temple of Speed. My name is Arjuna Kenkipati, joined alongside by David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder, with Tyler Maxon down in the production truck, controlling all of the action. And David, I'll start with you. Monza is a place where we know the draft is going to come into play. We've seen plenty of chaos in the first 3 races of this championship. Today is going to be a lot more about strategy, though, over 6 hours.
Well, it's always chaos wherever we go. An interesting and delightful kind of chaos with 4 classes, but Monza, it sort of feeds into that, but also nullifies it to some extent. We've got very high speeds, lots of slipstreaming, and that will keep things very interesting across TCR and GT4 and our fastest GT3 cars. But Monza's also a track with some long straights that then gives space for the different classes to work around each other. We'll see how it plays out over 6 hours.
Take a quick look at the schedule, because like I mentioned, 2 of the first 3 races have seen new venues to this championship, Hockenheim and the Red Bull Ring. The rest of the season, familiar faces. And Lorenzo, what better way to start off the second half of the championship than at Monza? But we've got trips to Barcelona and then the longest race on the championship, 12 hours of Spa, coming up next.
Yeah, we ended the first half with a very high-speed race in the Red Bull Ring, so we come with another high-speed race at Monza. Attrition is going to be high. It's going to be very interesting. We know that a Red Bull had its fair share of drama. I wonder what the Italian track brings us in a little bit.
Built in 1922, this is a historic venue, but before we talk about the track, let's bring you up to speed with the classes and the way the championships are looking. Here's a look at those classes. 4 different classes, 3 choices in the GT3, all new cars to iRacing over the last 18 months or so. The BMW M4, the Lamborghini Huracan Evo, and the Porsche 911 GT3. Then you've got the 992 class, that new generation of cup cars which we saw debut in the real world last year. It's made its step into the virtual competition here in the 24-hour Esports Championship here, with the GT4 class being a single car class. Slightly odd given that we now have 3, but it does mean the BOP is never going to be a major factor, which is always difficult in those GT4s to lock down. And then totally chaotic racing, the Audi RS3 has been joined by 2 other TCR cars in the last couple of months, but at least for now it sits by itself. And even though that's a small class, we've seen this in the past. You just need 2 to tango. That one always puts on a show. Let's then start talking about the championship. Let's start with the GT3s, because of course those are the fastest. And R8G, David, the only car in this class to have got podiums in every single race to kick off this championship.
Yeah, they got a 2nd place, then they got a 3rd place, then they broke through for the win in great fashion at 6 hours of Red Bull Ring, really maximising the tyre strategy in their Lamborghini there. And in the most populous class, that is great consistency to be on the podium all 3 rounds so far, and it puts them in a very comfortable spot ahead of everyone else. You see here MSI Esports, and then the equally tied for 3rd pair of Villa Racing Team Euronics. You've got BS Competition, Marla Racing Team, Williams Esports. Those 2 are working together in qualifying just a little moment ago. You've got Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC Pure Sims, and T3 Motorsport by Maniti as your top 10 in that class with 21 teams in it.
3 different pole position winners, and it might be a 4th here with MSI currently on top as qualifying is underway. Here's a look at the 992 standings, though. Altus Esports started off with a bang. Wins in the first 2 races, but last year they had a slightly different, slightly different sort of a bang while battling for the win with the GT3 car. They ended up finishing the race in 4th. Acetec Volante Racing, 2nd, 3rd, and 2nd for them, Lorenzo. But even Core Sim Racing has been pretty consistent. Their worst finish is 4th in this championship.
Yeah, and you basically stole what I was going to say about the Logitech G Altus car. They ended their 3rd race with a bang, not the way they wanted though, which was the same thing about Bo Albert trying to hold the charge that was coming from Core and also from everybody else. But still in the lead, but it's going to be a complicated race. This is like a chess race of sorts with the 992 class. They're also close. This might be like a TCR, but faster with higher downforce.
And one thing to think about here is the fact that that 992 car has got such a top-end speed that we might see it making life difficult for the GT3s. Let's talk then about your GT4 class, and very similar to what we were just talking about with Altus, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, that new partnership between Timo Bernard's real-world outfit and the German SimRC team sees them having taken wins in the first two races. Only 8th for them in the Styrian Mountains. Undercut Racing team, they've had 3rd, 2nd, and 4th, but this is a class that's wide open. Think about Fordzilla here, David. They won last time out. They had some good pace in the early two races as well. They're really starting to come on strong.
Yeah, and this championship order, even after 3 rounds and 18 hours of racing, doesn't truly reflect, you know, car pace across the different teams. You've seen a lot of teams lead for hours, but it's at the end of 6 hours where the points are paid and it goes into the bank. So there is some really quick teams that we've seen lead, Pure Sims and Fordzilla, etc., that just haven't gotten that result on the board. You see Entropic, Carbon Simsport, Talk Freak Racing, TeamSpeak, Pure Sims Esports, Race Gear, Assetech, Simsports Volante, and Triton Racing is your top 10 in that category.
Now in that TCR class, 3 points. That's all that separates the top 3. Course Sim Racing, their worst finish has been 7th. That happened when we were stateside for round number 2. Hoisingveld 2nd, 1st, and 4th. MSI Esports 3rd, 2nd, and 2nd. This really is a championship that doesn't just reward consistency, it rewards wins as well, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's been on the fine details, and the pendulum swings one way to the to one team, and to the other team goes into another round. It's been basically it's like the chess match, like I mentioned, but I think in here it's like more survival than anything else, but because the attrition has kind of got on their side. But it's gonna be an interesting race over here. Last season, if I recall correctly, that we went to Monza has been a tight-knit racing, I think, all the way up to the middle.
And this is going to be fascinating. We're at Monza, not much in terms of elevation change. It's about 3.6, 5.8 kilometers, 11 turns. It's a track that we all know, we all love, and it really hasn't changed too much since it was opened in 1922. A couple of chicanes have been added, but it is still the same fast, frenetic racetrack that we have come to love, no matter whether it's in Formula One or even endurance racing. And of course, we are in for a treat here. Qualifying has drawn to a close. Still got some time to go before we get there, so I'm going to ask very quickly for some predictions. But I think actually let's go ahead and take a look at the starting grid. We'll have plenty of time for predictions coming up. 6 hours on the clock. It is all about the Temple of Speed. Danny Elgabe for MSI Esports makes it 4 pole position winners in 4 races in GT3. He'll line up alongside Daniel Lafuente in the Williams Esports number 5 car. Bila Racing Team Euronics, your defending champions, line up inside of PRT Ronin Simsport in the number 78, while the BS Turner car in the number 89, Julian Kesselhut, will line up alongside Jamie Moon in that Team 75 Bernard by SimRC Porsche. 410's back is Patrick Heinrich in the second of the Bila Racing Team Euronics car, with Racine Fazui in the R8G car. Not the best of qualifyings for them if they want to continue their podium streak. They've got some work to do. Big Tim Matzka in the big green machine for T3 Motorsports by Maniti lines up inside of Sean Campbell for RSR by G Performance, while Vendaval Sim Racing has a 60-second time penalty serve straight away, misregistering for the second, but they will be alongside Arnage Competition and Ricardo Rico, coming off a great qualifying performance yesterday in the Bathurst 12 hours. Andre Butcher in the Mahler Racing Team car that was on pole last time out starts back in 13th, with Altus Esports and Rafael Rezag outside of row number 7. German Sim Racing, Pure Sims in their BMW and Lamborghinis right behind them. Got Team Racing and Ronin Simsport are alongside each other on row number 9. And that is our order in the GT3s. Let's go ahead then and take a look at GT4. Excuse me, we'll start with 992 here. Williams Esports and Alessandro Bico on pole. They'll be alongside Carl Janssen, while Altus Esports and Assetech Simsport Volante line up alongside each other on row number 2. Pure Sims and T3 Motorsports 5th and 6th positions. Back in 7th, it will be Simon Grossman in the Team 75 Bernard car alongside Glenn Key in that Racing Lab Esports car. 1 second back to 9th. Bit of a separation here in qualifying for the 992s. I wonder if drafts played any factor here, but Xavi Ross in the Oris Racing Team car will line up alongside the wonderfully named Raccoon Racing to complete the top 10. Gustes Grimbergers and Simsa Esports inside of Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab. Final car in the grid is the Inertia car. Your defending champions have not really enjoyed the kind of season that they would have wanted, but they'll be lining up at the back and lots of work to do. Then we'll look at GT4 Undercut Racing Team. 155.541 was 3/10 clear of Matthew Turnbull in the Pure Sims Esports 416. Jurgen Frank for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC lines up inside of Carbon Simsport in their 469, while Entropic and Team Fordzilla 5th and 6th positions. Watch out for Fordzilla, the big Chad, William Chadwick, the newest member of RaceSpotTV. Not sure about the pace, but knows the championship hopes are still alive. German Sim Racing and Talk Freak Racing, row number 4, while completing the 10 cars in this class, it's Race Gear and Aztec Simsport Volante. And last but not least, you only need 2 to tango, and in TCR, it is all about the draft. Mark Perez makes it 2 MSI poles in this race. They'll be alongside Impulse Racing in the 122. Corin Tengunes will be alongside Team Hoisingfeld's Michael Schottler, while Simsa Esports and the Junkos Racing team line up alongside in row number 3. And in a relatively small class, it's Odox Motorsports that will round out the field. And I said it was prediction time. Is it going to be the commentator's curse, or will it be the commentator's kiss? David Haynes, let's start with GT3 for you. Who do you think's got it potentially in the bag here?
I think it's such a strong and numerous field of GT3s, you can't really make a prediction there. My number 1 prediction is have your pasta and your garlic bread and your pizza ready for some fireworks in towards turn 1. Every sim racer has a bit of Monza turn 1 PTSD, as it were. Huge speed down the pit straight, big braking zone into turn 1, and we've got multiple classes out on track 2. Something is going to happen there at some point.
Lorenzo, are you going to sit on the fence when it comes to that 992 category?
Nah, I'll pick one, Williams.
Oh, I like the confidence. Straight out with it. From pole to victory. Will it be that simple? GT4, I'll go with a prediction here. I think we may see Pure Sims spring a surprise, and I'll put it back to you, Lorenzo, since you're sounding so confident. It's hard to predict in TCR, but come on, give it a go.
I'll say maybe Team Hoisingfeld in this one.
Team Hoisingfeld to take a victory here. We've got 4 classes, 4 different races, and 4 different starts. 6 hours at the Temple of Speed. David mentioned turn 1 chaos. That was chicane added and then reprofiled to try and minimize the amount of chaos. If anything, it is added to it. What will happen here, though, to kick off the second half of the 2021-2022 24-hour esports series? We're underway in Monza, and it's a good start from Danny Elgubay for MSI Esports as they fan themselves out on the run down into the Reto Filio. Last of the late breakers. Who's going to be the bravest? On the outside, Danny Elgubay's in control as we also watch the 992s enter the starting zone and get ready to get underway. Bila and Williams very close to taking one another out, but the GT3's all through safely, David.
And you've got to wait for that starting zone across all 4 classes. That sees them waiting quite a long time onto the pit straight, means the leaders can't jump it, and we are going to have a pretty intense moment for the 992 leaders as they all have to concertina through the narrow first chicane. But your pole sitter, again, getting a good advantage in that class, and it was Core, I think, around the outside there, got a bit of the gravel, hurt their momentum towards Curva Grande.
GT4 is getting underway as well, almost 3 abreast. Pure Sims trying to find the lane that they want to take down into the braking zone. Undercut will cut them off as the 992s come down into the second of the chicanes at the Rogia. Looks safely through for the first 2 classes. Can the GT4s follow suit? Yes, they will. Only 1 more class to survive. Turn 1 at Monza left. Here come your TCRs. Again, the pole position sitter has got a rocket of a launch, controlling the start, controlling the momentum. Side by side for second. Core Sim Racing on the inside of Impulse. It will give them the long way around on the exit, but you can get the power down a little bit earlier, but the door gets shut. Impulse holds on to second, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see the single file formation for some of these TCRs, which is the trademark around this car, and drivers just trying to manage their fuel, gonna do some maybe some lifting around the corners and basically try to survive as long as they can until the GT3s and faster cars arrive.
Junkos down the inside of Simsa, and well, that orange and black car does have to give way. A bit of drama already though in your GT3s, as it does look as though the car that's finished on the podium in 3 of 3 races has been bundled off the track. Racine Fazui for RAG has had a moment as look at this chaos through the Parabolica. 992s trying to get into the action. They've still got 5 hours and 57 minutes to go here, David.
Yeah, looks like they've been broken up into 2 separate packs. You've got 10 cars almost all together, and then right here for 7th place, it's Team 75 Bernhard. They're almost getting pushed along. I think you got 2 lanes. It's Daytona NASCAR spec. Look forward to that coming up in not too long. But then again, navigating themselves too wide through here once again, and you don't really want to be on the outside of that second part of the chicane. Raccoon Racing gather it up, and it's the Finns at the back of the field here now.
That's about as clean a rejoin as you can get after an incident like that. Does look as though there's some action at the front of the 992 category. Williams Esports, what's happened to Alessandro Bico, who started on pole but is now down in 6th? I wonder if he's gotten a slow down penalty somewhere, because it doesn't look like he's been off the road, and if you get a slowdown on the first laps, it always feels more painful. Here's a look at what happened to RAG coming through the first Lesmos. Hard to tell if there's contact or not. This will give us a better indication. Fazui's on the outside, and oh, yeah, no, I'm guessing there was a decent chunk of air there, but I don't really think that was either driver's fault. And Lorenzo, you have word it was a slowdown penalty for Williams.
Yeah, because he went to the outside on Curva Grande and let everybody pass, lost about a second in there, was relegated from 1st to 6th place. But it's early on in the race. It's very doable to try to catch you back. He's just 4/10 of a second behind Vince Peters. So, well, it's a little bit of a damage, but nothing too dramatic.
That first pass through traffic is always the most chaotic. Will it splinter up the cars, trying to use the draft to save some fuel? In GT3, it's relatively simple. Get to the top of the hour as far as you can go beyond that. In the other classes, not as simple. GT4, for example, it's under an hour, about 50 minutes. You need to get to 52, 53 to try and eliminate a splash and dash at the end of this race. And, well, in TCR, we always know that those first few stints are about fuel saving, and then you open up the taps, you release the maximum power from your setup, your car, and you go from there. Nice little train forming behind MSI Esports Blue here as they work their way through the Lesmos. And David, this is always an interesting track to try and set your car up for, because again, very long straights here. There's also rather slow, rather technical corners where if you have your car too trimmed out, maybe too configured to be stiff, you just lose all responsiveness through the slower speed corners.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? You need the car to be quick in a straight line, but you do need it to respond and change directions very well through the slow sections to feel nimble there. Talk about that straight line speed. Your speed trap speed for your GT3 leader, 267, but for your 992 leader, it's 271 kilometers an hour. Again, those 992 cars only lack about a second and a half to their GT3 big brothers, and all of that is through the corners. It's a negative time loss down the straights here. That always makes traffic difficult at other tracks we've been to already, like at Red Bull Ring last time out, but here at Monza, that is going to make things quite touchy at some point.
Already looks as though some fuel saving is starting to come into play. The fastest lap was set on lap 2 by Daniel Lafuente in the GT3s at 47.278. Last time by, the pace has dropped off almost to the tune of 0.3 of a second, as once more we focus back on the 992 category coming out of Parabolica. And with David's point about the top speeds here, Lorenzo, that's what I was saying earlier. Doing the passing as a GT3 car is going to be so difficult. You're going to need assistance from these Porsche Cup cars to not lose a whole heap of time.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of thing they will be able to do to try to get past the Porsches. Maybe light a signal, light a fire signal, the universal flashlights thing to try to make it around a corner or something like that, because it's gonna be an interesting one. I honestly don't know what they're going to be able to do. Of course, braking is the first thing that comes to mind. They can brake better than the Porsches. So, minimizing the time loss for the 911, 992 class is going to be more interesting than going through the TCRs and the GT4s, even though it's going to be clunkier as well.
You will notice it is a rather dark day here in Monza. There are lots of clouds above the circuit here, about 26 degrees in the air, 27 on the track, and I don't think we're going to see it heat up too much, even though we'll get towards the afternoon hours where the sun will be at its highest. Potentially would be baking the track, but maybe you'll just see various different portions of this track at one end or the other be heated up if there is some cloud cover. Here we go, though, only 8 minutes into this race, and we're already starting to catch traffic.
Clutch in for your second place as he coasts it a long way towards this braking zone, because he doesn't want to get tangled in what MSI Esports Blue are going to do. The GT3's having to deal with traffic. Might be a slowdown for that TCR as well as they try to get out of the way.
Biela's on the grass, and that's going to cause chaos. That is why you have to be careful when passing. I don't know how we stayed clear there. Haase almost ran the TCR car into the PRT Ronin Simsport car, has opened the door for BS competition to look to the inside in towards the Roger. And I don't know if that was a slowdown penalty or not, but what are you told as a slower car? Hold your line, be predictable. Yes, Sven Haase was being aggressive, but I think that was slightly instigated, Lorenzo, by the fact that the TCR car really almost blocked off the leader, MSI Esports.
Yeah, but it did show that that bull can actually go around the grass and make some overtakes. I'm so surprised that everybody kept it out in one piece of swords. I'm amazed.
Absolutely ludicrous. We're not even 10 minutes into this race, and already it has produced a bit of traffic chaos, as now they'll get all the way through. Juncos Racing, wow, watch the rejoin there, because they got sent out into oblivion. I think that was Ezequiel Montero behind the wheel there, still working their way through the rest of the GT3 class. It's elbows out to start this thing off, David.
Yeah, Biela's still in third, even after the attempt of the Sven Haase passer on the grasser there, and it's broken up the GT3s a little bit, I had to. But even before that, they were already thinking about the fuel consumption here. We had positions at Sebring decided, and points and podiums decided on the fuel economy already. Huge concern. As you can see, side by side means a huge checkup between these the other Biela car deeper in the GT3 field, as it's such a tight single line almost through that first chicane. And you've seen already today some drivers, as they try to navigate their way too wide through there, cut too much of the curb and get that slowdown penalty. That's even more of a death sentence that's going to cost you a whole heap of positions if you make that mistake.
That was Patrick Heinrich. They have lost the draft of Julian Kesselhut in front. The draft range about 1.1, 1.2 seconds, but Kesselhut might have got a slowdown penalty, because he has really checked himself up coming out of the Roger, that second chicane, the yellow and white car. And now he's lost the draft 2 seconds back of the top three, who will try and stretch their legs and just break away. We now wait, though, for the 992 cars to be potentially the next to come around and lap the TCRs. Might take another lap or two here. At some point, we are going to see all four of the classes on the same real estate on track, and that, based on what we've seen, is already going to be even more chaos. Here is the look at the gap between the TCRs and the 992s. Not far, as here comes a move to the inside, fourth position, looking to try and get third in the GT4s, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and it's funny to see that we see a 5-car list battling for first place, where we can actually put everybody in still. That would make a very big list of sorts. The tiniest mistakes on GT4s make you lose a lot of time. And for me, the thing in GT4s is, how do you feel safe? Because there's one thing called clutch. There's no clutch in GT4. So the amount of lifting that you might have to do going around the corner is going to be massive for you to save. maybe 0.1, 0.2 liters per lap, and that might make a little bit of a difference. But so far, nobody's caring about that, trying to find themselves around the track, and Pearson's with a mega start.
Yeah, one thing to just think about as well when it comes to that fuel saving is the fact that when you see the clutch being used, one thing that has been kind of seen in the telemetry for some of these cars, it differs from car to car, but fuel burn actually happens off throttle here in iRacing, so that's one other reason why you'd get on the clutch. It's a minimal amount of difference, yes, but it saves a bit of fuel. It means you carry a bit more momentum into the corner as well. That's why I think we see it very much being a different strategy of fuel saving than you would, for example, see in the real world, as the 992 cars are now working their way past the TCRs. MSI Esports, the leader in TCR, has been passed by the leader in your 992 class. And let's talk about Altus very quickly here, David, because you know, last time out, the bad luck for Bo Albert just seems to go wherever he goes, unfortunately. And I mean, they were looking like they were going to be able to fight for the win. They got past, and then they got hit by BS Competition.
Yeah, we had a pretty brutal three-way slugfest right at the end in the 992 class. It was unfortunately decided by GT3 passing and traffic. Altus were on the wrong side of that. They still already had 2 wins to their name in this class. And it must be said, a very good job right now by Simone Maria Marcheno trying to break that toad. It's Oscar Mangan in the Core Sim Racing car behind. There must be some good speed for Core though, because you remember after turn 1, lap 1, they were back in 4th. They've worked their way back up into 2nd. And at the moment, Marcheno's the Lone Ranger. Can the cars behind catch him up?
Italian versus Irishman. As here comes the rest of the 992 category to swoop their way past the TCRs. Tim Clayson's in the Talk Freak Racing car, feels the pressure from behind, as here will come a potential move from Raccoon Racing. Side by side on the entry, almost 3 abreast as they slow themselves down to pass the Team Hoisingfeld TCR car. Doesn't look like too many changes there. Tim Clayson's did get passed by Glenn Key in the Racing Lab Esports number 907, but they're being careful, they're being smart. They know there's a long way to go in this race. TCR battle has broken up very slightly. That draft between Impulse and MSI for first and second, now 1.7 separating them. The impetus will be on Impulse to really push the issue here and to close back up.
Oh, inertia.
Yeah, I was just noticing the same thing. The 914 has had a couple of trips off the circuit. They were the last in class already. But I wonder if just in the course of this TCR traffic, they've lost out. RAG has just gained another position as they try and recover. Rafael Rezag being passed by Racine Fazui. They've got a lot of work to do here, Lorenzo. They're now 8 seconds back from the leader.
Yeah, but they got a pacey car. It showed up their pace in the Red Bull Ring Round, how well Racine Fazui and I think there was Valentin Mendernack was driving that car, and they were going like a rocket over everybody else. I think it was a little bit of a strategy shenanigan that also brought them into the forefront of the field. But it's going to be interesting. How do you come back from a incident early on in the start and then make it up to the front with strategies being so similar to one another? It's going to be an interesting one, but the Canadian and the German team have pretty much dialed in.
Oh, they're rubbing doors on the entry into the Retophilia, as it looks like Tim Clayson's now gets past Raccoon Racing. Lots of back and forth here at the back of the 992 category, where we've also seen a car enter pit lane that was the Inertia Mega Auto car, the 914. Jonathan Alvarez, the Odox Motorsports TCR 187, also has come down to pit lane. Those are not for penalties. There were 2 penalties to start this race off. 60 seconds for Vendeval, a time penalty for registering incorrectly, and then Oris Racing Team in the 992 category got a penalty for, I think it was impeding in qualifying, as we watched the GT4s getting lapped by the GT3s. This is a bit easier though, David, compared to what we'll see with the 992 cars and the GT3s.
The only small saving grace is that it's going to take these GT3s quite a while to catch the 992 class cars, given they're at the moment only lapping about second and a half in difference. GT3 trying to catch GT4 and TCR, they have a straight line performance advantage there. That's at 992 where they don't. What their traffic does seem to have done though is compressed your top three in the GT3 field here.
Yep, hasn't really brought back in BS competition, but 7-8 tenths separates the top three. We saw Daniel Lafuente potentially just having a look to the inside as they came down into that first chicane. Not able to get the job done as they'll bounce their way over the curbs. And this is a track, Lorenzo, where confidence is so key because you need to know how much to use the curbs. We've already seen it, 2-3 slowdowns from drivers just straying over those limits that little bit too much.
Yeah, because the curbs actually make a difference in this track. You can, from one lap, if you take the curb the wrong way, you can lose like a half a second just by taking one curb wrongly, which is insane to think about. But the fine margins where you can go with the curbing and maybe not get a slowdown or maybe get the corner wrong at the exit or entry is just insane to think about.
I can tell you what happened to the inertia 992 car. It was coming down in through the second chicane at the Roger. They were trying to pass the Impulse Racing TCR car. They got a bit of a bump. They were escorted off the track. At least for now, that car sits on pit lane where it's been for about 2 minutes and 40 odd seconds. Not sure if we'll see them heading back out onto track. You can just see the sun trying to poke its way below the cloud cover. Again, it is a very, very cloudy day. How will that affect your race and the strategy? Cool track conditions. Maybe we'll see longer stints on the tires. Pure Sims Esports in the GT4 category, though, they're now the ones trying to break away. Might be a pass for second as Carbon Simsport and the Undercut Racing team seem to be squabbling side by side. And Carbon Simsport, in fact, gets the move done in towards turn number 2. But all this has meant is that Pure Sims have been able to run away here, David.
Yeah, and just behind them, about to be alongside them, we saw the Marla GT3 pushing the Pure Sims GT3. Well, I don't think the Pure Sims GT3 is going to push the Pure Sims GT4 as they are now separate on track.
Oh, battle for the lead in the 992. Alessandro Bico has recovered up to second and has Altus. Yeah, has Altus got a slowdown penalty because they've gone from first to third just in the blink of an eye, and Oscar Mangan is going to have to watch out here because Alessandro Bico is wanting to get back into the race lead. Altus will slide it down the inside as well. They're too wide through the Roger, and somehow they all survive.
Well, it's all good if you're Williams there. They are gonna try to get away with the lead here. Core back in a second, and third and fourth almost coming to blows there. Altus and T3 Maniti side by side on the exit of the chicane. What on earth has all happened there? I don't think it was traffic, but there seems to be a pretty strong slipstream effect with the speeds that these cars reach as well.
Lorenzo, was there drama? You're the one who's going to tell us.
Yeah, I was just taking a quick look on the replay on my local client side here on the server. There was some slight contact from Marciano into the car of Oscar Mangan coming into the braking zone of Retifilio, and Mangan just had a little bit of a wiggle into the entry and thus I think lost the momentum to Marcelo coming into the corner, and that's why he lost position to Bico, and therefore I think on the next set of corners that's why Bico got back into the lead.
Drama as well in GT4. Carbon Simsport from second to fifth. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC and Jürgen Frank have now worked their way forward, but all of that drama has meant that Pure Sims Esports now almost 4 seconds clear up the road. Top 4 in the 992, separated by a second or so, and it's about 2.8 seconds back to the Volante racing car that sits second in the championship. Hasn't visited victory lane this season yet, but the second, third, and second in the first 3 races. They are only 7 points back from Altus Esports in the championship hunt. Of course, Williams, after a torrid opening couple of races, They are not really in the mix, and there's a replay of what Lorenzo was talking about on the entry to the Retophilia. Oscar Mangan gets sent to run through into the inside of that first chicane, and now the 992 cars work their way through the GT4s. They'll have to resume hostilities just after they cut their way through here, David.
Yeah, I don't think hostilities are going to end until 6 hours is done. Obviously, pretty equal race pace between all four of these. That means it comes down to that aggression, how they get through the traffic here, and you're now going to see a GT4 slot in between Williams and Core, and Altus and T3 Manizzi.
It's close on the exit of Ascari, but with 20 minutes done out of our 48 starters, we are down to 46 running. Odox Motorsports in TCR appear to have called it a day. The Inertia 914 has been in pit road for almost 7 minutes now. I'm not sure what exactly is happening there, but they are already 4 laps down from the rest of their class. Wait and see exactly what happens. Alessandro Pico has the bit between his teeth now. 7 tenths clear of second spot. He is wringing the neck of that 992 car here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, the control that Pico has in that car is just insane. That's why it proves why he's one of the Porsche Esports Super Cup drivers, right? Driving with some of the best in the world right there, and using this car as a preparation. I do not recall if Monza's in the calendar, though. I cannot fully remember the calendar. Sometimes it just blanks it out of my head, but regardless, the speed that he's getting on that car and the moves that he's making, right on the he's making the moves right on the time that he needs to make them, right, to minimize the time loss. So it's doing really good favors this first stint for him so far.
Monza will host the championship finale for your 2022 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. And
almost dead.
Porsche Super Cup or Esports Super Cup news, does look as though when it comes to Williams Esports, they've lost or have released Josh Thompson, who we've seen be pretty strong over the course of these opening couple of races when we've seen him race in this 992 class for the Williams Esports team. But we wish Josh the best of luck with future endeavors, as now Pico, 8 tenths clear, is using the traffic to try and just gain a bit more separation. He's clear coming down into Parabolica. Core Sim Racing gets checked up behind second place, Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, and bit by bit that gap is opening up. And I don't know if Pico really is he not thinking about strategy at all here, David? Because I do think we're seeing a bit of fuel saving from those cars behind, although having said that, here comes Altus, no fuel saving on their minds.
Need to take a look at it as this stint goes on, but of course different fuel restrictions across the lower classes, or the other classes of 992, GT4 and TCR means they aren't going to make it to the top of the hour. But GT3, I think it's absolutely critical that they at least try and make an effort, especially from the early parts here with more slipstreaming around, to get to 60 minutes into this race before the first pit stop. Of course, Monza, quite a lot of time at wide open throttle, makes that even more difficult. The same thing though can be true in TCR, and you've got a 3-second gap between the leader and second place there. Being in the slipstream of the leader can be so important in that class, where we sometimes see them all stay together for hours and hours and hours until right at the very end of the race someone has saved more fuel and undercuts. So that's setting up an interesting stage across all of these classes. Super close in GT4, great battle here in 992. GT4, everyone in equal Porsche Caymans means that anything could still happen. And TCR, least numerous, but I think still a lot of sting in the tail there.
Yeah, it's now 4 seconds between Impulse and MSI. Core Sim Racing and Team Hoistingveld in close pursuit. The GT3s have just cut their way past the second place and down TCR cars. They've still yet to catch up to Mark Perez. Chris Shorter has lost almost a full second that last time by, with the traffic just not catching him at the right time. But as we always say, the traffic giveth, the traffic taketh. You might lose one time with the traffic coming by, you might gain it the next time. You don't want to risk it too early in these long races, because The way that penalties work here is a rather unique system. It's not just like a drive-through penalty, which you might see, but we have a penalty box where you will serve your time. You will be told by race control how long the penalty is. You'll enter the box, you'll time it, and make sure you serve that correctly. It also does mean that you're not beholden to the extra time that iRacing would add if you try and take service at the same time as a penalty being served. It also means you have a bit of a longer window to serve the penalty, 90 minutes rather than just 3 laps. So it's a little bit of strategy to be played if you do get a penalty as well. More bump drafting in the GT4s as here comes the 992s once more. Oris Racing Team down the inside of the undercut racing 418. Looks like Fordzilla was getting a bit of a helping hand. Undercut, slowdown penalty.
Yeah, I wonder if they actually had a little bit of an issue in this first half of the chicane of De La Roggia. It does look like it.
And from pole position, they will drop to 4th, and they continue to fall into the clutches of Carbon SimSport. Carbon SimSport do have a rather beautiful car. I do love the way that it looks with the spec map as well. Not much light bouncing off the car right now, but look at those cars bouncing over Ascari. These GT4 cars, baby GT3s, David, but they're much closer to their road-going counterparts than a GT3 is.
Yeah, absolutely, and every single curb is in danger in this race. The drivers are maximising the track limits at every opportunity to try to open up the way and the path through the first 2 chicanes, but then also through Ascari to be able to try to hold the throttle, maybe pinned at the exit, and get good speed down the back straight.
Focusing on your GT4 leader for a second, as they're now almost 5 seconds clear. They just want some luck to go their way. I believe it was self-inflicted, their incident in round 1 that dropped them out of contention. They got involved in an incident while running P2 last time, in round 2, while last time they had a 20-second lead at the Red Bull Ring before they had an incident there. And so they're just looking for something to go their way. They're not totally out of the championship picture, but they are, what, 29 points back. So if they want to be in a chance heading into the longest race of the campaign, the 12 hours of Spa, they need the results to go their way, now. Coming towards the end of the first half hour of this race, in GT3, the top 3 still only separated by 0.6 of a second. BS competition are closing bit by bit. There you can see galloping forward. The Zebras are in the draft. It's now a 4-car breakaway for the lead. Patrick Heinrich still 4 seconds back for first, Lorenzo.
Yeah, last lap for Julian Castlehood was a 1:47.7, so it's 0.3 of a second faster than Sven. That's why the BMW got a little bit into the pressure that he needed to put. And just like what we saw Rainer Talvart trying to break away from Alex Stiba yesterday in the red line team, in the red line yellow team in the Bathurst 12 hours. But it does show the pace of the BMW and how well in sync the BS competition team is with the BMW car. It's just insane to think about that he's within the draft range, but he cannot get closer because everybody else in front of him are actually in the draft train.
Pearson's in GT4, by the way, another fastest lap, now 6 seconds clear. They have some incredible pace. If they can keep it clean, they are looking very, very good. In terms of balance of performance, by the way, which is always a favorite topic when it comes to sim racers or even real-world races and complaints. Bit of an update on how the balance of performance looks. There's no changes to the Porsche 911 GT3R. The Lamborghini Huracan that we see right now sitting in 3rd with Sven Haase behind the wheel of the 45 car got a 4-kilogram bump in weight. 0.5% of their power has been cut, and they've lost 1% of their fuel tank. The BMW, no weight added there. It's had 0.75% of its power cut, and again, they've also had a 1% reduction in fuel capacity. Saw a big swing in the balance of performance yesterday in that iRacing Bathurst 12 hours, where the BMW had 15 kilos of weight, the Lamborghini had 16 kilos of weight, the BMW then had a bit of an extra cut in the engine performance because of the fact that Bathurst is up at elevation, and turbo-powered cars always going to have a little bit of an advantage when you're at elevation, but Monza's not really that same beast. But we are seeing in the top four. Yep.
What about the Porsche and its 22 kilos, Chungus?
That's true, but I mean, the Porsche was never really, if you ask me, never really the right choice. Rear engine around the mountain, I mean, you'd have to be Joshua Rogers to control that car.
Or Matt Campbell.
Or Matt Campbell.
Yeah, or Matt
yes,
Campbell.
Fair. Fair.
Talking about the elevation, just real quickly there, I was having this discussion with one of my teammates from Bogota, Colombia, and he actually lives at an elevation in Bogota that is higher than the highest mountain in Australia,
Wow.
Mount Kosciuszko. He's like 500 feet higher than that. So, by comparison, Bathurst has a little bit of elevation to it, 1,000 and something feet above sea level at the base of the circuit, and then a little bit more at the top, but nothing compared to him in Colombia.
Wow. Hey, his lungs must work great.
Yeah, I think I'd actually step off the plane there and faint.
Yeah, he's got that permanent altitude training going on there. I didn't realize that your team had such an international flavor, David.
We're everywhere. We got Germans. We've even got Canadians and
even got Canadians. Wow, look at
wow, jeez, the shade, man.
For your GT3s, there is the Mahler Racing Team car that was on pole position at the Red Bull Ring, battling with Pure Sims. You've got Sean Campbell in the RSR by G Performance car right behind them. We've been seeing plenty of bump drafting, David, across of 2022. Of course, it really started at Daytona, where I don't think it was wise at times, but teams still insisted on doing it. It seems to have carried forward, though. We've seen that a little bit here today as well.
Yeah, 2022, year of the bump, potentially. We have been seeing a lot of it from GT machines, and yeah, it's almost the polite thing to do, it seems. I saw lots of it very, very early goings, especially when you had GT3s that were sort of bearing down on a column of TCRs or something, rather than the driver behind lifting out of the throttle and coasting or trying to pass 3 wide. They just keep bumping the car in front of them to help the GT3 column maybe get around a GT4 or TCR column.
Team 75 getting freight trained in the GT4s as they now drop from 2nd to 4th. Undercut Racing find their way back to the front of this train, and look at that shot. Look at that shot. 6 cars split by gives about a second there. It is Undercut who leads from Carbon Simsport, Team 75, Team Fordzilla, Entropic, and David Barraclough in the Talk Freak Racing 481 car is also there in the mix as well. See, it is 6:41 in the morning for me. I've just seen that McDonald's logo on the front of one of these cars and instantly got very, very hungry.
The Entropic
You like
one.
hash browns? Or you
Yes.
like a sausage muffin thing?
No, I just wolfed down a couple of hashies right now.
Oh, I think any time of the day I'm absolutely down for that. Any time of the day I'm down for some good GT4 slipstreaming battling here as well. And they are one of the classes that's going to be first to pit lane in the next 15 to 20 minutes, depending on exactly how economical they manage to be.
Swap in 992. Williams Esports have lost the position to Ulcers. You saw that on the left side of the timing screen, and into turn 1, that is the move being done. Alessandro Bico trying to get the up and under, but parked on the apex by Simona Maria Marciano. Bico not able to get the power down. And sorry to cut you off, David, you're right. I think, like I was talking to one of the drivers yesterday, David, 50 minutes is likely what you can do without too much saving. You want, though, to try and get to 52, maybe a little bit beyond that, so you can eliminate a potential stop at the end of this race. Get through in the 6 hours on just 7 trips down to pit lane.
Yeah, and the thrilling race we had at Sebring, the strategy was up in the air there as well. We had, you know, is it a 7-stopper? Is it an 8-stopper between 992? And a similar thing in GT4, where we had teams battling each other at the end that had the opposite approach to the strategy, and ended up in the final stint of the race at a very similar conclusion. So I hope we get similar today, but exactly when they pit, who's the first to blink out of any of these battles, could be very, very interesting. Are Altus maybe foolish to fight so hard to get back to the lead of their battle? And the same thing can be asked in GT4 here.
Juncos Racing getting swarmed in the TCR category as Team Fordzilla got a bit checked up coming through the second chicane at the Roger around the outside. Here comes the Talk Freak Racing car on the Entropic 412. Not going to get the move done. All it might do is open the gap very slightly as bit by bit they work their way through the TCR traffic. Lights flashing from the front of, I believe it's Julian Reinhardt's 174 for Simsa. Clearly not happening, and you're right, David Haynes, 2022, the year of the bump, year of the flashing headlights as well, as Juncos Racing not able to let the final couple of cars in this GT4 train slot on through into Ascari. That train has very much been broken up now.
Pulled the headlights out of the HJ race car in the last couple of weeks to save some weight, and that's going to very much disappoint me, because it is such a common thing. All of these classes are able to flash their headlights in traffic, in class. It can mean all sorts of things depending on the circumstances, but it is a popular and common thing to see happen.
And David Haynes is wondering about the fuel mileage for the GT4s and if it will be a fuel mileage race. I would suspect so. Giving you a bit of a GT3 update, Rafael Rezag is now back past Racine Fazui. I wonder if Fazui's been back off the track, because last lap for that 88 machine was a 1:54.04. That's 2 seconds slower than the cars around him, 2.3 slower than the race leaders, MSI Esports Blue, Williams Esports, and the Bila Racing Team Euronics. Back focusing on the 992, and our producer Tyler Maxon, who knows a little bit about, you know, TCR racing, competing in, you know, the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge with Brian Herter Autosport in that Hyundai Elantra, says that his favorite button in the race car is the flash headlight button. Why am I not surprised to hear that, Lorenzo?
I'm not surprised to hear that at all. I could show some shades though, but I'm not gonna do that.
Do it.
You want me? What's the point of him having the flashlight button if his car can actually be on track properly without blowing up an engine or something like that?
Oh, see, I was going to say my favorite buttons in order in a race car are ignition, drinks button, fire extinguisher button, headlight flashes, and then cool suit pump.
Wait, you're saying you like the headlight, the fire extinguisher above the headlight flashing?
If I'm on fire, I'm not going to be so thrilled about the headlight flashes.
Fair enough. Tyler Maxon then just says that the drink button is overrated. We're having a fascinating...
What you put in it.
Ooh, yes, if you're Kimi Räikkönen, you want the drink, even if you're not allowed to have the drink. We were having a discussion yesterday, Tyler Maxon and myself, about the BMW M4 GT3, which he got to pilot at the 24-hour series opener in Dubai, in the real world.
Williams spun.
Oh, and that is with Bila. That is with the number 45, Sven Haas, and Doretta Filio. Watch the rejoin. Daniel Lafuente. Scrambling goes Juncos Racing to avoid being brought into the carnage. What has happened there? Was it contact? Was it a self-inflicted mistake by one of the drivers that brought in the other? The replay machine will tell us all, but MSI Esports now 3 seconds clear of BS Plus competition. Here's a look at the VCO replay. They're in traffic, working their way through, and that looks as though Bila runs right through the rear of the Williams Esports car.
I see it as the GT4 potentially.
I see
I think
GT4.
it's traffic and
it is
Constantino.
I am apparently blind. I apologize to Sven Haase, who then has to go for a rally cross excursion. This track is used for rallying, the old banking for WRC. That's not the type of thing that the GT3 cars want to see happen. And the defending champions, well, unfortunate for them. So Carbon Sim Sport. It was Carbon Sim Sport, right, David?
Yes.
Because it's that black. Oh, and now Torque Freak has lost it in Ascari. Big puff of smoke. Can they get through there safely? Take a breath. It is all kicking off. And that is 30 seconds of absolute chaos here in the first hour of the second half of this season.
A huge gaggle of traffic, and that's what you saw. It's preceded some of that GT3 lead battle shenanigans, and then the same kind of packs of 4 different classes all mixed together was going through Ascari there. And obviously that Torque Freak GT4s had come off worse, but I think there were a few others bumping and banging and leaning on each other through there as well.
We'll wait and see if we can... Oh, here we go. Tyler Maxson right on it. Here's a look at the VCO replay. What happens to Torque Freak? Pure Sims is down there inside, and there looks like a healthy dose of air between the two cars, but did look as though there was a little bit of contact side to side. Yeah, it doesn't look like that was a self-inflicted mistake by any means, but I think that race control might not be so willing to give a penalty for that. That was a BMW, I believe it would have. Yeah, it would have been Goat Team that really had to pull to the left coming out of the very fast Ascari. That was a very, very close call. So that really has shaken things up.
And Ascari is the closest we've got around this track to something like the Road Atlanta S's, or a segment where the faster cars have to just wait before they can get past the traffic. Everywhere else, it's like, all right, I'm approaching this car, I'll send it down the inside of this chicane, send it down the inside of this chicane, send it down the inside of the final corner. That's the only one. You got 3 apexes floating into each other. It really just costs everyone time to try to go side by side through there, but no one's got their patient pants on in the first hour of this race.
So a question I'll pose to you, David, is you know, even though there's a decent amount of gap between the two cars, do you think, given what you've said there, that Pure Sims might get a penalty for trying to make a pass where, you know, they really might not, they might want to think better of it?
I don't know, it already looked like it was too wide there, as if the GT4 was trying to pass the TCR, and then you kind of got to look at the pack as a whole as they led into Ascari, rather than just who was door to door with who on the very exit there. Because again, you know, it was, I think there was definitely TCRs and GT3s, and of course a part of your GT4 pack, and it's not just, oh, one's 10% faster than the other, one's 10% faster than that, one's 10% faster than that. They're all unique in where they're making their speed. The TCR cars obviously don't pick up the throttle quite as well on the exit, but they can brake pretty deep compared to GT4. And then you've got the similar difference 992 to GT3, etc. When they go side by side, or they try to race through a section of corners like that, it catches everyone out just how different the subtleties of the car they might be trying to race door to door with are.
To update you on where Biela and Williams now sit after their incident through Loreto Filio, Sven Haase is back past his Biela Racing counterpart in the 46 car, so the 45 up to 4th. Williams Esports, though, are down in 11th and 15 seconds back from the lead, as running wide through Ascari. This Lamborghini, BMW, Porsche battle continues to go. Here's a look at the replay from the GOT Team Racing number 97. Big puff of smoke, and that is all that Lucas Lindqvist really saw there. And great driving, maybe good call from the spotter as well, to let the number 97 car know what was up ahead of him.
If you just drive through the smoke, you're driving through where the car was, therefore where the car isn't anymore.
You say that, but I've gotten in trouble for doing something like that before.
I mean, 50% of the time it works every time, and you look like a hero.
So, couple of penalties to keep you updated on, by the way. We, of course, mentioned Vendaval had a 60-second time penalty for incorrect registration before the start. The 977, that's the Oris Racing Team 992 car, had a 20-second time penalty, not for impeding like I had said earlier, but it was because they broke the qualifying regulations. They took the tow on pit lane and then went back out onto track as 992 pit stops are actually underway. Sims Esports and Racing Lab Esports on the lane. Couple of updates most recently. R8G in the 88 have a 15-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin, while the 977 has another 10 seconds to serve. So that's 30 seconds of accumulated penalties for the Oris Racing Team. That was for failing to leave room for the 999 of the Raccoon Racing Team. One final penalty, at least, that has been handed down. That's the 404, the Acetec SimSport Volante GT4 car that forced the 467 off the track. Now the 467 is German sim racing .de by Hetzner, who's actually in front of the 404. But at least for now, things hold as they are. And while I was talking about all of that, I missed the fact that Williams Esports have got back past into the lead of this race. They're going back and forth, hammer and tongs. Not even 1 hour into this race, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and to make it matters worse, can we pin this on Bo, David? I think we can pin this on Bo.
Absolutely, at all times. I'm sure he's got no fingernails left as he watches his teammate fight door to door and then cede second place.
I would say, Bo, if you're watching, as another GT4 does come down into pits. That's the race gear car, followed in by German simracing.de by Hetzer. A bit early for the GT4s. A couple more coming in this time for the 992. So that's our indication. They're only doing about 48 odd minutes in that class. Williams and Altus followed in by Core, T3, Acetec, all of your 992 competitors coming in this time by. Except the Oris Racing Team and Raccoon Racing, who do go a bit longer. But Bo Albert told me, I forget how long ago now, and Simon Feigl told me as well, 2 new members of the Altus Team House had joined, but they were going to be announced shortly. It's not shortly anymore. It's quite a ways down the road, and they still haven't announced those new team members, David.
Did they specify that they were human people and not pet animals?
No, they did not.
Okay, I mean, look, I think I know about as much as you, so yeah, not a lot. But yeah, it could be not necessarily human esports competitors.
Right. It could be maybe another cat or potentially a dog to join the fun in that Altus Team House, which, by the way, is starting to get some construction done.
Maybe a chef?
Ooh, I'd like a chef.
Yeah, that would... I was never really sold on this esports house idea, but now I'm like, oh, actually.
Yeah. Is David Haynes going to be our RaceSpotTV chef?
Have you seen pictures of my cooking?
No, I haven't.
It's very, very hit and miss. Every now and again, I get lucky and it's delicious, and the rest of the time it's just like, why did I put so much onion in this?
Couple of issues in pit lane. T3, Altus, and Acetec all a little bit slow in pit lane. I think they may have missed their box, and Simona Maria Marcheno has some work to do to close on up. Bo Albert says that they have an announcement coming this week about the new members of the Altus house. So
it doesn't. No, it just says we have an announcement this week.
Did it
doesn't
specify?
Even say it's about people. It could be about a new sponsor.
True. Yeah.
Well, I would hope that with the winky face emoji, that's at least related to what we've just been discussing. Maybe they'll announce the new team chef, Bo Albert, who's been, again, having a rather torrid luck of sim racing. Maybe he's going to turn his hand to food instead, at least for the time being.
Head chef Bo Lebert.
I like the sound of that. Just send me a plane ticket. I'll be right there to give you the RaceSpotTV review. The RaceSpotTV star, who will come up with our own guide of the best sim racing houses in all of the land, as Williams retakes the lead in 992 by virtue of those last 2 cars coming down to pit. Xavi Ross, of course, in that Oris Racing car, will come in with Raccoon Racing in the 999. Pure Sims in GT4 have come in to pit. Still waiting for Undercut Carbon, Team 75 and Team Fordzilla. So a bunch of cars did pit for GT4 last time by. TCR pit stops underway as well. Impulse and Junkos have come down to the lane this time by. And David, I know we were hoping that we get word about whether it was a chef or a team animal, but apparently it's just a driver announcement.
It could be a animal chef like in Ratatouille.
Ooh.
More GT4 pit stops as we, continue to just read way too much.
I want to turn the attention back to GT3. What has happened to Danny Elgabe? Where has BS Plus competition come from? There is the gap. It is down to half a second, and from 3 seconds, Danny Elgabe now has his mirrors filled with a zebra.
Well, the MSI Esports car here was sort of all on their own a little bit after the adventures for the Bila and
I got an explanation for it. Yep, I got an explanation for it. MSI Danny Elgabe just decided to be behind Oscar Mangan and Alessandro Bico, try to let those two duel it out, and lost 1.5 seconds, basically.
Wow, okay. And that's, again, I think maybe down to the difference in top speed. Those 992 cars are rocket ships in a straight line. Maybe he thought discretion was the better part of valor, as more pit stops coming in GT4, but Team 75 Bernard stay out there trying to get the undercut working in the class. Tipping our way bit by bit towards the top of the hour. 3 classes have made pit stops. TCR is just waiting now for Team Hoistingfeld and Core Sim Racing to come down onto the lane. First pit stops underway in the GT3. PRT Ronin Simsport in the 78 car. Down onto pit lane. And of course, Danny Elgabe, who can forget, he had a rather impressive run about a week ago in round 2 of the BMW Sim GT Cup. Running at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. MSI were mixing it up with the likes of Apex, Redline, and all the other strong names that we saw there in this very car. And they're just getting more and more experience with this car as it goes. BS Competition have very much been on an upturn as well. We saw them win at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Rainer Talvar putting in the hour of his life to run away from the likes of Gianni Vecchio, Jamie Fluke, and Diogo Pinto. Even a 5-second penalty wasn't enough to stop the Zebras from taking victory there. And of course, coming off a 3rd place finish yesterday are the BS Competition team in their affiliation with BMW Esports. It's on the up and up as they have got to grips with that GT3 car. Onto pit lane, there comes the Team Hoistingfeld car. There comes BS Competition, a whole 6 minutes before the top of the hour, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see BS Competition coming in this early, but then again, I have to remind that BS Competition, for a good portion of this first, and kind of drove for themselves before coming into the draft of the other cars. So I don't know if there would be any efficient fuel saving from being, I would say, 20 minutes in all by yourself. As we look on what happened to race gear, we saw that they had a crash somewhere around the track. It is around Della Roggia. Oh. There's a torque freak just coming up in front of him.
No, that's not Torque Freak, I think. No, it might be, yeah. It's the 992 Tim Clayson's powered Torque Freak car that got a little bit wiggly on the exit of the Roger. And I think then Team 75, Bernard by Simarcy and Simon Grossman, ran into the rear of the race gear car, and that was heavy contact into the wall. They're still out there, but would not be shocked if we see some healthy repairs being required for the race gear car at some point in time. Here's a look at the 2 Bila cars, 45 and 46 running in line at 3.2 seconds back from the race leading MSI Esports blue car. And I was just taking another look at the race gear car. Actually doesn't have too much damage, managed to get away with that one. So might be a little bit down on top speed. speed with some aerodynamic damage, but it could be worse. That's the way to look at things, as T3 Motorsports by Maniti getting past Core Sim Racing in the 992 class. As the 46 will come down into pit road, follows in MSI Esports Blue. A whole heap of GT3 cars coming in this time by David, but look at this 992 battle.
Yeah, the same faces as before. Altus trying to catch up here. So now T3 Maniti looking down the inside and still thinking the fuel game here a little bit. And Williams let them have that one. Cut back a little bit on the exit. And it will just drop back in line. It's all a question of who can go long in GT3 now, though. And it's Beal 45, Team 75 Bernhard, and Marla Racing Team who go one lap longer. But they are just not... Oh, no, not even close to make it to the top of the hour unless they got another whole lap in them.
Yeah, no, and this is very much looking like splash and dashes for a couple of cars. Bila Racing Team Euronics and Team Bernhard 75, the best of the cars that were able to stay out there. And we have seen a bit of a split strategy in the GT3 class. 32 seconds for PRT Ronin Simsport indicates to me they have short-fueled that car to take the net race lead. They are 4 seconds in front now of BS Competition. BS Competition have managed to cycle 1 second in front of MSI Esports in the pit lane here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, their run from start to finish was basically a full second faster than MSI Esports Blue. So good to see that the strategy for the BS competition team, it's going very early on in this race. So I like it, and the call from Ronin. I think because of the splash and dash, you're just trying to split the fuel somewhere in a form that kind of benefits you on the long run, maybe. But still, too early to call on this one. I just like the fact that no team can actually go on the hour for the pit stop, so they're gonna have to rely on a splash and dash.
Here comes
Everyone
Bila.
who's left coming into the pit lane, as you say.
Yeah, no, I think now it's going to be about maximizing the fuel saving. Getting word as well from the GT4 category that Pure Sims, well, they've been hyper in terms of speed, 8 and a bit seconds clear of the chasing pack, but they stopped early. They are potentially looking at a splash and dash at the end of this race. Everybody else might be okay, at least in terms of the cars contending for the win there. Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC did a monster fuel save and did get the overcut working quite nicely. GT4 has actually broken up just very slightly. Sven Haase in the Bila Racing 45 car also short fills, 34.5 seconds stationary in the box. I'm not even sure what the strategy is looking like here, David.
It's all up in the air early goings. We were speculating, I think, for the whole first hour. Now we know a little bit, but the more we know, it feels like the less we know about what the complexion of this race might end up like.
Ronin to the lead.
It's all pretty similar.
Ronin has taken the lead away from Sven Haase, which I don't actually think is the worst thing in the world. This would help them do a little bit of fuel saving. The move happened, I think, down into the Roja. I don't know if there would have been too much defense from Sven Haase, given he's just come out of pit lane. He knows what the target is. Not even at the top of the hour. 10 seconds to go until we reach 1 hour done, 5 to go in round 4 of the 2021-2022 24-hour series esports championship. And there we go, 1 hour done. What a race we are looking at now. It's not just going to be decided in the pit, on the track. It will be decided in the pits by the strategist, Lorenzo. And this is where the bigger the team, the more resources they have behind the scenes.
Yeah, whoever's got the calculators, the engineers and everything, because the one thing they have is people that can do mathematics, right? We know commentators, we cannot do mathematics. we might be graduated in physics, computer science, or God knows what other subjects we can graduate from in university, but we cannot do mathematics for days in these cars.
A broken clock is right twice a day, right? So I mean, we can do math. It's just not very frequent that we get it right.
And that's why we love 24-hour races, because we get to be right more than once.
Yeah. Oh, I like the way that you put that. Although listening to Peter Mackay, who I'm filling in for today, and his experience at Daytona with the Radio Show Limited team, it's rather incredible that you can have people commentating while also taking manual lap charts of every single car in the field. I still don't know how some of those guys do it, but would love to see some of the notes that they have after the race, after a 24-hour race as well, because I'm sure it's not much sleep that you get at a track like that when the adrenaline is pumping. You're on and off and on and off. Speaking to Lewis McLeod about that as well, who of course commentated on a 24-hour race that was on another platform in the French countryside. They were 4 hours on, 4 hours off basically, and I don't think he actually got much sleep other than when he was cuddling with Chris McCarthy in the green room, potentially. But yeah. We keep things a little bit easier here on RaceSpot. We just have 6-hour monster stints, and after that you are done for the day, unless you're Will Vincent, who commentated on all 12 hours of yesterday's Bathurst 12 hours here on iRacing, working their way through the GT4 cars once more. Here come the two GT3 leaders. Give you a bit of a rundown of GT4, because of course we saw that class looking very, very close, but it has broken up. Pure Sims lead by 9 seconds from Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC. Carbon Sim Sport now 5 seconds down the road as they look to go almost 3 wide. Bit of a checkup there, and they're all squabbling for track position. Ronan and Bila almost making contact. Down the middle comes Ronan, and that is not the first time that Sven Haase has had a bit of a sketchy moment out of turn 1 with traffic, David.
I was watching that from 2 different views at once, and my heart was in my mouth the whole time. You saw a little preemptive move from GT4 there to try to stop Filip Matrevsky from sending it down the inside of all 3 of them. And then he still tried, and it caused a little bit of a check-up there. And he ended up sort of wrong-footed to the GT4s that were side by side. Sven Haase saw an opportunity, and they ended up rubbing on each other 4 wide on the exit there. And I was expecting disaster that somehow was narrowly avoided.
I'm still just trying to catch my breath from that one, because yeah, heart in mouth moment there. I still don't know how the first incident where Sven Haase went on the grass didn't result in a big pile up. I don't know how that one they managed to survive it either. That was close. It does mean that of course Bila are back in front, but that incident has cost them a bunch of time. It's now 4.3 seconds back to Julian Kesselhut in the BS Plus Competition 89 car. Because these cars are a little bit lighter, because they put in less fuel, they are going just a little bit quicker. Last time by, it was actually a full second, but I think traffic played a bit of a factor there. We'll wait and see what the lap time will be over the next couple. Altus Esports, after maybe missing their box, they're now getting past Core Sim Racing and Oscar Mangan in the 992 category. Plenty of movement up and down through the classes. And Lorenzo, I mean, the big thing that I'm now trying to focus on is figuring out which cars are going to need a potential splash and dash here, because GT3, it looks like all of them will need some sort of top up. GT4's looking like, you know, a couple of cars are looking good. And then, at least for now, 992 is pretty much everyone's playing from the same scorecard.
Yeah, I think we're only going to know for sure maybe if we're going to get a splash and dash in the 992. I would say not in the next pit stop, but in the 3rd pit stop, where you might get the slightest faint of idea of who. Oh, hey, maybe that driver needs a splash and dash, or that B driver needs a splash and dash, or Z driver needs a splash and dash. It's gonna be an interesting one, because now there's a little bit of a breakaway in the back of sorts. Not everybody's close one together, except for the top 4 that is still close to one another. As we see now, the Manidi car, the T3 Manidi car, doing the overlap inside the Team Hoistingfeld TCR.
So Here come the 992s, and let's not just put all the focus with Team 75 and their partnership now with SimRC. Earlier, midway through January, we had the announcement that the Maniti team that we've seen grow and grow and grow across the different championships that they run, partner up with T3 Motorsports. I do think T3 Motorsports had an esports outfit a couple of years ago, but this is the next level. This is a team that we've seen compete at the top echelons of sim racing, even though, you know, they may not be a fully professional team like the Red Lions and Coanders. These are very dedicated drivers who continue to just grow and get faster. And this is what I think we like to see in sim racing, isn't it, David? Where you don't just have the real world teams come in and do their own thing, but much like how Mercedes have partnered with Williams and Urano in 2022 to put forward outfits, they embrace the history and the legacy from the sim racing teams from how they started.
I mean, you're a fool to think you know more than some of these teams that have been around the block a couple times. So the partnership is clearly beneficial both ways. So why would you try to make it work any other way?
I agree. I just like the fact that they're not just throwing their branding on and saying that's it, we're done. They are acknowledging the work done previously and the work that will be done in the future as well, given how different these two sports can be. Pure Sims and their GT3 car might be done. Ross McFarlane came down onto pit lane, and I believe they are retiring that number 16 car. Lorenzo, do you have any idea what happened there?
I'm gonna look on the replay, see what happened to Ross McFarlane. Looking at his car, his back end is toast would be a compliment.
Oh, well, so was there contact for Ross McFarlane? You are right, I'm taking a look myself, and that is a beaten and battered up a Lamborghini Huracan. Getting a question in our YouTube chat, who's behind the wheel of the Core Sim Racing TCR car that's about 12 seconds back from Mark Perez? Yes, it is Corentin Gunes, who is apparently competing in the DNLS as well today. That's a busy, busy day, and two very different tracks, from the Nürburgring Nordschleife all the way over then to the Temple of Speed here at Monza, but doing well. Word from David Baker from within the Pure Sims camp, it was retirement due to an incident behind the GT4 car with lots of aero damage being done, and at a track like this, aero damage is basically a death sentence, David.
It's the highest average speeds we're going to get this season. It's obviously shaping up to be pretty fuel critical as well if you're going to get an even vaguely competitive result. And they are in GT3, the class that has the most cars in it, with 18 starters. So there are cars in that class that even if they limp it around are going to get no points at all. So probably one of the classes you'd be more likely to retire from.
And the incident happened. I've seen David Baker's message just as I found it myself. Happened behind at the same time that race gear car had its moment behind the Torque Freak 992 car. They just had a big checkup. RSR by G Performance really didn't have much time to be able to react, and that is a big shame. A switch around in the 992 lead. Altus hit the front once more, and Keanu Bushman in that 978 car has now dropped to 4th, just in a blink of an eye. It all goes like that. But might not be the worst idea, given that fuel saving might be very important here. Very important. So here's a look at the replay of what happened to Ross McFarlane again. And boy, you can just see that is a big old crunch. That BMW is a bit of a tank. The rear end of the Lamborghini maybe not as sturdy as the front of the BMW. And that is day done for Pure Sims Esports. Lorenzo, it does seem like there was a slowdown for the T3 car.
Yeah, cut way too much the first leg of the De La Raja chicane, kind of Bushman, and got a very big slowdown. I think if you cut that, you usually get a 1.2 second slowdown or something like that. So you slow down the car, then try to bring it up back to speed. You lose it right about 2 seconds average. That is what about he lost.
And another incident for another car. I believe the Acetec Volante GT4 car has had an issue through Parabolica. And oh, that will be day done for them as well. That will be day done. Let's take a look, though, with about 1 hour and a bit done of the highlights of this first hour of round 4, the 6 hours of Monza, here in the 2021-2022 24-hour esports series. It was a scramble on the start. Somehow 4 different classes all survived. Then, though, that first time through traffic, things got interesting. Sven Haase on the grass almost caused almighty chaos. And then there were some aggressive moves down into the chicane as they tried to work their way past the GT4s this time by. But MSI led the way. The 992 went back and forth. 4 cars all fighting for the lead. A little bit of contact between Core Sim Racing and Altus on the entry into the Reto Filio. And taking full advantage of that, Alessandro Bico worked his way to the front once more. GT4 at one point, second on back, was a 6-car breakaway. But that has been broken up through the pit stops. Undercut Racing Team started this race in pole position. They find themselves in 4th now. There was more back and forth between Williams and Altus, who have very much led the vast majority of this race in that 992 category. Those Porsche Cup cars really putting on a show at the front of the field. There was a bit of a park on the apex by Altus as they defended nicely. Then one of the big dramas to start this race off. MSI was clear of the GT4 cars. Williams and Biela trying to come through the Reto Filio, and Williams getting turned around by a GT4 car. And then just moments after that, the Talk Freak GT4 car lost it through Ascari. There was great wreck avoidance from the GOT Racing Team, number 97, to get through the smoke. That's a look at the first hour of action, and it doesn't tell you everything that we've seen so far today. And while Biela Racing Team had some struggles, they find themselves back at the front with a slight undercut on the fuel. That looks like a technical issue potentially for the Aztec SimSport Volante car. Into the inside of Parabolica, bounces them to the outside, and surely that will be day done. David Haynes seems to be triggered that I called it. What did I call it, David? I called it Parabolica.
It's because it's Curva Alboreto now.
Alboreto curve.
No, it's like, no, that turn has been Parabolica for ages and ages and ages. It will always be Parabolica.
You put
in
some
my heart.
respect on the man, Michele.
So I'm going to go back in time and find the last time it wasn't called Parabolica, just so we know how long ago that was. 1955, that was christened Parabolica. It will always be Parabolica. Hashtag tag me on Twitter if you have any complaints.
It's like, I understand this modern need of rebranding corners, and we got the rebranding of the corners because of the ACO and IMSA partnership and several of their tracks. You guys probably know the corner names. I will not name them because I'm a little bit like Arjuna. I am a purist. I will name the corners like they are actually named historically.
You were the one who was giving me a lot of strife during another endurance race we did at Spa for calling it the double gauche instead of Pouhon.
Oh, but that part I would say I call it Piff Path, but then again I call the Piff the right left. I know the right left Piff Path. Some people gave me flack, but the Pouhon for me is Pouhon, not double gauche. Even though it is historically double gauche.
Yeah, to be fair, double gauche is the literal description of the corner, double left.
My French is still on par today. I can still parler a little bit of French.
I know one phrase of French, and it's not appropriate for broadcast TV.
Omelette de fromage?
No. The other French race.
Ah, that one.
Yes. Getting word from the Volante GT4 camp, there was a PC hardware failure. That's why we saw the bobble to the inside, then to the outside. So that was not totally unexpected there. 1 hour and 15 minutes done, 4:45 to go, and this is where the race... Go ahead.
If this short fuel comes back to bite Biela and PRT a little bit, because last lap for both of them, 48.3. There is a couple cars definitely able to match that. BS Competition is towing along an MSI Esports Blue and a Biela Racing Team Euronics to catch them, and who will then be able to undercut them, overcut them at some later point. They're running lighter right now. They've already, taken some of their short fuel. They need to make sure they keep pulling away from BS in third. Last lap, it didn't happen. They're going to come through Michele Alboreto curve at the end of the lap to the timing line, and we'll get another update on their lap times. Okay, back into the 47.8, 47.9. The BS are definitely proven to be very, very quick, given that they are carrying probably 10, maybe even 15 kilograms of more fuel back there in third.
Who else is in that BS Competition 89 car? It is Yaltayan. Oh, okay. We'll see how they get on there. Tyan is a multi-discipline wizard. He likes to compete in everything and anything you'll let him drive. Of course, joined up with BS Competition last year. Now, potential victory on the cars. We'll wait and see. Vildenez and Reina Talvar were racing in that other VCO sanctioned event today, that DNLS race at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's a busy day for VCO, and again, you can stay up to date with all things VCO by heading across of social media. And of course, we're not far away, less than a month now from kicking off the Esports Racing League. Of course, we had the Esports Racing World Cup at the end of January. 3 days, 3 platforms, 1 winner. It was Team Redline that won in both rFactor 2 and in iRacing. And we'll start off on 9th of March with Assetto Corsa Competizione. And that's going to be a very fun show once more. And the one thing that VCO has promised to continue to do is listen to you, the viewers, on what you want to see from future Esports Racing World Cups and Esports Racing League events. So do interact with us on social media and let us know how we can evolve that format. One thing that we've discussed even on the broadcast in that World Cup, David, was this idea of doing more one-on-one matchups where you'll put together 2 teams, let's say a Red Line and a Coanda, and you'll get 3 drivers from each, and you'll say, all right, go at it, have some fun.
Like a Race of Champions kind of format.
Yes, exactly.
Are we going to get snow and ice with this rain update later?
Oh, I like that. I love the sound of that. Was that a Game of Thrones reference that I've just got?
No.
Okay, no. It's
I've
still
never
early.
watched that.
Whoa.
Whoa.
David Haynes, you have never watched Game of Thrones.
No, why would I?
Well, watch the first 7 seasons of it, then you don't have to watch the 8th. Save yourself the time. Yes, you'll love it.
I would say watch Battle of the Bastards, and that's pretty much it.
I'm too busy watching Cars 3 every single night of every single day before bed.
Yes, no, that
That's
do you live in the Cars universe?
Ka-chow.
There we go. I love it. 992, by the way, looks like it was getting close between Marceno and Bico, who are pulling away a little bit from the Maniti car and Oscar Mangan. It is still, though, a 4-car breakaway there. I think using the drops, Maniti able to close back up. We were also looking at the GT4s for a second there. That was the battle for third on back. Worst corner names. I see this comment from Core Sim Racing and Dominic Engel. Corners named after sponsors. See the Nürburgring GP, for example. I don't disagree with that, because you're always going to see changes there. And speaking of changes, MSI, well, they started on pole position. Danny Elgbe has just lost a spot to Patrick Heinrich. So bit by bit, Danny Elgbe, not sure if the race pace maybe not there, maybe just preserving the tires. Is there any chance, Lorenzo, we'll see a triple stint from tires in this race, given it's relatively cool in terms of track temperature?
Or I would say if you're gonna do a triple stint, it kind of has to be now, because the track is relatively cool, and I'm gonna say cool with some air quotes, because it is gonna pick up a little bit. It's 11:24 a.m. in the sim. You can see now track conditions and ambient 26 degrees, track 28 degrees, so it's pretty much chill. You can triple stint these tires. They can take it up to 35, I would say 33 to 35 degrees. So you can do that. I think after it goes to 12:30 p.m. on the sim, then it starts to get a little bit complicated for you to do triple stints.
We'll wait and see. We will see indeed. Here comes to the outside Biko, looking to try and potentially get the move, but he'll get off the throttle and release the pressure on Altus, at least for the time being. Talking of penalties as well, a couple more have come down from Race Control. Raccoon Racing in the 999 have a 10-second penalty for contact with the 467. That's the German sim racing car. The 469, that's the Carbon Sim Sport car. Of course, that was contact with the Williams Esports GT3 machine into turn 1. They've got a 10-second time penalty for that. The 174, which is TCR, that's Simsa Esports, they've got a penalty for contact with the 136 Junkos Racing TCR machine. And the final one that we see is Williams Esports, a 10-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin. That was right after they were pushed wide off the road. I did say that Daniel Afuente had to be a bit careful with that rejoin. That's just a little bit more pain to throw onto the pile for the Williams Esports outfit. 25 incidents have already been reported by the teams, by Race Control as well, and we're not even 90 minutes into this race, David. We knew Monza was going to be chaotic. I have no doubt there's still more to come.
I mean, one of the key places for the off-track incidents, which was a pretty big deal at Red Bull Ring, given the way the drivers were extending the track between the penultimate and final corner. But I've been watching everyone on the exit of... It's the second Lesmo and the exit of the Ascari, I think, where the track limits are actually a little bit strict. Not with slowdown penalties, but just with off-track points, which is like... if it's so egregious, shouldn't the default be the slowdown penalties? But yeah, that is one of those places where if you're going side by side, or you're trying to catch a car in front, or there's some traffic, that it's so easy to end up on the wrong side of the curb there on the exit of second Lesmo, or also the exit of Ascari.
And of course, the track limits here were relaxed a little bit in the recent past.
Really?
I think yeah. I thought they were stricter and then more lenient.
What happened back then is that, let's just say you go into Lasmo 1. If you touch the green turf, the AstroTurf right there, but that's the second part of the Lasmo. But if you touch the green AstroTurf from the first leg of the Lasmo, it was an off track. Now you can touch the green thing, but you have to keep it, 2 wheels inside the tarmac. You cannot overly abuse it. Some people, I think back then, kind of abused it at one point of the rework. But now it is more lenient of sorts, but you still cannot overly abuse it.
Here's a look at a replay for Raccoon Racing into turn 1. Just on the grass, on the entry to the braking zone. Not sure if that was technical related or if they just caught a little bit of that grass and it sucked them wide, but at the very least. That's about a 20-odd second time loss for them in that 999. Of course, they have that penalty to serve as well. Not an easy day by any means, as we watch once more as Alessandro Bico is alongside, heading down into the Rettifilio, but again, releases the pressure. One thing I did want to know was just taking a look at the virtual paddock and the conversation between Junkos Racing and the race control team. They're actually trying to appeal the penalty that was handed down to the 174 because the contact was between those two cars, and Junkos Racing is saying that there wasn't really too much damage. We know it was unintentional, and when they came to pit, they saw that there was no damage. They wanted no penalty to be handed down. Race control, unfortunately, have said, we're sorry. It was noted by race control, penalty has been issued, but let the other team know. Keep the good vibes, if you will, going between the two teams. So it's always good to see the sportsmanship and teams not saying, well, we penalize everything. It's almost the opposite, David.
Right, like, you know, when you and your brother are fighting, but then mum walks in and suddenly both of you are, you know, great.
You're talking of the story of my childhood now.
Potentially. I think I'll just get a bit wide on the second Lesmo this time around, because again, feeling that pressure in this lead battle where all four are still very, very closely packed together. Again, one of the cars that at the end of last round was super on the knife edge of how many incident points they had at their disposal. It's not only, you know, the fuel and the tires that you need to be saving up early goings, it's those potential penalties and the cut tracks that you don't want to use all of too early.
Yep, because there is an incident limit for this race, as here comes Maniti. They're done hanging around to the inside. They'll look on Williams Esports and up into the lead. And it's a low incident count. I just went to verify because I wasn't 100% sure. 25 incidents. But to be clear, unlike in other series where they'll intermingle the off tracks and the car contacts in this 24-hour Esports Championship, it is just the off tracks which will be included there. And they have a way of separating out the contacts between the cars that would get added to that limit. So 25 is relatively low, Lorenzo, for 6 hours here.
It's low, but it's very easy, especially like moments where you are under pressure, like Simone Maria Marciano is right now, you know, leading this 4-car pack of 992 cars around the track. It is not the easiest one for you to keep it clean. You get 1x and that easily accrues lap after lap after lap. You can get 25 easily. I'm just happy to see that you only get the 25 incident points based on off tracks, not by car contacts, because if that was by car contacts, that would have been a different race.
It's 50 off tracks, isn't it?
Not according to the driver's briefing.
After the first 25 off tracks, teams will receive a warning. Every
you're
25
right.
subsequent off tracks
I can't read.
will result in a 25-second time.
Arjuna could read.
Yeah, I can't read. Well, I can read. I read the first part of it. I just then didn't read the second part of it. 50 is a little better. 50 is a little better, David.
And we will have potentially some warning of who's close to that, because when they get that warning, that's published, and then if someone does step over the 50 and get the penalty, of course we'll know about that, but we'll know who's halfway there when, and if that's very early in this race, then you'll know that however much track limit abuse they were giving early on, they need to wind back.
If we've seen 10-second penalties for unsafe rejoin, that might be worthy of a look as well at Simon Grossman, who I believe, if I remember correctly, is one of the wizards behind our ATVO graphics and timing software. The initial incident, okay, that we've seen that before. The rejoin, that's a little bit sketchy.
That's why when I see his name on the overlay, I'm like, wait, is that actually him? Or is it just failed to load something and that's some like filler data? Is it the lorem ipsum of driver names?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. That's why I was so hesitant to mention it earlier when I did see his name. I'm like, is that him? Is it not him? Is there another Simon Grossman? I can tell you, I wonder if MSI Esports Blue might be looking at a penalty. They had a moment with the Torque Freak Racing 981 car through Lesmo 2, where they pushed wide that cup car. Here's a look at the VCO replay as to what happened here. You can see just leaning on one another. Actually, there's contact on the entry. Now that I've watched the whole incident from that vantage point, I would argue that there is not really too much ground for the penalty, because if you're the 992 car, you really could have just let off the throttle there.
I mean, it's such a tough spot, isn't it, though, because we know there's only 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap difference between those two classes, and it's not in a straight line. It's all in the braking performance and the cornering performance. But still, I mean, you're kind of silly if you're a GT3 to then leave 90% of a car width to your outside. Not, you know, either you're leaving a space or you're not, you know.
That I do agree with. Again, I'm glad I'm not in race control, because I much more enjoy talking about incidents rather than having to adjudicate them. That is for sure. And by the way, it is indeed the real Simon Grossman, says Kevin Niatola. All of our ATVO wizards showing up today for this round 4 of the 6 hours of Monza. And let's talk a little bit about the history of the track now that we're 90 minutes into this race, and things have calmed down somewhat. I mean, built in 1922, in just 110 days, because work got delayed, they started construction, and then the track is inside the park of Monza, so there was concern about how many trees were going to be cut down, and so they halted the construction of the track. 110 days, 3,500 workers building both a banked oval, not the banked oval that is still around the track, but a banked oval, and a road course which is very similar to the layout that we have here today, just without a couple of chicanes. 300 wagons, 200 trucks, and a 3-mile temporary railway were all constructed to facilitate the construction of this racetrack. The initial layout did use a lot of the public park and pathways to make it a little bit better as well. Williams Esports will bundle Altus out of the race lead in 992, as a couple of pit stops are underway in this class as well. Racing Lab Esports and Simsa Esports have both come down to pit. This track then in 1938 saw new stands added. The banked oval got demolished, and the rest of the track resurfaced, but then World War II broke out, and those changes really didn't get to see much benefit being used. In the early years of World War II, the facility was used for the storage of public car archives. You saw animals from the Monza Zoo, Milan Zoo, excuse me, be housed here as well. And then late in 1945, right towards the end of the war, they hosted a parade of Allied armored vehicles here, which broke the track surface. And we also saw storage of military vehicles, which left the rest of the facilities in a state of disarray as well. In 1948, a couple of years post-war, the track was fully restored before in 1955, the banked oval returned, but with even more banking. From there, F1 joined they started using the banked oval, but in 1961, that was the final year of the banking, when a really horrific incident saw Wolfgang von Trips make contact with Jim Clark in his Lotus, be launched into the stands outside of Parabolica, and 15 spectators in addition to Wolfgang von Trips unfortunately lost their lives. As here comes at least Williams into the pits in the 992 category. The banking's still there. The last time it was used in endurance racing was in 1969 with the 1,000 kilometers of Monza. It does still get used yearly though for the WRC Monza event. Always fun to see those WRC rocket ships launching themselves off on the banking. But after 1969, there was one more tragic story to be written here in Monza, and there's been plenty of those. 1970, Jochen Rindt died in a practice crash before later that year being crowned the only posthumous world champion in F1 history. In addition, in reaction to all of these incidents, in 1972, we saw the Retophilia and Ascari being added as the car speeds continue to increase. Ascari was revised in 1974 to make it a bit more flowing, the corner that we've come to know and love in the years since then. The Roja, that second chicane, added in 1976. Then in 1994, after the tragic events that unfolded in Imola, the first sector was really changed. It brought the track in very slightly at Curva Grande. It brought the Roja slightly further forward. Gravel traps were increased around the circuit. We also saw the demolitions, unfortunately, of the grandstands were on the outside of the Lesmos, which was a really good place to sit and watch cars at speed flying through, especially those F1 vehicles. Then in 2000, I mentioned this at the start, the Retophilia was reprofiled. Initially, it was a slight right kink into a left-right chicane. Now, of course, it's what we've come to know, that hard braking zone into that right-left of that first chicane. It was meant to reduce accidents at the start. The reality is, David, it really hasn't done that.
Well, it's maybe reduced the speed that the accidents happen at, but not the frequency.
I agree, and while I was rattling off in the history books, well, has there been more drama? Team Fordzilla are out of this race, and the word that I'm being told is it was 11 minutes of required repairs. That car, we were talking about cars, you know, toasters and whatnot earlier, at least they were in the YouTube chat. That car is toasted. Believe it was because, at least on my timing screen, I'm getting a look at incidents. It was because of an incident with the Raccoon Racing car who lost the rear end coming into the first Lesmos, and the 420 just nowhere to go, Lorenzo.
Yeah, you try to take evasive actions. The Raccoon Racing Porsche tried to hold the brakes, but the problem is in a very fast corner with a little bit of banking, it doesn't help you one bit. The car just went a little bit to the high side, and that's where the payment of the Team Fordzilla was, and unfortunately broke the suspension of the car.
And it might not be our only retirement. I see that the TFR GT4, the Torque Freak Racing number 481, has had his own incident and a tow back to pit lane. So just like that, and William Chadwick has jumped into the chat to say that was not him. That was not him behind the wheel. Unfortunately, that was Julian Rodriguez, who was powering that 420 car at the time of the incident. But from 48, we appear to be down to maybe just 43 running. Here's a look at what happened. No, that's the Torque Freak Racing incident with the MSI. That's the 992. That's not the GT4 car, which has had an issue. Marvin Lesmonen in the German Sim Racing GT. They're all just having issues right now. It's like when it rains, it pours. And there's drama in the pit lane, Lorenzo, with the 992 T3 Maniti car.
Yeah, they came in flying into the pit lane and made contact with the Logitech G Altus car.
Oh,
I'm not sure if they got a unsafe. Oh, they must have, because they came in scorching hot into the pit lane.
Well, did Altus potentially get a speeding penalty if there was contact? Did they get increased? No, they only had 28 seconds in the pit lane.
Not only that, that definitely screams of triple stinting their tyres too.
Yep.
For Altus Esports.
Course Sim Racing.
T3 Motorsports Maniti is still sitting there though, so I think Lorenzo might be onto something, that they were just way too hot on pit entry. There's your Torque Freak Racing replay. Oh no.
That is upside down. That is not where it wanted to end up. We'll see if we can get the German sim racing incident as well. Going back to the strategy though, David, I am wondering if for the Altus car, which was 29 seconds basically on pit lane, compared to 37 for Core Sim Racing, compared to 41 for Williams Esports, I wonder if we're seeing the same thing that we saw with the GT3s. I wonder if they're doing a short stint now in the Altus 943 car.
We'll take a another look here. That's an almost identical incident to Talk Freak Racing, except I believe we're on board with Carbon. There, maybe? That gravel. Oh, no, live.
Oh, who is that? Who was that off in the outside of Powerbomb? That's the Aztec Simsport Volante GT4 car, I believe.
We don't have time to catch up with everything that's going on, and I wanted to just say, I think in 992, what you're seeing is no tyres versus 2 tyres versus 4 tyres, Altus, Williams, and T3 Maniti.
Oh, well, that car had already had a couple of issues. I think that will likely, they were already 19 laps down. I think that's probably day done for them. 48 becomes 42 just like that. And I could also tell you, by the way, what we saw with German sim racing coming through the Rogia wasn't the only incident that they had. They had a second bit of drama coming in through the Lesmos for Marvin Lesmolen, whose name always gives me trouble because I'm terrible with names. Although that's a rite of passage, it would seem, here at RaceSpotTV.
I feel like I tend to do okay as like my only redeeming feature.
True. Oh, you're the one who said that, I didn't. Another car has had an issue. Raccoon Racing this time has taken the tow back to pit lane. I'm not sure exactly what happened to them, but one by one, they are all just falling by the wayside here at the Temple of Speed. Oh, and it's through the Rogia, just overcooking the entry. That actually doesn't look like a terribly hard hit though, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I wonder if that hit was enough to cause damage on the left suspension, because I know the cars, sometimes when they make contact like that, they do tend to get a little bit more sensitive on the damage output than normally expected. So a little bit surprising to see that Raccoon Racing, after so many trials and tribulations, get that kind of an incident. But I had to kind of blame you, Arjuna, because when you said when it rains, it pours. Now it's pouring everything.
That's right on board with. Oh, this is going to be fascinating. How close did Maniti get to maybe wiping out Altus? Oh, whoa, that is aggressive on the pit entry, and that was a long stop for them. They spent 58 seconds in pit lane. They did do a driver change, though. So I'm not 100% sure what's going on there, because other other 992 cars, excuse me, have very similar pit stop times. Could it be, David, that they actually managed to slow down just enough on the entry there and they didn't get a penalty by some miracle?
I think they did actually just manage to get away with that one, and then they did change tyres, they did change drivers, so it's created, you know, we had those 4 cars all at the front of 992, very equal speed for the first 2 stints all running together. Now there's a huge drift in the strategy. 3rd stint on the tyres now for Simone Maria Marcheno, still in Logitech Gioltas Esports. I feel like Core and Williams Esports have gone 2 tyres, and obviously it looks like 4 and a driver change for T3 Motorsports by Maniti, which means they've ended up behind on track to Aztec Simsports Volante and Pure Sims.
Pit stops as well, starting for the GT3s. That short field last time. The Bila Racing Team in 45 for Sven Hasso, who will hand over to Michael Neumeier. See how he will run in that car. Update as well on race control and the penalties being handed down. The number 8 machine, the Vendaval Sim Racing car that has Sindre Setsource behind the wheel. That was contact with the 481. The Talk Freak Racing GT4. 5-second time penalty for them. And for Williams Esports in that number 5 car, another 10-second penalty. This time for contact with the 475 that currently leads in the GT4s, but of course that's just because the pit stops are played out in such a manner that Jürgen Frank is yet to come down into pit lane. As I say that, perfect timing. There comes Jürgen Frank to pit lane. BS Competition have pulled away at the front of the GT3 field from Bila Racing Euronics and Patrick Heinrich, and they've also pulled a now 4 and a bit second advantage to Danny Elgube in the MSI Esports car, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I'm looking at the gaps right here. It's kind of like an open field of sorts. I'm still highly undecided on what the GT3s will bring. It's kind of like the GT3s and the 992s are like, we have no idea until the final pit stop, right? Because it is like David says, some teams going 2 tires, some teams going 4 tires. It does look like that core went for maybe 1 tire. I really don't know, man. Nothing makes sense anymore. It's just like you get your sheets of paper of strategy. You're thinking, oh, strategy is going to be like this, strategy B. You're going for strategy R already, and nothing makes sense for you anymore, and you don't know how to break down this race anymore.
Working our way to the conclusion of hour 2. Again, we started with 48. It does look as though we are down to 41. Odox Motorsports, the first of the retirees in the TCR class. They pulled it in very, very early. Inertia, the 914 and 992, the defending champions. It's not been a good season for them. They are the next retirees. Pure Sims in the GT3 had contact with the rear end when they got hit by RSR by G Performance in that stack up out of the Roger. No real fault attributed to that BMW, but for Ross McFarlane and Pure Sims, not much that they could really do. That was basically day done. Acetec Simsports Volante in the 404 have had a couple of issues, most recently at Parabolica. A huge shunt about 5 laps or so ago. That will likely see their day come to a close. Team Fordzilla, William Chadwick is back out there trying to recover a couple of championship points because at least right now they could get themselves up into net 8th. They might just be looking as well for some attrition to get a potential top 5, but it's very much damage limitation for them. Of course, Torque Freak Racing, and that 481 car was up and on its roof out of the Roger for them. Not
Speaking
ideal.
Of, your 467 car in that class, German Sim Racing, 0 points to their name. They've been a DNF all 3 rounds, and I just have to double check. Are they still here after that? And yes, they are, and running 7th in class. So maybe I've gone and rolled it out a little too early, but fingers crossed for them to get a result, to get a finish.
Sometimes you just need one result to break the streak of bad luck. That's just the way it goes. By the way, in your GT4,
they've got a cool eagle on the side of their car, man.
They do. That is true. But focusing at the front of GT4, at one point it was what, a 10-second advantage for Pure Sims or something? That's gone. Team 75 after the pit stops is in the class lead.
Yeah, that looks like a suspiciously long stop for 416. It's longer than anyone else in class, and that's what's erased the time they had in their pocket.
Are you looking at a different timing to me? Because I'm seeing them as basically identical pit stops here, 45 seconds apiece, basically.
Why am I seeing 53 for Pure Sims?
No, this is why it's good, because maybe I've got some wrong data. But 53 would align quite nicely with the gap disappearing like that.
Mine is often a little sketchy.
I'll see if I go back and actually count the pit stop time for the Pure Sims car. I think manual is always best.
I am getting the same numbers.
I thought for a second maybe they had a penalty, but no, it wasn't the case.
Sometimes depending on how you collect your timing, it can get confused by the penalty stop and holds, depending on how close the team's pit stall is to the penalty box. Sometimes if they're really close together, it gets confused and counts a penalty time with the pit stop time. And
no, I think that's a 45-second pit stop. Yeah, because they came in 33 seconds into a minute. They left 18 seconds. This is why you never trust a commentator's math. But I think that's 45 seconds.
I know to not rely on my own maths. That's why I rely on Joel Guez's maths.
Yeah, no, I agree. Don't trust my math.
And then treat it with, you know, a healthy dose of skepticism.
Right.
You know, just because it's on the sheet doesn't necessarily make it factual.
Well, I did talk about that incident with MSI Esports, didn't I? The 74 and the 981 car. It results in a 10-second time penalty for the pole position winning car in this race. And again, we'll go back to how penalties are implemented in this series, Lorenzo. It is not added like a lot of series would do in iRacing, where they just give them an iRacing black flag where they'll have to come down and serve it in the regular pit box. Instead, there is a dedicated penalty zone. You have to time the penalty yourself. We've already seen 2 or 3 occasions this race alone where teams have miscalculated how much time they spent in the penalty box, and they've had to come back and reserve those penalties. For MSI, that is potentially a death knell in the chances of victory here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find where's the penalty box in this one. All right, it's the Italian flag rumble strips, if you want to call it rumble strips, but it's right after the pit entry where you serve the penalty for that. So a little bit surprising to see how bad is going the race of the MSI team, going from pole and basically going backwards every single stint.
BS Competition, by the way, came into the pit lane this time by. They are doing a driver change as well. Yartine will jump in. And of course, we've seen driver changes for Michael Neumeyer in the number 40.
Is this a slowdown or just tactically giving away the lead for fuel savings right here by Team 75 Bernhard Simmercy?
It's a good question. I suspect, given that he's only fallen back to second, that's a strategy call. I don't know what you think, David.
It just didn't, yeah, and they pulled to the side very early, but then didn't lose a whole lot of time, so it could have been entirely tactical. We know that the fuel saving and reaching that sort of 52-minute stints is possible, but difficult in GT4, so that could be very well tactical, knowing what we know about GT4. Speaking of, top 2 in GT3 are then in the pit lane because they need some fuel.
Yep. It is starting to kick off again for your GT3s. Looks like there is a bit of split strategy. I think Vendaval's going for the first triple stint that we're seeing here. Sindre Setsor staying behind the wheel. Although having said that, PRT Ronan, I think, took 2 tires with a 52-second stop. Philip Matrevsky still running the 78 car around on track. 46 car has a driver change as Patrick Heinrich will hand over to Luca Kita. I think Danny Elgube staying behind the wheel of the number 74 MSI Esports machine, that BMW that put it on pole, will have a 10-second penalty to serve at some point as well. Although indication is they've already served it this time down onto the pit lane, so not entirely surprising that they wouldn't do a driver change, because they've now done the short fill themselves. 29 seconds for MSI Esports as they rumble out of pit lane once more. As now Pure Sims. What happened to Pure Sims there?
Maybe returning the favor. Though there was a bit of traffic there, and we'd often see that the likelihood of cutting too aggressively across those curbs in either of the first 2 chicanes is increased when they're under pressure, when there's traffic, or, you know, if there's a car to your left, you're more inclined to cut the curb to the right a little more aggressively, massively overshoot into the second chicane there in their pursuit of Williams.
Pure Sims stay in the draft, so that's crucial. They're still half a second back. Well and truly in the draft. In GT3, RSR and Arnage also on pit lane. I think there's driver changes underway for them as well, as in the GT3 class. Here comes Team 75 Bernhard as well. But plenty of driver changes, I think, going to happen now. But the second Ronin car, the 77, that's 50 seconds for them in pit lane. That's 2 tires, I would suspect. R8G, the 88, 44 seconds. So that would be no tires, so a true triple stint for them. And Lorenzo, the question I'd have for you is, if you're taking 2 tires now, surely you now have to do 2 more stints before you take 4 tires.
Yeah, at least. But I think this is one of the tracks that the tire consumption is not that big. I think, you know, if it is big, it would be more towards the left-hand side of the car than anything else, because you basically have right-hand corners for the majority of the track. I'm just trying to remember how many left-hand corners you have around. Proper corners, I would say maybe 3 corners. Yeah, it's 3 corners to the left-hand side. So the wear to the right-hand side is basically nothing. So because of this low abrasion on the track, it's more like just proper manage the tires, and the time loss is basically minimal.
Mahler Racing Team, German Sim Racing, and the GOT Team Racing cars all into the pit lane for the GT3s. They're relatively close to the top of the hour, but they're still probably about 2.5 minutes short of making it to the end without too much drama. I can update you as well that in GT4, the Torque Freak Racing 481 GT4 car is trying to come back out onto track and salvage a couple of points itself from this round 4 in the championship. As it looks like for German simracing.de, there was a driver change there. Also for the Mahler Racing Team, where Kenneth Gould Branson will jump into the 55. So we have seen about 7 cars do a full service, 8 cars, excuse me, do a full service in the GT3 field this last time by. This is where these sort of races just take on extra intrigue, where you have so many different strategies at play. Which one is the right one?
And what I love about this right here now is we've had, you know, the first hour and 2 hours, and you've seen a lot of slipstreaming, but the drivers don't really want or need to pass each other until you get to this point where you've got cars that are on newer tires, you know, be catching and closing in on cars with the older tires, and they can't just then slipstream behind them. They've got to get past them, try to, you know, use their newer and fresher tires to the best effect. This is one of them here, for example, where the Biela Racing Team 45 is on some pretty shiny new tyres all round. But Raffaele Retzag isn't, so he really wants to hang with Biela, but Biela would ideally like to and need to shake them. Otherwise, you know, they've got a hanger on who's going to have some shorter pit stops later that they're helping. Drivers have to get just a little more aggressive now and know and have their team know and feed them what the strategy is. Is this a car that I'm battling? Is this not? And go from there.
How did you say the Altus driver's name?
Is Raffaele Retzag wrong?
No, because I say Raphael Razag. So I'm. This is where I learn, because I think you're probably right.
Well, I think we've established both of us are not so great at French.
Maybe Lorenzo can chime in.
Je ne parle pas français. I would say Raphael Razag, but
well,
the last name is a tricky one, because you know the first one is Raphael.
Right, yeah. No, the first name isn't the issue. That is for sure. I will also say that there are some tricky names. Like, I think I get Yaltayan wrong all the time. I'm still not sure that's how you say that name. The first time I ever got told how to pronounce Sindre Set Sauce with a sauce, it confused me until I drilled it into my head. Question in the chat about how Biela lost the lead. Biela have technically not lost the lead. They are just on a very different strategy to...
They're the leading car that's got new tyres on, if that's how you want to look
exactly. At it. And they're only 16 seconds back from Filip Matrevsky, which is about the delta in pit lane between those 2 cars. Now remember, they were also the 2 cars that underfueled in Stint 1. Will they have to pay the piper back at the end of this race? Ronin in the 78 car are 11 laps into their stint. Biela is 8 laps into the stint. You have Team Bernhard in front of them, for example, who are 2 laps into the stint. So there is so much strategy going on in GT3 that it's very difficult to tell, as the second hour is officially done and we have 4 hours to go here.
Yeah, so with the fact that everyone in GT3 is not making it to an hour, everyone's got to make 6 stops, but there's this weird little remainder, and where they take that, how they factor that into their tyre strategy and their driver strategy and everything is what's thrown it for a loop and given us all these different strats. PRT Ronin SimSport pitted early for a short splash. Now they've come and taken 2 tyres at their next stop, but it's still Filip Matrevsky in. MSI Esports Blue also a little short fill just now, but still Danny Elgabay driving. Biela Racing with the driver change, with the fresh tyres. It's here, there, and everywhere.
There's a song there. Here, there, everywhere. Da, 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 da. Well, let's give you a bit of a rundown then. 2 hours into this one as to how things are looking. Let's go back to front because we haven't really looked too much at TCR, so let's at least give them just a little bit of love. MSI Esports lead in class. They put it on pole. They ran away at the start. They broke the drought. They're now 13 seconds clear. Of course, Sim Racing with Impulse not far behind. Team Hoisingveld find themselves in a bit of no man's land in 4th, while Hunkos Racing are 5th, Simsa Esports 6th. Only 6 out of the 7 cars running in the TCRs. Then in GT4, why don't you run us through this one, David?
GT4, you said?
Yes.
Well, it's close there. We've been watching a little bit of back and forth, a little bit of cat and mouse between Team 75 Bernhard, who lead at the moment, and Pure Sims. They've been almost forcing the other one to lead, so I think there's some fuel strategies in play. And gamesmanship between your first and your second. Undercut run in 3rd from Entropic, Carbon Sim Sport, Race Gear, and German Sim Racing DE by Hetzner. Might be the last GT4 running competitively at the moment. Team Fordzilla, I think, got back out there, and Acetec might still be rotating too. Talk Freak are definitely still out there.
Yes, and so is Fordzilla, so I don't know how long the momentum will go, but they're at least trying to carry it forward. Lorenzo, why don't you walk us through this very exciting 992 class?
Absolutely, let's go. So Simone Maria Marciano lead us out in the Logitech car. I honestly thought my internet was going into the bin. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
All right, cool. So Maria Marciano lead us out in the Logitech G's Altus car. Alessandro Bico with an off strategy, I think took 2 tires, has a 5-second gap over him. Oscar Mengen not far behind with the off strategies as well. 3rd place with Corsim Racing. Acetec of SimSports Volante making the jump on the T3 Motorsport Maniti, so finally taking 4th place, the Acetec car. T3 Motorsport by Maniti in 5th. Pure Sim is in 6th, trying to catch back 0.3 of a second behind the T3 car. Racing Labs Esports in 7th, Simsa Esports in 8th, RS Racing MRW in 9th place. In the top 10 is the Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab in 10th. And then last guy in the 992 is the T75 Bernhard by SimRC.
And a couple of retirements there. We got word that Raccoon Racing has plenty of damage before. They were just testing if that car was able to be driven. Then we get to the GT3s, where, like we've been saying, there is plenty of things going on. Filip Matrevsky leads for PRT Ronin SimSport. They short-filled in hour 1. They lead the way in class. Danny Elgabay had a 10-second penalty this most recent cycle to serve, and as a result, they elected to short-fill their car. The pole position car still running in 2nd, but a bit on the back foot. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Jamie Moon has taken 2 tires from what we understand in the most recent cycle of pit stops, but looking good in third in that Porsche 911, while the Biela Racing Team Euronics, the first car to have taken a full service, to have done a driver change, Michael Neumeyer behind the wheel, although he has lost a couple of seconds to Jamie Moon in the last few laps. The number 43 Logitech Gioltas Esports car, Rafael Razag behind the wheel there. No tires, they're triple stinting, so surely they'll be in next time by for a full service, and the 43 will be handed over to a new driver. Luca Kita then the second car to have done a full service down in 6th. Sindre Setsource for the Vendaval Sim Racing car down in 7th, while Altyne has taken over the mantle from Julian Kesselhut, who was looking feisty in that BS competition car, and actually now has just gotten past the Vendaval Sim Racing car, so that's BS competition up to 7th. Tyne's got a job to do, though. Just not the best pace compared to some of his competitors lap in, lap out. T3 Motorsports by Maniti and Tim Matska sits in 9th. Another car doing a double tire change in the most recent cycle, while Rasim Fazui had a bit of an issue at the start and is trying to work his way back up the grid, trying to continue that run of a podium every single race. I'll quickly walk you through the rest of the standings. Ronin Simsport, Marla Racing Team, Williams Esports, RSR by G Performance, Arnage Competition, German Simracing.de by ACV, and the GOT Racing Team. The rest of the cars still running. Pure Sims Esports, the only retirement in class after a big old bump from the RSR by G Performance BMW coming through the Roger, the second chicane, when there was a huge stack up in front of them. Working our way towards the halfway point. Remember, there are no points awarded halfway. It is all about the points at the very end of this race, and that's why the strategies open up just a little bit more, David. You think about other series where they do have points halfway, or even, for example, the 24 Hours of Daytona, where they have points allotments, you know, multiple times during the race. It does mean you have to plan your strategy around those times during the race.
Stage points, baby. Yum. Love that. That's what we need more of in sports car and endurance racing. No, it's all about the end, and that lets the teams sort of go down some wacky paths on that strategy, because they don't need to still be in the lead hour 1, hour 2, hour 3 at the end of every cycle on the pit stops. It comes down to that final stint, and you know, sometimes have a team like PRT Ronin Simsport go off strategy early. They were the very, very first car to pit with some short fueling. They'll have pain to pay later on, but they look pretty grand right now. And then the shoe on the other foot rolls reversed for some other cars, particularly in this three-way fight here. I can't believe this, that we've got a big handful of cars going, oh yeah, triple stint the tyres, oh yeah, take 2 tyres, and it's Biela saying, no, just double stints, 4 new tyres please, all 4 corners. Like, what happens to the Biela we used to know? What happened to one tyre Biela?
Are you an MMA fan, David?
No. I think we're going to establish that every single entertainment franchise you're into, I don't follow.
No, because before I got into a deep explanation, I wanted to double check. So in MMA, there is this concept of mythical fighters. For example, sea level Cain Velasquez. When Cain Velasquez fights at sea level, he is a beast. When he's fighting at elevation, he doesn't seem to be such a beast. The same token, there is salon-haired Dustin Poirier. Now that he's got a nice, beautiful crop of hair, he seems to be great. When he was bald, Dustin Poirier, he's not as good. Are we saying that we want the Biela Racing Team Euronics that's quick is the Biela Racing Team Euronics that takes risks? Or is it just the fact that they like to take one tire sometimes?
They're just normally the creative, absurd ones, and they look like the pinnacle of playing it with a straight bat here, saying, yeah, double stint, now 4 tires, change drivers.
That's a nice little cricket analogy that none of our viewers, other than the ones that, you know, the few that watch cricket, will get.
But even without a knowledge of the sport, I think it sounds like what it means, doesn't it? You know, it sounds like the opposite of playing something with a crooked bat.
I guess.
So, yeah. 45 and 46. Each with new drivers, each with 4 new tyres. So make of that what you will.
You're just showing off because the Australia almost swept the Ashes, aren't you?
I don't think I even mentioned Test match cricket.
That was fun.
Britain have suffered enough. They don't need me bringing that up.
No, it's all right. I did enjoy because at least, you know, I could watch a bit of the Ashes with the time zones being good. Test match cricket is special. For those who don't enjoy Test match cricket, it is the most boring, entertaining game that you can watch. Imagine, I don't think Americans could comprehend this. Sitting there for 5 days.
They can.
And at the end of it, not knowing who's won the, not having a winner at all. Like that's just totally foreign.
Arjuna, Americans have baseball. That's enough.
I've actually been to a baseball game. I still prefer Test match cricket.
I'm looking forward to actually going to some baseball this year. I want to get me to some minor league and watch the Richmond Flying Squirrels play the Binghamton Rumble Ponies.
Is that what that team is actually called? The Rumble Ponies?
Oh no, dude! I looked it up, man. Minor league baseball teams just have like the absolute best names because every other sports team, it's like there's something City Tigers. Like there's a something City Tigers in like 20 different freaking sports leagues. You know, it's Tigers, it's Lions, it's whatever. No, minor league baseball, it's genuinely like, oh, the Flying Squirrels are playing the Sea Dogs this week, but then they're against the Rumble Ponies and the, oh my gosh, no, it's the Akron, Ohio Rubber Ducks.
Oh my god. Yeah. We need a sim racing series where you have to run team names like that.
And the mascot of the Flying Squirrels is called Nutsy, and their
oh my god,
their chant have fun, go nuts.
Oh my god. Oh.
T3 Motorsports Manigi Black have got a problem.
I love that little bit of a switch there. That's the 978 that you're talking about. Yes, the 992 car.
Yep. Might have had a slowdown potentially, gotten a bit too much through the second chicane.
Yeah, they've dropped back behind Pure Sims and Tyler Hervius. Let's take a look at the VCO replay. So through the Roger, clattered the curb on the left, and that's a hop, skip, and a jump, and that, yep, slowing down. It's a slow down penalty.
First chicane. It is always that first chicane, man.
Oh wait, you're saying they had the slowdown penalty from the first chicane?
No. Is the first leg of the chicane, the first
okay.
apex.
Okay. Confusing me, Lorenzo.
Yeah.
Doing
Context. Yeah, like I don't do your head in a,
oh
in
my
a,
god,
in a daily basis.
Is there really a team called the Savannah Bananas? Battle for 8th, by the way, in GT3 is good. Let's focus on the other T3 Motorsports by Maniti car. Down the inside of the Vendaval BMW, Lamborghini on the anchors just that little bit later. Sindre Set Source not fighting it too hard. We're also looking at a battle between the Oris Racing Team and Torque Freak in the 992. There are a couple of battles, not at the front like we saw to start off this race. They're three wide down into the Parabolica. Always a little bit scary. How are they going to play this one? They've got the German Sim Racing GT3 car trying to work their way past. Oh, that's close. Battle for 9th, up and down.
You've got every conceivable tyre age in that 7th, 8th, 9th GT3 battle too. BS Competition and new tyres, T3 Motorsports Maniti with 2, and ISPIS powered by Vendaval, Sintra Set Source doing, I think, a very strong job to actually hang in that draft given the age of the tyres for the number 8.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the few to have been brave enough to triple stint with a full tank of fuel. I mean, Danny Elgabe is triple stinting, but, you know, he's underfueled that car by, you know, about 10 full seconds, which is a not inconsiderable chunk of change when it comes to the fuel rate for these cars. It's probably, what,
30 litres. Yeah,
30-40 litres, which is at a track like this where you're full chat. Maybe not as many laps, I'm getting myself all tongue-tied right now. I'll leave off that thought, but it is a lot of laps that he will now have to come in. Maybe he'll come in 15 minutes before the top of the hour, maybe a bit earlier than that. We'll wait and see. Now I'm going off on a tangent separately, by the way, and going and searching some of these team names to look at these logos, and I am
Paul's got it correct with the Rocket City Trash Pandas. I remember seeing about that when I went on a little dive a couple days ago. Rocket
City, and that they have got one of the best mascot or logos I have ever seen. That is like a logo that you'd expect to see from an esports team, to be completely honest. And I mean that in the best way possible.
Also in the minor league AA Northeast division is Altoona Curve from Pennsylvania, who are named after a piece of railway track near their town. And also part of their logo is like a homage to the now defunct Pennsylvania Railroad. So there's some weird history in that one as well, for I know Paul will appreciate and many others won't.
How have I never heard about these Altoona Curves? Because I lived probably about 2 hours max away from them.
That's minor league baseball. If 1,000 people show up to their match, they're probably happy.
True. But we always love a little bit of fun.
If 1,000 people have disposable income in rural Pennsylvania, then good.
Go and search the Savannah Bananas, by the way, if you haven't seen it, David. Because this is great. This is fantastic. It's an actual banana with a bat, you know, and he looks quite angry. He doesn't look like a happy banana. Oh, battle for the lead in 992. Let's get off the minor baseball, at least for now. Oh, Williams Esports and Altus, they've closed up between the two of them. Now, Court Sim Racing, of course, is further back, but of course, we've seen different strategies here. This expectation is that Simona Maria Marcheno has taken no tires at all, and Alessandro Bico potentially has taken 2 tires, and you're seeing the benefits there, as now it's all pressure on Simona Maria Marcheno to, at the very least, stay in the draft here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to see what Maria is gonna do, because the thing is, we also have to remember, I think Simone actually short-fueled the car, so the car might be lighter in comparison to Alessandro's Bico probable full pit stop plus 2 tires that he has. So I wouldn't say don't count Altus out of this one just yet.
And it's again that thing where we'll only really find out what it will be like at the end of the race when it comes to the strategies and how things will work. A reminder as well, live timing is available on timing71.org. You can also use their wonderful analysis tools to try and dig a little bit deeper into the strategies, which is what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to figure out exactly how things will play out. I'm going to start by taking a look at what's happening with Altus. I want to compare their pit stops earlier in this race. So the first couple of trips down pit lane were about 50 odd seconds. They haven't really short fueled too much more than we've seen before from what I can see. Although the data is always only as good as the man reading it. And again, never trust the commentator's math, never trust the commentator's strategy. It goes on and on and on. Look at this battle though, and towards Ascari, it's the Auras Racing team right behind the Talk Freak Racing 981. Javi Ross versus Antti Salminen. As working our way towards the halfway marker in this race, the 992 category has broken up very slightly. It's not just this battle, but up the road in 5th, T3 Motorsports by Maniti back in front of Pure Sims Esports. The 978 and 916s going at it hard as well. And what's happened to Altus now? They're 1.7 seconds back from Alessandro Bico, just like that with the click of the fingers. Bico is running away from Altus here, David.
I don't know, but I'd suggest that there could be some traffic in all of that too. You just need to, get caught by a GT3 in the wrong place. And again, we've seen how tough it can be through some of these sections for a GT3 and a 992 to flip past each other without it, causing them to go too wide or have to check up against each other.
Xavi Ross back in front in that battle for 9th. And these are baby GT3 cars, literally. I think that last generation Cup car Lorenzo was, you know, maybe a little bit less downforce, maybe struggled a little bit more to be right on the pace with the GT3 cars. But these really, we're talking of lap time deltas, a maximum of like 2 seconds at its worst.
Yeah.
Alessandro Bico, just sorry to emphasize the point, last time by, he was only a couple of tenths slower than the slowest GT3 cars.
Yeah, just nearly a full 1.5 seconds faster than Simoni. Simoni hasn't been able to clock a lap on the 150s, on the flats, 150s to 149 highs, I would say in the past 4 or 5 laps. The 5th lap was okay, 149.7, but still regularly, consistently, it's going to be hard, I think, with the car that he has right now at the end of his stint. But yeah, completely lost my train of thought. I'm not gonna lie.
It's all right. Let's get back to talking about minor league baseball then, because I'm loving that. Hartford Yard Goats. Is that, David Haynes, that really a thing?
Yeah, and again, it's another railway-themed baseball team because Hartford, Connecticut, they've got some rail yards, right? And a yard goat is actually the name of a type of locomotive, but then their mascot is a goat with a baseball bat.
Oh my God.
Are they single A or double A?
Double A Northeast.
I kind of figured it out because I think I played with that team or saw that team once in another game.
And the best part about it is their stadium is called the Dunkin' Donuts Park.
You can never go wrong with Dunkin' Donuts.
992 pit stops underway. We saw SimC Esports into the lane. Lars Bollmaler taking over the 966. Alessandro Bico has also worked his way down in the 905. Would not be shocked if we maybe see Bico step out and someone else jump in. Question would be, do you do it now or do you wait until the halfway marker? Looks like the 905 will be still Bico behind the wheel when he emerges from pit lane. Other driver for that car today will be Moreno Sirica, or as we called him during the VCO Pro Sim series. Not as I called him, as Lewis McClade called him. Manuel Sirica. But the
Maximum Sriracha?
Yes, that too. We've got all sorts of nicknames for poor Moreno, who I'm sure loves a little bit of the nicknames. Here's BS competition on the back of Sindre Setsource, who has managed to get back past Yaltine for 8th spot. Bico, by the way, 28.5 seconds. So he's done the same amount of time in pit lane as Simona Maria Marcheno has done. Wow, I am totally lost when it comes to the strategy right now.
Yeah, look, I have a feeling that maybe the last stop for Williams, they definitely took some amount of tires and maybe short-filled it as well, because then they've had to come in maybe 4 laps before we might end up seeing Altus. So it's tough to look at a number and go, oh yeah, that was, you know, what might have looked like the right amount of time for full fuel and 2 tires could have been a short fill and 4. And again, everyone is sort of going their own path on this.
Lorenzo Bonder says he has a topic unrelated to baseball. You're going to have to do well to improve on that baseball chat that we've been having.
No, my baseball talk is not good. I only can say that I play fantasy baseball, and I won my fantasy baseball league like several years ago, which is the only thing I can ever brag about in my whole fantasy. All right, I won a fantasy football as well in my whole life. But the topic I have to bring about is something that is unrelated to me. I wanted to know if, in your experience, and I can bring Chad as well, experience in oval league racing. Not oval leagues, but oval racing. We all here are race car fans, and we're all here IndyCar fans. More specifically, Arjuna. We know Arjuna loves his Indy cars. Did you ever get a situation where you get a yellow flag, and by some chance the leader manages to outpace the pace car, gets a lap on everybody else, and you don't know what what you have to do, and you have to basically get the wave around the pace car, would want to go, and basically the leader launches himself with basically 10 seconds over everybody else in the restart.
Maybe. Again, I haven't raced in a while. So they're asking the wrong person.
What about you, David? Have you ever experienced a situation like this in your overall shenanigans?
No. What I have experienced is seeing the Chicago Cubs win.
Yeah, that too, which is mind-boggling to think about, I know.
Hey, Chicago, what do you say? Cubs are going to win today.
Chicago Cubs just not as cool as the Rock City Trash Pandas or the Savannah Bananas or etc.
Major League is too try hard. I think these like minor league teams is where the party's at.
992 pit stops continue as Core Sim Racing comes in. Carl Janssen will be taking over from the Irishman Oscar Mangan. Would suspect that potentially Janssen will be into the end from here, because 2 hours 30 minutes. Maybe you'll do a driver change for the final 60 minutes, but maybe you just leave Janssen into the end. But that is the first driver change in those top three between Altus, Core, and Williams that we've seen. It will be the longest stop that we've also seen from any of those cars at this point in time. We, of course, did see Maniti do the driver change. It will be interesting to see how close they end up once they've come down to pit. And talking of sports and sports with balls, there's another big sport event tonight, I've been told. Something called the Super Bowl, the Bowl to Super.
Le Grande Bowlerino.
Yeah, I don't know what it's really about, because I'm going to be honest, I've lived now in America for 10 years. And I still am not a fan of American football. Because David will agree with me, rugby is superior.
I'm an AFL man. Rugby.
Okay,
but look,
I will agree with that as well.
To whatever that of all of the sports that Americans play, it is the one that appeals to me the least. Baseball, I don't care about, but I can enjoy and understand. Basketball, ice hockey are okay by me. I get them, but the pigskin throwing whatever. Not only do I not understand it, I just don't really care for it. Sorry.
I still maintain it shouldn't be called football.
It should be called hand-egg.
Yeah, it's a game that is played with something that's not shaped like a regular ball, and a game where you don't use your feet 99%, 95% of the time.
Yeah, but Arjuna, David brings a great point though. AFL, I am seriously sad that is not broadcasted in other countries. It is seriously criminally underrated.
It is. Vince Peters.
Somehow it's causing less brain trauma as well. I don't get that.
Yeah, I can't talk about brain trauma. I'm an MMA fan. So that's just guaranteed brain trauma. German Sim Racing and the GOT Racing team battling with one another for 16th in this GT3 class. Outside of the points positions, but if anything happens in front of them, could get them a couple of points here and there. And back very quickly to strategy. Vince Peters in the Asetek SimSports Volante Porsche Cup car, one of the longest names we've got, the 996. He was in pit lane, on pit road, in the box for just 18.1 seconds.
Yeah, that's bordering on half a tank, less than 2/3 of a tank. I think a full fill is just about 30 seconds for them. Not giving up in this battle. You saw that the rear tires were struggling on traction for the GSR car in black and green, and the predominantly Norwegians, but they look to have the Finnish flag on the rear wing. For Go Team Racing are still right with them in this battle as they both run us over and give us a haircut.
You remember how you hold me up for pronouncing Tronsaskolan as Tronskolan? I wish you had reminded me that it's Go Team, not Got Team. You've been letting me say that.
Well, see, Tronsaskolan, I was actually like confident that I was right.
Okay.
Whether it's Go Team or Got Team or
It can't be
Go
Got Team. It can't be Got Team because there's not two T's in the name.
Yeah, because you basically say got im.
Yes, no, that which doesn't work. Again, back to strategy very quickly because I do want to pick this up. Simone Marceno, 57.6 seconds in the lane for him. He has stayed in the car, but I think that would be a full service. Carl Janssen, driver change, full service, 51.8 seconds in pit lane for them. That gap is 3:10. So Altus and Core Sim Racing right with one another. Williams Esports clear up the field. Here's a look at those two cars as they come across the start-finish line here. But Alessandro Bico is going even further. There's also a battle going on for 5th in the GT3. It involves the other Altus Esports car with the Rafael Rizag-powered car, the number 43, battling Luke Gakita in the Bila Racing Euronics 46. And talking of GT3, PRT Ronin, they're into pit lane halfway through an hour.
I don't know either, but I've seen that team throughout the history of this league and others somehow make some miracles work when they do something different to everyone else. So I trust them. They would have thought about this early before they went down the path they ended up going at PRT Ronin Simsport. That looks like fuel only for Filip Mitrevsky.
We are talking, of course, of the Ronin Simsport that finished second in the inaugural 24-hour Esports Championship after 5 odd years of the Neo Endurance Championship. That partnership that was formed with Creventic. They finished second twice in the 2019-2020 season. Once here at Monza as well, so it's not like they don't have history of going well here at the Temple of Speed. It will be fascinating to see what happens. Of course, Ronin Simsport have won in not this season, but last season when we went to the Sebring International Raceway. It was Filip Mitrevsky sharing with Vincenzo Amico. 2-driver lineup there. I'm going to go and check out who is the partner for Mitrevsky this time by, who pits for 39.2 seconds. So
Gabriel Adelyi.
So it's not the same lineup, but we know that Gabriel is just as rapid as Mitrevsky can be. So if they figured out the right strategy here, don't count them out, as MSI Esports Blue will come into pit lane this time by as well. Remember, they went very, very short in the last cycle, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I think they had to go short to try to compensate for the time loss on the pit lane and the penalty they had. So I think it was kind of like a Hail Mary of sorts from the MSI side. That I don't know if it's going to pay off. We have a perfect quote for this. It's a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off. So I don't know if it's going to pay off.
What was that originally about in the movie? Was it Dodgeball?
Dodgeball. The best sport in the whole planet.
So when we do our RaceSpotTV meetup, we're going to play a nasty game of dodgeball, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, I don't know who the prime target is going to be.
Who?
Me.
Oh, I was going to say Hugo, but okay, I'll take that too.
No. Hugo would use his speed to basically dodge from every single ball.
Yeah, if you can dodge a wreck, you can dodge a ball.
Nice. MSI Esports, by the way, driver change there. So I think Danny Elgube is done for the day. Christian Lamella takes over for the 74. R8G in the 88. They're also down on pit road, but it looks like Racine Fazui will stay behind the wheel after a 30-second pit. That's another short pit stop from R8G, isn't it? That's not the first time we've seen them take a short fill.
They've just completed 21 laps, which is, you know, basically 2/3 of a tank. And then it looks like they've gone and taken fuel to do another 20-ish lap stint. So I can't say I understand what's going on or how this one is going to shake out, other than that I think the last hour could be very, very interesting in this race, the way that it's going. Everyone has gone, no, we're not going to do, you know, 2 big stints, 2 big stints, 2 big stints, and then have to splash and dash with 12 minutes to go. No, we're gonna cut this cake up into some very weird 7 slices.
Yeah, I am utterly lost, utterly befuddled, and Well, they're not even halfway into this race. Back to the topic of baseball, by the way, because I saw a look in chat. Gwinnett Stripers. I like that one. That's not as memey as you know, the Trash Pandas, for example. But we need more teams. I think I agree with you, David. We need more creative names. I think Talk Freak Racing in the 981, that 992 car, have a bit of an issue themselves. I see them stationary and going quite slow on track. Pure Sims and GT4 are coming onto pit road as well. So pit road, a very busy place. We need an esports competition where a sim racing competition. Do an esports competition. Let's jump out of iRacing as well. Let's do Rocket League. Let's do Valorant. But we have to force them to come up with names. So it's not Coanda SimSport. It's the Coanda. I don't know. BS competition is probably the only one that has it easy because we know what they're going to be.
See, I feel like normally the better your halftime entertainment or your mascots or whatever, the more boring your sport actually is. Like, if you need 10 international superstars to do your halftime show, how entertaining are the halves of football actually? But like, have you seen the Philly Fanatic? Like, I don't know, I think baseball has just the right mix of the sport is actually okay to watch and everything around it is absolutely crazy too.
My favorite thing about baseball is at the Atlanta Braves Stadium, where they have a guy dressed up as the Freeze from, I think it's The Incredibles, and he's like a sprinter, an actual sprinter, and they get random people from the you know, the fan base to come and race against him, and he destroys them.
Like, I was in the bar in Chicago when Cubs were playing, and of course it was on every single TV and everyone was there to watch it and whatever. And then the Cubs won, and everyone starts chanting like flag, flag, flag. And like one of the members of staff from behind the bar like pulls out this giant flag and hands it to a random customer who then climbs a ladder out the front of the bar to hang a giant flag with just a W on it. I was like, okay, cool.
Oh, another car off the road. Xavi Ross has had a moment. So that's two 992 cars in the space of seconds that have had issues. When it rains, it pours. It does seem like these incidents just fall in line. I'm getting word, by the way, from the GT4 category that the only reason that Talk Freak Racing is still running is because they see the GT4 behind them is still running and they want to make sure they're at least in front of them in the classifications. Here's a look at what happened to Xavi Ross. Remember, they had a 20-second penalty from qualifying to serve. Oh, careful. We've already seen penalties for rejoins. They have to be careful with this one. They thought about it for a while. They thought about maybe running into the path and then thought better of it, Lorenzo.
And it's kind of like, should I stay? Should I go? Should I stay? Oh, a little bit of a bump going into
PRT Ronan giving them a bit of a squeeze into the braking zone. Thought they were going to be given the racing line and they weren't quite. And it's caused some consternation.
Lights flashing.
You've got both Ronan mobiles.
Yeah, that's the second of the Ronin cars who's trying to find a way past the Oris Racing 992. Lights flashing, which always means that guy is the happiest driver in the world. He loved what he saw from the Oris Racing Porsche there.
It's basically a round of applause.
It is. No, it is exactly. These two cars are on strategy to do something different, as there comes the 77 onto pit lane, Vincenzo Amico, who did win with Philip.
Car.
Yeah, no, exactly. I was like, why do you break up the winning lineup, guys?
Tactical, just like everything else they do.
So it's not just one tire Bila, it's well, I'm trying to come up with a name, but it's again, my brain is just not functioning fully right now. We'll come up with it at some point. GT4s, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. They're into the box now. Ashley Finch has already pitted. 44 seconds for the 416. Here's Altus Esports, who are doing 149s, compares to a 150 for Alessandro Bico. So the tide has turned very slightly, but Biko's hanging on impressively with his older tires. Again, we do expect Biko to come in and hand over to Moreno Sorica for the final 2 and a bit odd hours of this race. Where is Team 75 going to emerge in comparison to the Pure Sims Esports 416 car? Because it's a 45-odd second pit stop. There goes, you can see on the left, the time has stopped in terms of the pit stop time. So the 475 has begun to roll. Now they were close on the entry to the lane. How will it work on the exit here? You can see bit by bit on the left side of your screen, the timing comes down and down and down. 5 seconds and closing it is a slow pit lane here as well, given the speed that you carry on the main straightaway, 80 kilometers an hour. But the gap will hold at about 3.5 seconds. So again, let's re-emphasize here, Lorenzo. Pure Sims started this one on fire, almost 10 seconds clear. Team 75 went a bit long in the first stint, and from there, they have not looked back.
No, not at all. Of course, just some issues here and there because of the... I'm not going to say issues on track. It's more like the pit strategies for everybody else. But it's a team that I think David can agree with this. We're very deserving of a win at Red Bull Ring. I think they had issues. I'm trying to remember who was the issue with. I think it was with the GT3 early on in the race. As the 24 have an issue, I can continue after if you want to break that one down.
Now we'll get a replay in a couple of moments' time, but it's one of those series as well where the field is always so close at the top end where one issue really can drop you out of contention for Pure Sims. We mentioned it earlier, 3 races, only 1 self-inflicted mistake, 2 incidents with traffic have deprived them of any chance of entering victory lane, and that is a low, slow, old, lazy spin for the German sim racing number 24 car, so that explains what happens there.
A little bit unfortunate, but then again, the car does sometimes get, I would say, a little bit loose on the Parabolica. And not Curva Alboreto, fight me, I don't care. And it's interesting to see that the Pure Sims, again, truly deserving of a win back in Red Bull Ring. Had issues early on. Tried to fight back. I think they got into top 10 eventually, or top 8 eventually. But it was a letdown of a result from what they were doing in the Red Bull Ring. It was basically a copycat of a race of what they were doing here. Of course, you can say T75 Bernhard is in front, but their race so far was just incredible.
I remember Pure Sims did take pole in the Red Bull Ring. It wasn't a good race either, though, as well, for the Team 75 car, looking to bounce back after victories to start off the season in the first 2 rounds, both at the Hockenheim Ring and at the Sebring International Raceway. It has been a season where, in all but one class, teams have taken multiple victories. Altus won the first 2 races in the 992 along with SimRC in the GT4 class. In TCR, Core Sim Racing, Corentin Gunes and Kieran Karenson won at Hockenheim, and then at the Red Bull Ring, Team Hoisingveld won the race at Sebring to split up that gap. Consistency of winning is rewarded just as much as consistency of finishing positions. The point structure very similar to what you'll see in the likes of MotoGP. Here's a look, though, at the Biela Racing Team Euronics car as he works his way towards the Ascari, up the hill in towards Ascari, being chased down by RSR, by G Performance, who are yet to come down and pit, so they'll be due any lap or coming soon. Michael Neumeyer has just rolled himself out of pit lane. 35-second stop.
So that's about 80 to 85% of a fuel tank, and it looks like fuel only too. So that's a little short, but not, you know, super short like R8G did with 31 seconds, or we saw Acetec Volante Sim Sports in 992 go for 18 seconds of fuel. It's only a slightly short fill there to cover off some of that splash and dash later on.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around all the strategy things that are going on. Bit of an update on some race control things. It is another penalty for the Williams Esports number 5 machine. Well, Daniel Lafuente, I'm not sure what happened here. This was for contact with the 475. So that would be the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC car that leads in GT4 on the exit of turn 7, which I would guess is Lesmo 2. Is a 5-second penalty, but because it's his 3rd penalty of the day, the penalty gets upped. 15 seconds will have to be served. It's also just come through that the Arnage competition number 23 car in their Porsche 911 will have a penalty to serve as well. This is for contact with the 136 car, who is the Junkos Racing TCR machine, and then for overtaking off the track. Now, that penalty has been served, as has the Williams penalty been served. The only one that I'm seeing that has not been served out of the about 10 that have been issued was for the 404, the Aztec SimSport Volante car, which is of course retired, so they're not going to be serving that one at all. But it's calmed down very slightly here, David. At one point it was looking like it was just going to get feistier and feistier, but as it tends to do, the race has settled in very nicely.
Well, it becomes inevitable that the teams all going down different strategy paths splits up the track position a little bit for it all to potentially reconvene a bit later in the race. So you do and should get this part towards the middle of the race where it just cools off a little bit, but because the teams are thinking long-term strategy, thinking about fuel numbers still potentially, although everyone's realised they're not going to make 5 stops and they're committing to 6 with some short fuels here and there, and maybe that reduces some of the more aggressive fuel saving. But still, everyone splits their strategies, goes their different ways, and then, you've got cars further back on newer tyres, it'll catch cars further ahead on older ones, etc.
And we mentioned about off tracks earlier. 50 is the limit for getting a drive-through, but you'll get a warning at 25. 2 warnings have been handed down in the last few minutes. 1 to Arnage competition, 1 to Williams Esports. So getting those warnings before the halfway mark are not a great trend, but it's a reminder to those teams that there's a limit and they can maybe just dial it back very slightly. About 3 hours and 12 minutes to go. Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC have pitted with Jamie Moon. They've come out about 5 seconds clear of the Bila Racing Team car that we're watching right now. Daniel Lafuente diving into pit lane for Williams Esports. And that number 5 car might see the driver change happen now. Split the race 50-50, or as close as you can get with how things are looking. But again, plenty of pit stops before the top of the hour. RSR by G Performance, bit by bit closing 29 laps into the run onto the anchors to make sure they don't interfere with Bila too much. Probably what... It's smart in one sense, David, to hang back a little bit, but by the same token, low fuel is usually a recipe to go quite quickly. So if you're Kai Askey, you can see how he closes in the draft. The question really would be, how does he close in full race conditions?
This is always the phase, the stint in the race where the car is the fastest. Someone's gone and done a skipperoonie of the chicane up ahead. When the car is low on fuel, but you're towards the end of your first stint on the tyres, you've still got tyre performance. There is the poor German sim racing GT4 that is yet to finish a race this season, but is hoping to. So this is normally exactly when you set your fastest laps in your stint, at the end of the first run on the tyres.
A couple of driver changes as well. It looks like Sotomuto takes over from Daniel Lafuente. Looks like BS Competition are into the pits as well. Sindre Setsource follows him down. Let's take a look at what happened to Marvin Lesmolen coming in through the Roger. Just clatters the curbs on the inside, and then it went go, go, go. And that is the wrong way, Marvin. I'm not sure if you knew that.
I think he was well aware of what he was doing. You can't, as you know, has been alluded to by Lorenzo Bonda, you can't dump the clutch in those GT4s, well, especially the Cayman. In theory, you can disable the traction control and you might be able to loop it around, but the turning circle not great, and your options for lighting up the rear tyres to loop it around rather minimal as well. So using all the paved runoff to perform a big balloon loop was, you know, a little awkward. Strange to see a racing car do, but actually probably the best course of action there.
Yeah, suboptimal is probably the best way to put it. And you're talking about, you know, getting the traction control off. I did tell Will Chadwick I was going to bring this up at some point today. He lost it on the entry to pit lane yesterday in the 12 hours of Bathurst. Didn't actually crash into anything, but ended up reversing into pit lane at Bathurst. We know the Bathurst pit entry is not the simplest of things to get right. It's almost like its own little section of corners. But then he wasn't able to get the traction control deactivated. So he spent about 30 seconds getting that car turned around in pit lane and cost Fordzilla a chance of a 19th position there. I did tell Will I was going to mention that, and now I've done so. And so when he comes and joins us in the broadcast booth at some point, which I'm sure the newest member of RaceSpot is bound to do at some point, I'm sure I will hear about it very slightly. GT3 pit stops underway in the 46 camp for the second of the Biela Racing Team Euronics cars. Luca Kita looks like he's going to stay behind the wheel, but T3 Motorsports by Maniti. Tim Matska will hand over to Luca Wanch. Florian Denard in the 43 for Altus Esports will take over from Rafael Rezag. So it is interesting that Lorenzo, we're seeing the drivers and the teams just split this into two stints, I should say, for the drivers, rather than, you know, doing 2 for one driver, 2 for a second, and then maybe 2 for a first again.
Yeah, and also because Monza is one of those tracks that, in my opinion, don't demand too much of the driver, right? I think the thing that demands the most is just, I would say, the patience for you to make the overtakes, but it's not a track that demands physically or mentally. It's kind of like Le Mans of sorts. I mean, the track, not the race, okay? Another countryside of 1,440 minutes of a race of where cars go brum, brum, brum. It's a track that it's very, I would say, relaxing. You just have to memorize your braking corners whenever you do your stints.
On board with Carl Jansen in the 959 for Core Sim Racing as he slots in behind the Altus Esports car. Will Chadwick is, by the way, not just driving his car, but has enough focus to come and jump into the YouTube chat, apparently. Will, focus on going fast, please, instead of coming and listening to us. In towards the Roger, just listen there. You saw the briefest of fuel savings. He's not going that aggressive yet on the fuel saving. You could go a little bit more careful into the corners, save that little bit more. Oh, Will Chadwick. Will Chadwick, do we have a copy with you?
Hiya.
Okay, I've got to tell you, you got to focus on your driving as well, but thanks for joining us live from the cockpit. How, I mean, we know how the race has been going. How's the recovery drive going?
It's going all right. We're 5 laps down though on any other car, so I don't imagine we'll pick up any positions. However, I did get some damage from some curbs, which I didn't realise I could even do, so that's not helped.
Now, we know you enjoy a bit of GT4. We saw you win the iRacing Roar. What is it about GT4 that you like? They're baby GT4 car, baby GT3 cars, very similar to the road-going counterparts, but they're not easy to go fast in.
No, I really like the tyre model that they have. Like, you can really sit them on the edge very easily, and I find it quite fun to drive. But other than that, they're really good to race with. Like, it's really easy to have a nice, clean race, and yeah, the draft's pretty big, which is sometimes an advantage, sometimes a downside. It depends which position you're in.
Now, what's it like with lap traffic in a series like this? That's the thing that I always think about. 4 classes, pretty big speed differential between some of the classes as well. It must be slightly chaotic when you get, you know, a GT3 and a 992 lined up trying to pass you while maybe you're trying to pass a TCR car.
I think you just got to be patient, like you said. I mean, I think that it's important because you've got to save fuel in these GT4s to make the correct amount of time in order to do 6 stops. So just like to do 1 less stop basically than you would do flat out. You can just use the fuel. As in, like, you can just use the traffic to save fuel, so you can back off into, like, Lesmo 1, let a car come through, and just let them come through cleanly, because if you end up going side by side, you then aren't able to turn in, the car on the inside's compromised, you're compromised on the outside, and you actually both end up losing more time. So I think it's a bit of the art of traffic management comes into play.
And how do you prep for traffic management? That's always something that I think that people don't realize. You can't really practice for it. It is just a skill that you develop, you know, by doing more and more races, I feel.
No, I completely agree with you on that point. I think you can do like a lot of official races. Multi-class always helps. But in a series like this, where you tend to get 4 classes, you can't really get that. Although you can't get that on the iRacing service as it is at the moment, unless you're ending up in a special event. So, series like Neo, like other series that you can partake in, really help to develop those skills. And yeah, just it's developing all the time. Just focusing on what you need to do as a GT3 absolutely sends it through a sculpt. Oh dear. We're all. Ooh,
it's all right. It's all right. Your lap's down. You're just there to recover some points, right?
Yeah, exactly.
One more question, and I'll let you go and focus on driving, which clearly you're doing a fantastic job of doing, since you can talk to us and you're 3 wide as well, just behind you. We're having this discussion right now, long stints versus short stints. I know you like long stints. Why do you enjoy doing marathon stints behind the wheel?
Because you can get into like a rhythm. So if you can get into a rhythm in the car, it happened like towards the end of my stint yesterday in the 12-hour. If you can just get into a relentless rhythm of like concentration and just perfection, you can really start to do some better times than I think you can do just jumping in the car for 2 hours. I think there is definitely a benefit to only doing like 2-hour stints, especially if you can get into that rhythm quickly, because you become less fatigued. I know, especially towards the end of the 12-hour yesterday, I became a bit fatigued, which impacted my pace a little bit.
Is that when you spun the car on pit lane?
No, but I noticed you mentioned that, so I came in here to thank you for letting everyone know about that.
I told you yesterday I was going to bring that one up. Thanks for coming and chatting with us from the car. This is more fun than, you know, just the regular chats that we get with the drivers. I'm loving this one. Hopefully you at least recover a few more championship points, because you and I were talking. The win last time out, that's what you think that this car and your team deserves over the course of the season.
I think especially if you look at Sebring, I think our pace in Sebring was there for the win. But, you know, it goes for you, it goes against you. I'm surprised with how SimRC have managed to take the lead so far, but I wouldn't count out Entropic. They've looked fast. They've been bringing that gap down to the leaders as well.
Well, okay. Well, I said I was going to ask one last question, but one final actual question here. Since you're now a commentator, you can put the commentator's curse down on people. There are some rather varying strategies going on here. Entropic's 18 laps into a stint. Team 75 is only 9 laps into a stint. So it's not just about pace now, it's about the strategy. You're out of the mix, so I don't feel bad asking you this question. Who's going to win this race in GT4?
I mean, I think the safe answer would be SimRC, because they just have a really strong lineup. I think, yeah, I think SimRC's lineup is stronger. You know what? Actually, I'll go for Entropic just to throw it out there. Why not?
Well, 2 pole positions for them. Maybe they'll get the race pace dialed in at the right time. Thanks for joining us, Will, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
No worries. Thank you for having me.
That was a live chat with the Team Fordzilla driver from behind the wheel. We need more of that. We need more of that. I don't know about you, David. I actually quite enjoy talking and driving at the same time. I say that all the practice I had done for my Bathurst 12-hour race yesterday as well. There was a car spun in turn 1 that I'm seeing from my vantage point. Looks like one of the Talk Freak racing cars. But all of the practice that I had done while practicing and chatting with my teammates. As soon as I got behind the wheel of the race yesterday, I had to be quiet. I had to focus because Bathurst can just bite.
Yeah, I mean, he's 5 laps down with 3 laps ahead of the next car for position, so maybe he's got the, you know, he's got the time, but it, you know, it depends. It depends how much you can talk and drive and whatever. I was playing a little bit of Age of Empires 2 earlier today, and I was sucking, and I was like, why am I playing so badly? And I was like, oh, I normally have like music in the background, and it kind of like keeps me like hyped, and it keeps my APM high, and I don't know. So it's I think that is just one of those deeply personal things, you know. Even, you know, a Formula 1 level, how much drivers like to hear from their team or not, you know, it is totally up to the personality and the character of the driver, even at what is a very, very selective peak of motorsport performance.
I mean, Maxime Briant, for example, the Apex Racing driver, we know he likes to have a little bit of a cat jam going on. When you look at his webcam, when he's driving, he always has that back and forth movement going on. I mean, Lorenzo, how do you like to practice? How do you like to race? Do you like having distractions, or do you need maximum focus?
I don't mind distractions. It's like, for me, it really depends on the race. If it is like something of, let's just say, if it is like a 500, the Indy 500, give me less distractions as possible. I don't mind talking. The talking part, I can deal with that. I can do the talking, but I don't like bantering on the background. If it is gonna have some banters, try to minimize the banter on a 500 race, where I'm gonna need deep focus because each single lap is changing, or the number going 24, you can have some banter. It depends on the race. If it is a league race, however, I don't like talking. I'm basically going to be on my own as we see what happens to Antti Salminen going to turn number 1. Yeah, it looks like your traditional overshooting the brakes going into the corner.
Yeah,
it doesn't have anti-lock brakes.
Yeah, was a bit fast in, and I think just turning that car in, the rear end pendulumed around as it does tend to do, as 3 wide TCR GT4 and 992 Carl Janssen almost off into the grass. That's about as close as you want to take it, but he knew the impetus was on him to not lose too much time to the Altus car in front. Is there some damage to the left and the right of that bonnet?
Well, it's a unique and new shape for the 992, isn't it? There's more cuts and intakes and whatnot than there used to be. From this angle, it's hard to know what's factory and what is potentially smushed up a little bit, but I'd say the front left definitely, as if you look real closely, and the front left definitely.
Yeah, no, that definitely didn't look proper. I mean, we will wait and see. Through Ascari they come.
Oh my goodness, I am so sorry for cursing the 467.
Uh-oh, what's just happened?
They've made contact with Armco between the Lesmos. They're still running though.
Yeah, we'll get a replay of what happened there, but hashtag blame David Haynes. It's your fault, David. It's your fault.
Never going to be welcome back in Germany again.
Sim Racing Expo, let's take over. It will be the RaceSpot Sim Racing Expo next time. RaceSpot Expo. Well, speaking of which, May 14th, Will Vincent announced it yesterday, we're going to be having a bit of a summit in the UK. So if you are in the UK, you can, I don't know if it's public or not, but we'll be having a bit of a meetup, a gathering of the minds. Here's a look at the replay. Marvin Lesmullen behind the wheel just gets shoved off wide and trying to wrangle it back into submission, not able to do so in time. The right rear hits first. That might be the saving grace for the car.
Oh, he's in pit lane now, so I think the damage might be not insignificant to the 4, 6, 7. Yeah, they've got a meatball.
Oh, yes, because you can now check that, can't you, in the sim. Well, That will be then a lengthy pit lane repair.
Maybe William Chadwick will have someone to battle with.
Oh, or maybe William Chadwick will have someone to pass. Depends on how you look at it. Bo Albert says that he likes to listen to music all the time, even when racing. The question I'd have for Bo Albert, do you listen to music in World Championship races?
Only
Wait,
the
does he
greatest
race?
hits.
Yeah. That's got many levels there. That's got many, many levels.
Oh, David beat me to the punch.
David Haynes is not only not welcome in Germany, he's not welcome in the Altus team house anymore.
I am very sassily just sipping my coffee.
What time is it for you right now, David?
Time for another coffee. Well, it's 3:11 a.m. for me, but it's 4:11 a.m. for Bo Albert, who I say needs to go to bed up lest he curse his teammates yet more.
Ah, yes, that is true. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock in the morning for me. It's probably about midday for Tyler Maxson and a little bit later for Lorenzo Bonder. And then you've got David at 3 a.m. in the morning, just sounding like he has just woken up from a nice little nap. You're in trouble with Bo Albert, and he has just cursed you to one of the most evil of fates that you can get, stepping on a Lego.
Bo, that is evil. I really wouldn't want to wish that even on my worst adversary.
Although having said that, if I'm stepping on a bit of the new McLaren F1 Lego car, I won't mind so much.
That is true.
It's the whole kit.
Yeah, no, exactly. I've got to say, I am a fan of the Lego. It started, I bought the Lego Discovery. It's been a while since I played with Lego. Until the
7 have parked the car and retired and left.
Oh.
4 races in a row, 0 points and a retirement for the German sim racing GT4.
And it looks like they had decent pace today. They just haven't had the luck. Sometimes you make your own luck. Sometimes you need the luck to go your way. It just works like that. What was the quote? It's from a golf player. I don't make my luck, or I don't have luck. I just practice a lot. It's not always like that. Oh, the 429 race gear car. That's a self-spin in through Lesmo 1. Oh, and then that is just about okay as a rejoin. That was cutting it close with those GT3 cars coming. But yeah, I mean, David, 4 races, 4 retirements. What does German sim racing need to do to finish, let alone have a good finish?
I don't know, and it didn't really feel like they did anything. Like what different could they have done in that situation? They got 2 GT3s bearing down on them quickly as they approached the Lesmos. It almost looks like they might have given up the inside line there to try to stay out of the way, and I think it was Ias Vendeval here that
I like how you say that name, by the way.
Might have pushed out a little wide and helped them into the gravel, and then there was no saving it from the Armco. Once the GT4s get out of shape, they do seem very, very bouncy, difficult to catch back again.
Yeah, I'm taking a look again on my side. We maybe can get the replay up for you guys again to be able to follow this one. But I would argue it's a racing incident, but I'd also say that the Vendeval car is a little bit aggressive in trying to get on the power and was always running the German sim racing car out of room. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what more Marvin could have done differently to have avoided anything happening there. And once he was off into the grass, into the gravel, he was basically done for. There's not much that he could do. Still watching Altus and Core Sim Racing as they work their way into turn 1. I think Carl Jansen's doing a whole bunch of fuel saving, given that he's short field compared to Simona Maria Marciano last time by. And not really closing on Alessandro Bico. We saw Marciano really struggling with the old tires in that last stint, but Bico is a lot more in control of that car. car, 49.1 last time by, compared to a 51.15. Yes, traffic played a factor for Altus, but VCO's doing a much better job, Lorenzo, of being able to nurse the tires through the stint here.
Yeah, as we're gonna look on the replay of what happened to the Van de Val car, just running on the inside. But yeah, looking for the cockpit cam doesn't do any favors, I think.
And I'm not saying that's all, like, if Van de Val was trying to bully their way past. I just mean to say that Marvin Lesmerlin had nothing else to do. He was on the outside, he's running his line, he's got to turn into the corner. The only thing that you can I could say is that Juan Lopez maybe is on, drifts out just a little bit. We're talking half a car, maybe a quarter of a car, a tenth of a car. But that was all it took for that to retire the German sim racing car. And so from 48, we'll be down to 42, still running, as Alessandro Bico actually comes into the pits for Williams Esports. And I think this will be the driver change. He has done half this race. And out steps Bico, in comes Moreno Sarica to run this car surely to the end. They're splitting this race basically in half. And it's going to be Moreno Sarica against the Altus and Core Sim Racing cars to the end of this one, David.
Yeah, indeed. So looking like full service then for Williams Esports. There was nothing really wrong with their pace before that stop though. So I think overall they're still in a good position because they're about to finish up their stop shortly. Altus and Core here are only, you know, 5 or 6 laps away from needing a stop themselves. Williams Esports could come back into the lead and on some good tyres, depending on how the fuel strategy all is as well. Moreno Sarica's just leaving pit lane now-ish. So I think you still got a pretty decent three-way fight as well.
Halfway through the race, 2 hours, 49 minutes to go, as we work our way closer and closer to the championship finale. Next time out, we'll be racing again for 6 hours. Here's a look at something that happened to a real-world driver, Gustas Grimbergers, behind the wheel of the Simpson 966. Got all sorts of out of shape on the entry and then does a good job of controlling that 992 Cup car over the gravel through Ascari, and have had a slow-down penalty to serve a car that's running last of the running 911 Cup cars for the time being. Seeing that Martin Sirotek has come down to pit lane in the Entropic 412 Porsche 718 Cayman, so the GT4 pit window begins to open as well, but a ways away from seeing the SimRC car onto pit lane, only 16 laps into his run. And remember as well, Lorenzo, we've got fuel limits in effect for 2 of the classes here, which really does mix things up. In fact, for 3 of the classes, the Porsche Cup car is 75% limited, the Cayman is 80% limited, and the Audi TCR car is 60% limited. As Core Sim Racing, oh, there's contact with Altus there.
Ooh. A slight contact between Simone Maria Marciano and Kari Jensen for the lead, going to turn number 1. More time lost for Maria Marciano than Kari Jensen going into the Retifulo chicane, and now
is that a redress?
It looks like it.
Proactive from Carl Jansen. It looks like the minorest of hip checks. As they try, Carl Jansen was trying to get the move done cleanly. I think maybe,
yeah,
with plenty of fuel saving already done, maybe he thought it was time to get the hammer down, and now he's going to actually be smart and hang back from that Team Fordzilla car, not force the issue. Here's a look on board from the roof of Simone Maria Marciano. So he goes deep. Oh, yeah, no, I can see why that was redressed, because he just ran. Jansen just ran the Altus car completely out of room. That is some Formula One my corner level of running someone off.
The thought crossed my mind immediately, and I couldn't think of a tactful way to go there.
I'm not tactful about it. I don't think there's anything I hate more in modern F1 than this my corner BS. It is absolute BS. Give racing room. Give racing room. It's as simple as that.
You know what's the funniest thing though? I'm already got flagged from him. I don't care about this anymore. It's the funny fact that if it happens to him, he goes on radio and say leave space.
Oh, you're going right there. I see where you're going.
I already got flagged from another related incident yesterday with his team. So
Max
I'm
Verstappen
just
is not
riding
your
the
biggest
wave.
fan right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there was
I heard he liked Brazilians.
not this Brazilian in particular.
Not this Brazilian particularly.
Yeah, there was a
Fair enough.
yeah. Were you watching the final 4 hours of the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours yesterday, David? It's Carl Jansen's going to go up on the
I was
Jacks.
asleep.
Okay, yeah. So Carl Jansen's up on the Jacks. Maria Marcheno is not. So 2 ties for Jansen, no ties for Marcheno. Bit of a change there. Where will Moreno Sorica come out in comparison? Where is Sorica, in fact? Because he's already gone. Side by side on the exit. Course sim racing. That's not with a car fighting on the lead lap. That's the Oris Racing 977. Williams are back to the point, in fact, even after a short stop for Maria Marcheno.
That's what I said. They had a good lead when they came into that last pit stop, even though it was a full pit stop for Williams. And knowing that the other 2 cars they were battling needed to stop pretty shortly. This isn't great for Core either, by the way. Absolutely side by side in this one as they left pit lane.
I think the fact that Williams is back in front is a testament to the speed of Alessandro Bico on worn tires. If they win this race, it might be that stint from him, which is the determining factor. To go back to the point about Max Verstappen not liking certain Lorenzo Bonda very much, there was an incident at the towards the end, the final hour of yesterday's Bathurst 12 hours, where the 3rd red line car, which I think had Alexander Thieber behind the wheel.
Who had an incident at Ascari, or Juno?
I believe it's Tim Clayson's in the Torque Freak Racing 981 car. Yep, no,
Yeah.
that's confirmation, going slow. T3 Motorsports by Maniti in the 978, by the way, are on pit lane. But there was, I believe it was Alexander Thieber coming over the top of McPhillamy Park down into Sky. We're going to take a look at the replay first, so we'll get into that in a moment. He's got his GT4 counterpart behind. Oh, it's those anti-cut curbs on the inside. Oh, that is good. That's a great job to slow that car down and not run himself into the tire barrier on the inside. Look at the hands, locked all the way. And I don't think he hits the wall there. I think he got away with one, David.
An inch from it. Just an inch from it there.
That is spectacular.
And there is that little bit of the wall that almost seems to jut out there that he had to just squeak past to avoid damage.
Incredible. That was fantastic is what that was. But to go back to this point, because it made me giggle a little bit while I was watching. But we're getting word as well that maybe the left rear had made contact, so we will see if the 981 car feels any lingering impact from that collision. But Alexander Thieber over the top of McPhillamy Park is coming up on a Lamborghini that is laps down in this race.
The race clutch, by the way.
Yeah, the race clutch car is trying to get out of the way, but the problem is they get onto the grass that's just on the outside. When the curb comes to an end out of McPhillamy, they're on the grass, that spits them around, and as Thieber's trying to go down into Skyline and get past, the Lamborghini pitches around and takes out that red line car. What was your point, Lorenzo, about the incident? You were trying to say that race clutch didn't mean that was going to happen, basically, right?
It wasn't. I said don't blame me too much on Nathan Moore, which was a driver back then, because it wasn't intentional. It was a human mistake. You're driving for 11 hours. You're tired, and the tiredness kick in, and you're basically at the final hour of the race, so your body is sent to relax a little bit more than usual. So I think he had, of course, he didn't have the intentions to crash Thieber out. I said it was an unfortunate incident. That was enough to bring the entirety of the red line team to spout a few words at me.
Max Verstappen, Atsi Kirchhoff, Johnny Vecchio, all not fans of Lorenzo after those comments last night, but yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying, though. I mean, it's the one. I think Max is. I mean, once Sir Lewis Hamilton is done with F1, we don't have anyone who's going to be able to challenge Max at that level.
George Russell.
We'll wait and see. I'm of the opinion that George Russell is going to be better than Valtteri Bottas, but still not as good as Lewis Hamilton. But again, we'll wait and see. He is that talented that there is not going to be many that can challenge him in Formula One. Now the question will be, what's his legacy going to be in F1? Because I think his fans will love him, without a doubt. His detractors will point to some of the incidents and the way that he reacts to the incident as points against him, just like fans of Lewis Hamilton will point to some of the incident that Lewis has had. You think of the incidents with Alex Albon, for example.
Good old Nico hit me.
Yes, or even that year. But Lewis Hamilton's legacy is predicated now on the fact that he is an 8-time world champion. We'll wait and see.
8-time?
Oh, you're right, 7-time. Hashtag Michael Massey robbed Lewis Hamilton. That clearly is my bias showing through.
I have a lot of complicated feelings.
Well, I tell you what, let's give another bit of a rundown with 2 hours and 40-odd minutes left to go in this race. That would be the length of an IMSA race in the real world, but at least here we got still plenty of racing to go. Let's start with, let's go in reverse order. We did the TCRs first last time. Let's start with your GT3s. PRT Ronin Simsport leads the way, but on a very different pit strategy to the rest of the field. They'll be due to pit lane in a couple of moments' time. Yaltayan for BS Competition sits in second. Excuse me. I'm looking at my timing screen wrong. There it is. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC sits in second, 20 seconds down the road. But of course, that 78 car due for pit lane. We'll see with 8 laps difference how things will cycle out. And then you got Michael Neumeyer in the number 45 Biela Racing Team Euronics car that had a moment in the first hour that saw them lose a couple of seconds to the lead. They were the first to take a full service and a driver change. Neumeyer's carried on from Sven Haase quite nicely, and the Biela team looking good, 3rd and 4th with the 46 in close pursuit. MSI Esports Blue sit in 5th with the pole position car having a penalty to have served as well. You've then got Yaltayan in that Zebra in 6th, Luca Wunsch for T3 Motorsports by Maniti 7th, Florian Denard 8th, Vincenzo Amico for Ronin Simsport 77 car in 9th, and Ricardo Rico in 10th position. Down in 11, we'll go to the 992 class first, and quickly we'll talk about the top 3 here because those are the ones to watch. Moreno Sorica on fresh tires has just jumped into the car. Williams Esports looking good, Altus chasing them down, and there is an update to give on Simona Maria Marcheno, who has been in that car since the start. As soon as he gets out, it will indicate that Bo Albert will be driving that car. However, we can confirm it will not be Bo Albert behind the wheel. Jordan Caruso accidentally joined the wrong car. He joined the Altus GT3 car. Race Control has given Caruso permission to race under Bo's account for this 943 car. Otherwise, it would be day done for Altus Esports in this category. Core Sim Racing slightly behind. Got a bit of damage as well now to the rear end of that car being playing to ping pong in traffic. They are looking still good for a podium with the Volante Porsche Cup 996 4th and T3 Motorsports by Maniti 5th. At one point, Maniti was part of that leading group. Racing Lab Esports, Pure Sims Esports, Simsa Esports, and the Oris Racing team through 9th with Talk Freak Racing in 10th. Plenty of issues for the 981 here today. Let's run you down then through the GT4 next, and David Haynes, why don't you talk us through this one?
You said GT4 again?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. leading at the moment with Marvin Strel. Pure Sims in second. Those two have been going head-to-head for the lead in this class and are looking like they could be the strongest today. Undercut Racing Team White currently in third from Entropic and Carbon Sim Sport. Race Gear in sixth. We spoke to William Chadwick for Team Fordzilla in seventh not long ago. They're trying to hold their seventh place there from Talk Freak Racing 3 laps further behind them. Marvin Lesmühlmann have retired the German Sim Racing 467 not long ago. Pretty heavy contact with the Armco between the Lesmos after they got a little bit of a helping hip and shoulder across the curbs and across the gravel. Nasatec Simsports Volante GT4 also looking pretty retired to me.
That's the GT4s, and Lorenzo, talk us through the TCRs.
Sure thing. As the MSI Esports are basically leading this race, if I recall correctly, they are in the lead and never look back. Core Sim Racing in second place. Team Hoisting Fellow with Kieran Harrison in the car with a good third. Stint in third place. But they're actually not. They're in second place. It's just that my timing screen is going insane. But Team Hoisting Fellow in second. Core in third, Impulse in fourth, Emmanuel Scully in the UCOS car in fifth, John Siemens in sixth with Simsa Esports, and Odox 91 laps behind. They're not in the race anymore in seventh.
You only need 2 cars to tango to produce a fight, but TCR very much has been broken up since the start of this race. 2 hours and 35 minutes to go. We've been live and uninterrupted so far today. My name is Arjuna Kankipati alongside with David Haynes and Lorenzo Bondo. Tyler Maxon down in production controlling all of the action. I mentioned during that update on the 992 that the rear end of the Core Sim Racing car looking a bit worse for wear, and I've just gone and taken a look. It was not because of some ping pong in traffic. Instead, it was a bit of an excursion for Carl Janssen into turn 1. Here's a look at the VCO replay, and just watch here. A little bit too deep, a little bit too aggressive, and then takes the anti-cut curb, takes flight as well. That rear end of that Porsche 992 Cup car now looking slightly damaged. Another update while we were running through your positions as they are. The 77 Ronin Simsport car, which has been taken over by Gerard Hendrickson, has had its own moment as well. Not the easiest of second half of the races for them, and the new driver not getting that run out of the pits off to the best start. Lots of pressure on his shoulders now to get the performance levels back up to where that 77 car had been. Also sounds as though the Racing Lab 992 car with Carl Herzog behind the wheel might have had its own little moment through the Rogia. As we watch Williams Esports and Altus duking it out, nose to tail, heading down into Ascari. And again, we mentioned it earlier as Bila Racing Team Euronics really forces their way on the entry into Ascari past the 943. We did mention that the second driver for Simona Maria Marcheno would be Jordan Caruso, but a registration mix-up means Caruso accidentally entered the GT3 car. He will be racing under Bo Albert's account. To me,
we fudge that in the overlay.
I wish we could, but to me,
shame.
That indicates, you know, they were saying, Bo was saying there's a driver announcement coming soon. Jordan Caruso, hashtag confirmed. Living in the house.
I mean, speculatively, we can speculate. It's not a guarantee. It doesn't necessarily have to be the case. But
speculatively speculate on speculation.
Yeah.
Well, I've taken another look at what happened to Hendrickson in that 77. I think there might have been a technical issue. He came out of the pit lane and just stopped. Stopped in the pit exit as well, where, of course, for those who know Monza, the pit exit is on the right side of the run down into turn 1. It's a tricky place to stop as well, because if there's any action going on, you're in a bit of a dangerous situation. Turning our attention back to slightly battered up front end of Jarl Tyen in the BS competition car. This is the BS Turner livery that we saw debut in the real world at Sebring last year. The GT4 car that ran.
Did Turner run a car in the Creventic 24 Hours of Sebring?
You mean at the real world race? I'm just clarifying.
Yes.
Technically, no. Technically, it was just a generic, I think, BMW entry. But Robbie Foley and a couple of the drivers did get some experience with this M4 while it was, you know, getting its final homologation details done and dusted.
Okay.
That race, of course, was the same weekend as, what was it, round 1 of the championship here? The 6 hours of Sebring, so a nice little tie in there. Can also tell you, we talked about the 50 incident limit for off-track. Lots and lots of teams are getting warnings for that. Also told by our producer Tyler Maxon, it was Rahal Lenneman Lanigan that ran the car at the 24 Hours of Sebring. But again, like we said, they had a couple of the whatchamacallit, the
Development drivers?
No, Taco Turner drivers. That's what I was trying to say. I was trying to get there. I got there eventually. The Taco Turner drivers that did show up and got a few laps. Car didn't run entirely smoothly, but I think it was a good learning experience. Unfortunately for RLL and for Taco Turner, the M4 didn't really have a great showing at the Daytona 24 this past January.
That's an understatement.
That's an understatement. And, well, they got taken out twice in that Sebring race as well. That sounds like one expensive test day.
But didn't they get, I think, 6th place or 5th place, even with all the without the BOP and the car not being able to perform? I think that was Farfus' car that got 5th or 6th.
Maybe. I will say that, you know, it's the first race as a homologation car. The BOP will evolve over the course of the season. The Corvette struggled somewhat as well. The new, you know, the GTE that's now become a GT3, at least for a couple of years while they build the proper car. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, by the way, are down on pit lane with Pure Sims already having pitted. So we'll now wait and see what the gap will be between those two. But I do think that we will see the M4 grow and you know, as soon as they get a bit better of a bench line on that car. And
there's not room left on this earth for BMW GT3s to keep growing.
Oh, it's not as big as the M8.
Isn't it?
No, the M8 was bigger. M8 was bigger.
It's not.
I thought the M4 actually had the same wheelbase.
Wheelbase maybe, but I think the dimensions of the car are much more. Tyler Maxon, who he won't mind me saying this, is not the tallest of gentlemen either, or kid, because he's still not 18 yet. He's saying the car is pretty small. I would agree. I think I forget the dimensions off the top of my head, but it is not as bad.
I keep wondering, I think if we're to pick the cars that are bigger from BMW, it has to be the M8. The M8, I think there's the M8, there is a Cliff, there is a Abyss, then you got the M6, there's another Abyss, and then you got the M4.
Tyler Maxon is not happy because he's 5'10", and yes, he's right. That's not small, but I'm 6'5", so that's small.
You're bigger than Yuri Kastorp.
How tall is Yuri Kastorp?
He's 2 meters in...
No, he's taller than me. I'm 196 then.
Oh, okay. Because he's 2 meters tall. Alright, I thought you were taller than... It's just that these American measurements, sometimes they do tend to get a little bit confusing.
Never trust the commentator's math. How tall are you, Lorenzo?
I'm 6 foot tall.
Okay. You gave the answer in American units.
I'm one, because we use, that's the only measurement I think I know it is correct.
All right. David, how tall are you?
About 175.
So if there's any one of us who's actually going to get to ever actually sit in a proper race car, it would be you. I think I'm too tall.
I worry I might be weirdly proportioned though. I think I have a relatively long torso and shorter legs than other people who are the same height as me.
Interesting. I'm like the other way. I have weirdly long legs and a relatively short torso.
Arjuna says that, but he never asked the day that I could have driven a 911 GT3 Cup car, and I actually got inside the cockpit of one.
Yeah, but did you drive it?
No.
So it's a moot point.
Yeah, it's just like I blame university, not me.
Will Chadwick's hoping to jump into a Lamborghini Huracan this year. We'll see. We will see. 2 hours, 26 minutes left on the clock. Team Bernard by SimRC came out in front of Team 75. Bernard by SimRC came out in front of Pure Sims to the tune of almost 14 seconds. Big old gap. Big old gap developing there. The place where the gap has come down, and we've not really paid any attention to it this race, is TCR, where Core Sim Racing is now only 2.5 back from MSI Esports. Kieran Harrison and Karin Tengunes have done a master job to reel in Mark Perez in that MSI Esports 111. Now, Mark Perez has been sharing that car with Victor Lobato. Perez has just jumped back into that car. I wonder if maybe Lobato was the slightly slower driver of the two, and maybe now we'll see Mark Perez be able to pull the gap up very slightly again. Now let's point out as well that GT3 pit stops have just commenced once more. We've seen the PRT Ronin car in 5 laps ago. Team 75 Bernard in the GT3 class has just come in. Looks like maybe a driver change going on there. Might be the final driver change that we'll see today. And David Haynes, you're trying to question Ronin, what the strategy is looking like from their perspective.
I mean, they were, you know, doing something interesting, doing something different. They were in our RaceSpotTV YouTube chat, so I thought I'd ask them, do you think you're going to win? Do you think you can win? And they have got a good, well-funded PR department. Hey David, we have to take each lap as it comes. Full credit to the guys. A lot of racing still to happen in this one. Just want to thank all the guys back at the factory who tune up this machine, and hopefully we can turn around and put in a good performance in the last 2 hours, 20 minutes. I've been watching TCR and S5000 all this weekend, and I don't know. Yeah. That's all the Australian drivers given an interview.
Is Cooper Webster racing in S5000 this year?
Yeah, he got a podium.
Oh, nice.
At Simmons Plains.
Nice. Oh, the PRT, not the PRT Ronin car, just Ronin car. The 77's had another moment off the track. I think this one is not just pulling himself to a stop. We'll see if we can dial up what happened there. There's a comment, TCR always forgotten. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, Matt Madigan, that unfortunately with just 6 cars running in this race, and for the vast majority, the gap for the lead being up there at what, 15 odd seconds? Yeah, we weren't focusing on it. We'll focus on it now. So here is the 77 who swore, that is self-inflicted. And to quote Fernando Alonso, that might just be a little bit of karma. Trying to go down the inside of, I think it was the Torque Freak Racing 41 GT4 car in towards the Roger. That was never going to work. And well, they're the ones that pay the heavy price at the end. Back in TCR as we're taking a look at the times. Mark Perez, bit by bit, is extending that gap. He's a 10th or so a lap quicker than Kieran Harrison here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, looking at it, last lap 22.017 for Mark Perez. Kieran Harrison just a 10th of a second slower. But it's like, if it is widening, it's not by huge chunks. It's just small things, but every small thing should be taken into consideration in a race like this. So, way to go, Mr. Mark Perez and MSI, just showing why they are one of the stronger teams in TCRs out there. But still, a lot of a racing lap just grabbing the codes of another team.
We'll wait and see how far he's able to pull that gap up. Of course, single make TCR class here. And what are you seeing from this battle for the lead here, David?
Well, just some defensive maneuvers from Marino Sirica, just trying to keep himself ahead of Simone Maria Marcheno. It's two Italians at the Italian track for some hometown glory in the 992 class. They got a little bit more traffic, but look, that's almost moving in defense, reacting to what Simone Maria Marcheno was doing. Only offers him the outside for the first chicane, but he's going to keep his nose there, and they battle side by side through the next apex. And just like Core did on lap 1, Williams find themselves with one of their drive tyres out in the gravel, and it doesn't help propel them through the first sector of the lap.
Well, Altus take the lead again. They're on older tyres. Moreno Sirica still on the tyres he started his stint with 15 odd laps ago. Be interesting now to see how the strategy is going to differ over the course of the remaining 2 odd hours. Now, remember, we're expecting a driver change from Simone Maria Marcheno at some point in the race. That will likely be the last time, I think, that they would take tires. Surely, Lorenzo, stop with 2 hours odd to go and take those tires to the end.
Yeah, which is the blueprint right now. I just checking track conditions. Okay. This is interesting. Well, but then again, we have to remind ourselves they are right in the middle of winter. Track conditions, I think, are going to be prime for everybody to try to take a dig in. I thought it would be much hotter since we're at peak temperatures. 28 degrees on track, so you can push the tires.
Will we see triple stints maybe in the GT3 as well? R8G trying to find a way past, and I think for a moment they thought about a look to the outside. And this is where that top end grunt of these cup cars is going to be put on display, because look at how Williams is actually closing and might even look to try and get past R8G. How do you play this if you're Altus? Both of the 992 cars play it smart and back out of the corner to let through the number 88 car. And it was a good indication of just that top-end speed that these cars do have. Now, remember, of course, we've got 2 more races to go after this. Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya will be on the 13th of March, so basically a month from today. And then we'll finish off with that 12-hour race, the longest one of the season, at Spa-Francorchamps, where, again, that top-end grunt might just prove to be very, very crucial. Looks like Team Fordzilla might have had an issue. And it's the William Chadwick, who was behind the wheel when it happened. So you know we're going to roast him as much as possible. Can only really do that when drivers become commentators here on RaceSpotTV. So let's take a look into the Rettifilio. Sir, that's not where you're meant to be going. He's murdering some cones for good measure. He took the chicane properly, though, at least.
He did. I respect that. Properly navigating the chicane style points. Might have a bit of autocross in his future if he loves, you know, slalom between the cones in a car park.
Yeah, but furthermore, I think there's something called brakes and brake markers and brake points and something called steering in the car that he probably forgot going around the Rettifilio chicane. But I just gotta say, you get 5 points on your penalty points on your driver card because you murdered cone. We do not accept that at RaceSpot.
We do not. We do not, and we're actually in the process of making some RaceSpotTV merch. Should be done hopefully shortly. One of the shirt ideas is going to involve the RaceSpotTV code, and of course one of the other bits is Max in this split? Which, come on, you got to put that on a shirt. You've got to put that on a shirt. Another short stop, by the way, for Boujouin Kuster in the Aztec Simsport Volante Porsche Cup 996 car. 14 seconds in the box. Now, I've been befuddled on a lot of the strategies in GT3, but I have an inkling of how they may converge at the end. I still don't understand the 14-second pit stops that we're seeing from the 996.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you do a short fill at some point in the race. Okay, take it early, maybe get yourself some track position, and then have another short fill? Wouldn't you be better off just having a full pit stop?
I wonder if they think this is the official series, not the, not the 24-hour series, 6 hours of Monza.
Yeah, once I think would be explainable. Twice is befuddling. If they do it a third time, I'll be lost. Cause I'm looking at
and
the
he
race.
even got to slow down on his outlap.
Oh, that's adding to the pain. I'm looking at the race control sheet. There's not been anything really reported for a while now, which is not something to complain about. And oh, that Acetec car's had an issue. That Acetec car is actually back on pit lane. Well, we were just digging into the strategy. Turns out the strategy will not matter. There you can see that is the 996. Stationary on pit lane, required the tow back to pit lane. We'll have to wait and see exactly what happened to Bujwin Kuster as we grab the VCO replay. So Lesmo won. Can we jump on board, please, Mr. Producer? Can we jump back even further? Let's get a look at the gearing and how that car is shifting up. So third gear to fifth gear down to fourth. Looks okay, he's in second. Gonna pull third. What's happening here? That might be hardware related, but that's a bizarre hardware failure.
It's not fuel, right?
It doesn't sound like fuel, although the fact that he's gone to neutral might indicate it's fuel. But how do you stop for 14 seconds and not take fuel?
Did it go on the jacks but not take fuel? Oh, goodness, someone did that at Red Bull Ring in a different championship. The car came in, started taking tyres immediately, and they realised that had fuel unchecked as a default, and then started taking fuel after the tyres.
So I'm looking at the pit stop. Tim Matska indicates that it's out of fuel.
It's out of fuel.
I trust Tim Matska. The car doesn't go up on the jacks, though. So what were they doing for 14 seconds stationary?
15 sets of windshield tear-offs.
Well, no. So the question I'm posing now, David, is have they been having technical issues with iRacing, which has meant that they've... Does that explain why they had the shorter stop before?
Raises far more questions than answers in my mind.
Yeah, we'll try and dig into the paddock and get an answer from them. Yaltayan in that BS Plus competition car is down onto pit lane. Wouldn't be shocked if hands it back over to Julian Kesselhut at some point in this race. Kesselhut was really on the pace in the early runnings, and Tyan's going to step out. Kesselhut will jump back in. BS competition, by the way, trying to carry on the momentum from earlier today when they won in the DNLS. Does look as though, because Bujwin Kuster is back out on track now, does look as though it was just an issue with the fuel, and that is painful by no fault of their own. They've been up there in the top 5 on occasions, and Tim Matska says maybe he's wrong. We don't think you're wrong anymore. We think you're right, and it would be a logical explanation for the thing that's been befuddling us. And one of the Altitude Esports drivers jumps in to say that they had this issue at Bathurst yesterday as well.
Can I say there is a upside for this though? There's a silver lining at the end.
This is going to be an incredible take.
They are still within the lead lap of the 992 class.
Oh, okay. I guess that's kind of a silver lining. Although
Yeah.
I don't see how they can be on the lead lap because...
No. They are within the lead lap because I'm looking at the intervals of all cars. There is no car from the 992 which is a lap down from another car, right? I think if it is like that, it would be the Raccoon Racing. But the gap is nearly a full lap down.
Gotcha, okay. And confirmation from the team, from what we understand, The fuel was never added despite it being selected. That is painful. It's not happened once, it's happened multiple times. Now remember how Creventic and the 24H series do pit stops in the real world, as Michael Neumeyer jumps in front of Luca Wunsch and Ricardo Rico are down on pit lane this time by. Now a 1-2.
It looks like Britain when they ran out of fuel, everyone queuing up to get to a pump.
Luca Kita's out of front. But that's what they do in the real world. I mean, it's the most interesting thing about Creventic and 24H for me when you watch it in the real world. It's the fact that pit lane is not hot in the same way it is in other series. It means that you don't have to get all your pit crew as prepared as they would have to be in case there's a fire. But it means that you have traffic jams at the pumps. It means that if you don't time your pit stop right, and as Tyler Maxon knows all about, if you get into pit lane out, running dry, and you now have to wait 10 minutes because there's 3 cars in front of you in line and they'll take a bunch of time to fill up. That's how it works. It's tough.
Oi, boss, fill it up, man. Oi, boys, fill it up, please. Thank you.
If only it works like that.
By the way, there's absolutely no way Aztec Simsports Volante can be considered to be on the lead lap in class when they are 2 minutes 30 seconds behind.
It's weird for me. It's weird, but I can hear me out. There's some. It might sound weird what I'm gonna say, but I had a similar incident on the Nürburgring 24 where I disconnected. I had a disconnection, but I was still within the lead lap because what happened? The tow actually counted me to be with, gave me 1 lap, so it kind of like it threw me all the way back into the field. So I was like, let's just say nearly a full lap down, or like 5 minutes down, but I was still within the lead lap of the leader of the class. So it's a possibility.
I'm sure Aztec Volante Simsport wish that was true for them right now.
If it is true, is going for the jugular right now. He is having none of this right now.
Yeah, if it is true, I'm gonna say Lorenzo. I want to have a shirt. Lorenzo is always right.
No, we're not printing that. We'll print Lorenzo is always killing people. We'll print that. I've got no problem with that.
I'll get that I'll get 3 shirts of that, and I'll give giveaways on my channel.
I like the sound of that. Never trust the commentator's math is now morphing into just never trust Lorenzo. Full stop.
That is, I agree.
2 hours and 10 minutes to go. We thank you for joining us here for round 4 of this 2021-2022 24H Series Esports Championship, the 6 hours of Monza. We are live on RaceSpotTV and VCO Esports. If you're watching on RaceSpotTV or watching in glorious 4K, it doesn't get much better than this as we continue to step things up.
Which TCR was that around? There's only a couple to pick from, so I'm gonna guess it was Simsa.
Yes.
Had Craig's face on the side.
That's how you know it was Simsa. Blame Craig for that one. And well, are they going to take the chicane as well as Will Chadwick did? No, that's not even trying. That is 0 out of 10.
At least the physics on the polystyrene was slightly satisfying.
At least he didn't just drive right through it.
Can I actually do can I fill up a protest for a race control for murdering cones and totally obliterating the...
Oh!
Ow.
Now, they were the lap behind Impulse. They weren't fighting for position. So they were too fast in, then they got onto the grass, which compounded the difficulty of getting the car slowed down. And poor Jan Bol in that Impulse 122, no option other than take the hit, but fortunately at least he was looking good. Here, as David Haynes put it, is the flying formation for the Bieler Racing Team Euronics. It is the 46 though that is in front of the 45. Luca Kita and that 46 car are +6 from where they started, taking some liberal use of track limits there on the exit of Lesmo too. Half a tenth separates these two, then it is a full 12 odd seconds back to the PRT 78 car, which has just made a driver change 15 laps ago. Don't expect that we will see a tire change now, a 4-set tire change to the end of the race. Maybe they'll take 2, maybe they'll just risk it for the biscuit and go to the end on the tires that they're on. But at one point,
these two cars are tied in the championship points for third at the moment.
Oh, they are.
Equal on 37 points apiece. Then behind them is BS Competition and Marla tied on 33 points. So some tiebreakers necessary in this one in those GT3 standings.
Now remember that it was a 24-point gap that R8G had. 3 podiums, 3 races for R8G. They've finished second, third, and first. But R8G have a very comfortable advantage. 24 points to Bila. It would come down by 13 to the car that wins this race. It would come down by only 8 to the car that finishes in second. So there is a lot to fight for here. It is not going to be as simple as you think, because with not many races to go, maybe there needs to be some team orders here. Maybe you do have to. Oh, it might not matter. The 45 car almost gets absolutely obliterated by the Undercut Racing GT4 car. What was going on there?
3-class interaction, wasn't it? You've got the TCR car, you've got the Undercut GT4, and well, GT3 can kind of look at every other class sometimes and think all of them are equally slow, but the reality is GT4 is bearing down on TCR, looking to go down the inside there, right as Michael Neumeier, number 45, also has to squeeze down the inside.
So let's ride on board with Neumeier. Now I'm going to put forward that the Undercut Racing car is trying to be aggressive to cover off the attempt from the 45, but that was also very, very aggressive from Neumeier to make the lunge that late into the corner.
Martin Brundle would say day late, $1 short potentially on both of them. The GT4 waiting on one GT3 and then trying to move aggressively across to the inside to not only pass the TCR but prevent the next GT3 from passing them immediately at that point. And was, late with a big move, which, is a great combination. Similarly,
you're the hero when it works.
Yeah.
You're the villain when it doesn't.
He was like to the right-hand side of the circuit, looking that way, pointing that way with intention, long before the GT4 car changed lanes, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, no, I'll say it again. You're the hero when it works, you're the villain when it doesn't. It's one of those things where, is it worth the risk? I'd argue not, but it worked out okay, so by that logic, surely it was worth the risk. Getting toward the 2-hour marker. Core Sim Racing in the 992 category have come down to pit. Carl Janssen, 26 odd seconds stationary there, so just fuel for that car. Reminder, you can follow along with live timing, follow your favorite team and drivers by heading to timing71.org. Some great analysis tools to break down this race as well. And if you want to follow the race after the race is finished to see where different cars were at different points in time, they've got this wonderful replay function where you can actually scroll through like on a time wheel and see the gaps at all the different points of the race. Really, really useful tool.
You know the best feature that Timing 71's got though?
Tell me.
The delay to make it match whatever pictures you're watching.
Oh, yes. No, that's true. Yes, yes, yes.
So, if, for example, the stream is 15 seconds behind the live timing, you add 15 seconds and they sync up and you can make that match for, it's great for real racing, and it'll work the same here with however many seconds the YouTube feed ends up being behind the live timing.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do that as well when you're watching, you know, real-world things that are on TV, because if
No
you...
spoilers.
yeah, no, exactly. I've watched a couple of IndyCar races following on timing 71, and it will say yellow flag, and then you look up, and then you see the incident that brings out the yellow flag. It's always interesting like that. Let's talk a little bit about incidents and race control very briefly. It's been quiet for a while. The 481 car, it's the Talk Freak Racing GT4 that we've seen up on its roof about 2 odd hours ago, has got a 10-second time penalty for cutting across the nose of the 77. So that would be the Ronin SimSport car. Is that the incident that we saw into the second? Is that into the Roger?
Well, that would be a different interpretation to what you said at the time if it's the same incident I'm thinking of.
Yeah, that's why I'm so shocked. I'm going to go and see if I can pick this up on my own replay, because that might be a rather useful thing to go and see. Now, this incident took place 3 hours 39 on the iRacing timestamp. Yes, no, that is it. That is it. Wow. I find that a bit of an interesting call. Now, I can appreciate from one perspective the fact that, yes, the 77 did, the 481 did turn in, as we get a great view of pit lane right now, which is relatively empty. But I'd even argue that it was a very late lunge from the Ronin car that forced it would have forced the 481 to basically turn out of the corner to let him go. So I'll be honest, I don't necessarily agree with that one. The only caveat is maybe that the 481 is, you know, laps down from the rest of the field, so maybe that's the reasoning for race control. But Altus Esports, we saw them on pit lane. Now, Jordan Caruso, not Bo Albert, has gotten behind the wheel of the car there. It was a 43.6 second stop. We're now going to get to see the pace of Jordan Caruso, who, of course, is racing in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Round 1 for him, up and down. He got 10th in the sprint, which is a rather good position, but then 23rd in the feature. There was a lot of chaos in the feature, maybe not reflective of how the entire season is going to go for him. He's sitting in 18th in the championship. It will be fascinating to see how he does over the course of the year compared to some of the other rookies. Of course, former teammate Cooper Webster is the best of the performing rookies. Webster left Altus to join up with the Red Bull Racing Esports team. Finished 9th in the sprint, 5th in the feature did Cooper, who now actually sits 5th in the championship as well. That's another close moment. That's close. And that's probably on the core TCR car for being a bit too overly defensive there, as the 46 and the 45 closed in towards turn number 1. Kieran Harrison, who has now fallen 7 seconds back from Mark Perez. So maybe that's why he's being so aggressive, Lorenzo, is he knows that he's just been falling by the wayside in that battle for the lead.
Yeah, it's falling like a domino now. It is 7 seconds in the meanwhile. There's a little bit of a switch in TCRs as it's going to get clunky on turn number 1 as Team Hoistingfeld now in 3rd place. But yeah, that's I'm going to use some commentators' words. It's suboptimal. Of course, they didn't have a crash, but suboptimal.
That is the Lewis McClade choice of phrasing. Vince Peters jumps into the YouTube chat to talk about the issue with the fueling. Apparently this time it wasn't a bug. They actually didn't have the fueling checked, and so there was some confusion until he left without fueling the car. So maybe this time by wasn't the same as the issue that we were talking about earlier, where some teams seem not to be getting fuel even though they've requested the fuel from iRacing. But it's one of those situations where the people outside of the car, the engineers, the drivers who are not actually behind the wheel, really can be very, very useful in terms of keeping a calm head and making sure that you affect the pit strategy in the right way. We have ducks below, 2 hours to go, live and uninterrupted here on RaceSpotTV. Getting darker and darker and darker. Not going to be racing into the night, but because of the level of cloud cover that we've got, we definitely have some cool track conditions. We have just passed 2 p.m. here in the virtual Monza. There's a look at your conditions. 26 in the air, 28 out on the track itself because it is an overcast day. There's not much sun poking through the clouds to bake this track and heat it up like we've seen in the past. Some gusts of winds, yes, but not necessarily that strong. I think that's the big thing, though, the fact that, David, we're not seeing super high track temperatures because high-speed tracks usually mean within iRacing relatively high tire wear because of the temperature that gets put into those tires. Because it's cool, we've seen the strategy windows get opened up a little bit more.
And Monza's typically one of the slightly lower tire wear tracks, or the other way to think about it is that when your tires are worn, the performance penalty is a little bit less, unless you can't put the power down off the 2 really slow corners. But yeah, again, typically one of the circuits where, you know, going longer on the tires is a little easier to do. And then you combine that with these conditions have been giving us lots of interesting strategy. High fuel consumption, low tire wear, throws the strategy all around compared to the playbook at some previous rounds. And it's actually kind of nice, I think, to have some pretty consistent conditions across the whole race, because it's pretty common that we do get these, you know, gigantic swings from 45 Celsius to down to 20 when the sun sets or something, and that's great. But maybe not every race needs to be like that.
Yep. I got distracted for a brief second there. I was looking on social media. David, you were espousing your Nostradamus status for the last time the 24-hour series was here at Monza.
Yep, but no headlights, no racing in the dark this time. I got lots of Twitter likes when I posted that when it happened. Now a year later, recycling it, get a couple more. Brilliant. Sustainable.
Give us the plug. What's your Twitter?
Great question. It is.
Wow, you don't have that on the... even I know. Isn't it Haynes Racing?
Yeah, it's at Haynes Racing. I don't have it tattooed underneath my eyeballs.
Yes, follow
about different conditions, you know, the racetrack. Saturday at Simmons Plains, quite a sunny day, whereas today, Sunday, more overcast conditions, and you've got to adjust to those conditions, and that's exactly what Cooper Webster's mum did with a nice sun hat on Saturday, but rocking just a baseball cap today, as she was incredibly nervous watching Cooper Webster race S5000 Australian Drivers' Championship this weekend. She's about as nervous watching Cooper race S5000 as my mum is watching me attempt to park in a car park.
It sounds like Cooper Webster's mum is getting the NBC treatment of Scott Dixon's wife.
Yeah, I don't know why they can't find anyone else in and around the pits during the S5000 races to point an extra camera at. But maybe she's just a little more animated than everyone else. She was quite engaged at every moment of all 3 races.
Well, a gap between these Beeler cars and the chasing.
Second in the championship after round 1. There we go.
Who, Cooper Webster?
Yeah.
Not bad.
Behind 3-time Australian Drivers' Champion Gold Star recipient Tim Macro.
Nice.
What a name. What a name. Gap, by the way, for these Beeler cars to the PRT Ronin 78 is coming down bit by bit. Hard on the charge. Is gaining about half a second a lap is the PRT Ronin car. That gap is 7 seconds. Last we checked in, it was about 12. So that's your indication of just how much they are closing at this time. We'll talk briefly as well about the 992 battle. 13 seconds separates Williams Esports from Logitech G Altas. Altas are actually back in the clutches of Core Sim Racing. There you'll see them down in towards the Roger. That's not Bo Albert, we'll remind you. That's Jordan Caruso. They sent an image to Race Control to verify as well, so it's not It's not like they're just trying to pull a fast one here. Altus are doing the right thing and very much getting out in front of this issue. They didn't want to have to retire that car. Race Control being nice and accommodating to ensure that this battle continues to go on. Now, Moreno Sarica, last time he came down to pit, it's 29.3 seconds. Compare that to the 43.6 for, I was about to say Bo Albert, for Jordan Caruso and for Altus. That's still going to take me a couple of laps to get used to. The question now, Lorenzo, is really going to be, for the Altus car, how quick can they go while still preserving the tires? Now remember that it was a 13-second delta. The expectation should be that there's going to likely be at least one more 13-second delta to go in favor of Altus at some point during this race.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be maybe on the next pit stop where we might see that swing of the pendulum go into Altus' way. But if we're going to go that way, we have to come back towards Red Bull Ring, where they were the guys in front and Williams was the chaser. So whenever Williams was the chaser with the proper Bo Albert in the car, Moreno Sarica and Biko actually caught up. I think it was Biko driving the car and caught up to Albert eventually, I think with 20 minutes to go prior to the crash. With BS competition when Vasilia Veliciatis was driving the car. So it's doable, you know, especially in a track that I think it's highly dependent on how you navigate through traffic and get the laps cleaning lap after lap after lap after lap. So that 12 seconds can go up in smoke just like that if you don't get 100% focus on your stint in the final minutes.
Another penalty has come down from Race Control. This one's to the 174. So that was Simsa Esports for the turn one moment that we saw where they clipped the rear end of Impulse, losing it under braking. It's a 20-second penalty. It's a slightly harsher one because it's a repeat penalty for the 174, of course.
And let's go deserved for what they did to that bollard.
Okay, that's true, but I'll go back to the point where you remember when we were talking about that previous 174 penalty, where basically the team that they hit, the Junkos TCR car, basically asked Race Control if they could appeal on behalf of Simsa because they didn't feel that the penalty was deserved.
Yeah, I can understand why Race Control say that, like, that's not how this works. Sorry, I'm just seeing, I swear the Altus GT3 there might have almost got on the brakes a little early as it separated the Altus 992 from the Core 992. Have Core got a slowdown there, or are they just not getting off the corner well?
Are you indicating there's some team games being played here?
I just thought it was funny, and it's interesting when you've got two generations of 911s together in the Altus paint, but they're different classes. I mean, there's several teams with cars across several classes, and I'm not saying anything that wasn't
right. No, I know that
car racing happened.
You're treading the line, but I do like the fact that you've got, for example, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, they've got a GT3, they've got a 911 Cup car, and they've got a GT4. We've even seen them race TCR, so they could have had 4 entries across the 4 classes if they really wanted to. You also got, for example, Pure Sims, they've got one in each of the top 3 classes as well. Simsa's got a 911, a 992 car, and a TCR. Core Sim Racing, a 992 and a TCR, even though, again, we've seen them race across the spectrum of things. So it is good to see that there are some teams really committed to the series and enjoy what it represents. Did I mention Pure Sims? They've also got a car across of each of the 3. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Well, with an hour and 50-odd minutes to go, we are getting towards the next cycle of pit stops for the GT3 competitors. And from here, correct me if I'm wrong, David, but it should be
Turn one.
Oh, that's a big incident in turn one, and that involves Altus. What has happened there?
Both Altus cars.
With Jordan
And
Caruso.
Simrc GT4.
Yeah.
Who are giving a tour to
one of those
bollards.
polystyrene's boards. Yeah. I was looking away for a moment and just looking at the timing to see the various pit stop strategies, because we are in that window where it would be a one stop from here for every one of the GT3 cars. What happened into turn one? We'll get the VCO replay. We'll take a look at that. It involved the 43 of the Altus GT3, who... Now, did the Cup car hit the rear end of the sister GT3? I think that's what we're about to see here. Caruso is late on the brakes and then almost plows into the cars. And if the Simrc GT4 car hadn't done the wise thing of taking to the escape road, he would have been obliterated, I think.
I get the feeling like almost the GT3 car got in there too hot as well, but it does all really just stem with this 992 car not preempting the checkup that kind of happened between the different classes in that big crunch zone of turn one. Like, I feel like I might have flagged before the start of this race.
And that, of course, is your GT4 pole class leader. I think now the key thing is what's going to happen with them. Can they shed that board? They have a 19-second advantage, but they have lost 5 seconds this past lap. Let's look once more on board. Slow it down. I think the GT3 might have gone in hot, but they were always going to be okay.
I think they were really looking and probably were close enough to get down the inside of Bernard's 75 there.
That is close. That is close. Now, I am almost 100% sure that is going to be a penalty. Question will be how big it is.
Again, a little too speculative for me to weigh into, but yeah, I mean, that's pretty slam dunk, causing a collision incident responsibility kind of.
I think it'll be 10 seconds. It'll be 10 seconds based on the precedent being set. Now, 10 seconds means it's Williams Esports race to basically lose. Now, I still want to see where that polystyrene board is with the GT4 car, because it seems as though they've managed to pick up the pace. That's it, right? Oh, he's managed to clear it. He has managed to clear that polystyrene board. That is crucial.
Yeah, and apart from that, I don't see any damage. I've, in past, had, you know, stuff where you manage to pick up a cone and get it lodged in the front of the car, and you can't see it, but you can hear it and you can feel it. It, you know, ruins all the front downforce and the front grip and will make the car wash out pretty bad, as well as maybe hurt your straight line speed. So for them, it's important that they got rid of whatever it was they were carrying.
They managed to lose
any further harm.
Yeah, they managed to lose it in the Roger as well. So that I mean, you know, a corner and a half. Like, they went through Curva Grande, they went through the Roger as well. That would have been important. Good point made by Jordan Weeks. I didn't think about this one, but they won't protest their own team. That does not mean race control cannot take a look. So it will be interesting if that is going to be a penalty on.
Take evasive action and your team 75 Bernhard by Simrc, you can protest that, can't you?
True, they could protest it as well.
So I mean, the biggest loser there is the 43 car in GT3 from Altus Esports that had a very heavy hit.
Yeah,
but there's more. There was more parties involved than just Altus.
Yeah, no, yeah, I agree with you. Let's give a bit of update now on the pit stops, because that 78 Ronin car has come into pit for the penultimate time. 40 seconds stationary, so he's looking at potentially, I think, a 35, 32 second stop in that final stint of the race. They are a minute 62 seconds back from Luca Kita. They're in front, though, of Sven Haase to the tune of 25 seconds. So the 45 car has done a driver change, taken fresh tires. Ronan will have to take these tires to the end, but again, it's not going to be a full stint to complete this race. I think Sven Haas is going to have to go on the charge, but he's going to be able to do that. For Luca Kita, the question will be, do they do a driver change? Do they take those tires to the end? Because I think if not, it will be neck and neck all the way between the 46 and the 78. 78 might have a bit of an advantage right now. The 46 will have a bit of an advantage at the end of this race with a shorter pit stop to the end. Lots of strategy intrigue still to go.
Yeah.
As Lorenzo has joined us back. Lorenzo, have you gone and had a look at that incident? Because you were away while it happened.
Actually, I was away grabbing myself some sushi and a little cup of iced tea, but I did have a look on the incident. It was a little bit of a weird one. I think the Cup car was a little bit more at fault than any other thing. But it's like Jordan Week said. I highly doubt that the sister team is going to protest his sibling team, even though Race Control might take a look at it, or even SimRC have to do the deviation. But it could have big implications in this race. And just one quick note. The last lap for Jordan Caruso, just 1,000 of a second faster than Moreno Sirica's last lap.
So he's gotten back onto the pace. Still 12 and a bit seconds, so he has closed the gap in. He's pulling away from Carl Janssen to the tune of about 1.4 now, as GT4 pit stops underway as the Undercut Racing team is in. Guilherme Egloff will jump back behind the wheel there. Take that car to the checkered flag. Couple more warnings about about track limits, and we might see some gamesmanship, I think, here from some of the teams. As looks like a bit of a battle between Volante and the Simsa Esports car, with your class leaders starting to work their way through. Jordan Caruso will need to dispatch of both of those cars bit by bit. Might look to the inside of Gustas Grimberger, this time down into the Roja. And this is where it becomes difficult if you are the Altus car behind, David, because you know that you need to clear them, but you also know that those two cars in front of you are having a race of their own.
Yeah, we've seen this kind of happen a few times. There's a spill at the second chicane.
Think that's the 481 again. Oh, and it's taken potentially a couple other cars with it. Might have taken the Oris Racing car as well. Those two were battling for position. Really not being a good day for the 481 by any means. There's also something that's come in, by the way, on the race control tracker with the 174 and the 74. So that's Simsa Esports TCR and the MSI Esports Blue GT3 car. Now, will that be another penalty? And if it was, remember, there will be an extra penalty time added because that's a repeat penalty for the 74. Here's what happened. The Oris Racing team just gets a little bit loose, and well, this one is no fault of Tim Clayson's at all.
You even see the rears lock up for Oris there. They get super loose, skating it in there a bit too hot. Oh no, I've got a little bit of deja vu.
This time it would be the other way around. It would be the 43 that does the hitting instead of being hit.
I don't think that'd make me feel any better.
Got to look on the bright side, somehow. Going back to the battle in GT4. Second on back has closed on in, but the Entropic 412, very off cycle. 14 laps into the run compared to the Carbon Simsport and Pure Sims cars behind. Ian Gagnon Renault in that 416 has just come down onto pit lane. Remember, we've been talking about this so far. Pure Sims, 3 races, 3 errors, 1 of their own doing, 2 involved with traffic, have kept them out of contention for race victory. They may be out of contention for victory again, but not because of any luck or incidents, just because of the relentless pace of the 475, which has come out of pit lane itself. And it's 22 seconds clear here. These drivers fighting for podium honors, fighting for the points in the championship, because in GT4, Lorenzo, it is close, not as close, it should be noted, as TCR, but the top 3 came into this one in the championship separated by 11 points. Now, Entropic and Carbon not in the top 3 though.
No, I'm just grabbing here the standings to see really quickly the situation in GT4s. This is the interesting part for me in this race, is that to think about in the first 2 hours, the team that we thought, oh, this is their race to lose, would be Pure Sims, because they were basically gapping everybody else. At the first hour, they had 7 or 8 seconds on the other cars of the GT4 class when they were in the train. But the 475 just bounced back. Strategy's working, traffic is working, everything just working out for them, and thus now are the leaders by 21 seconds than everybody else. Does that mean they have the victory in the bag? No, not quite. I don't think so. But I like this battle between all of them, because I think a GT4 is like, what is gonna win is how consistent you are going for top 5 results. If you make one mistake like what happens with Pure Sims or even Fortzilla in this race, it's not enough.
And I think I'm just looking at the point structure as well. Top 5s might not even be consistent enough. 25 points for a victory. 5th only get to 11 points. That is a big, big swing. And that's why the RHE, the fact that they've got 2nd, 3rd, and 1st, they look a lot better than Bila. In fact, they're almost, 24 points clear of the Bila 46 car that's finished 5th, 4th, and 4th. So it gives you the indication that you can't just be consistent. You need to consistently be on the podiums, consistently win, be at the top, be the fastest car on track, or have the right strategy to put you in the right place at the right time. Working our way closer and closer to 90 minutes to go. That's when you will start to see maybe teams letting loose a little bit more. They've saved maybe a few of those incident counts. We talked about 50 incidents get to a drive-through penalty. They've saved that up. They're now waiting to unleash all of that anger and go maximum chat here. Maybe that's when we'll see moves starting to be made. Following as well in TCR, that gap has come back down because Victor Lobato has jumped back into the car. Remember, one driver cannot do more than 70% of the race. This driver change might just give Core the impetus, David, to work their way back into contention for victory here.
Yeah, and they just had a really interesting moment trying to get past that lap down battle between Simser and Acetec. We're talking 992 here?
Yeah, no, TCR.
Well, the 992 just had a really interesting moment as well. 3 wide off the exit of the first chicane. But yeah, all action for Core. I don't think they're going to be bored in mission control. And I do think this is one of the more balanced lineups in TCR. That gets them plenty of rotation towards the first apex. You know, it doesn't seem to matter if it's Corentin Gunez or Kieran Harrison. It's a contending car.
And that's what you need. You need 2 drivers who can push the pace. If you have one driver who is the quickest in the field, but the second one, with all due respect to Victor Lobato, is just not seeming to be on the same level as his teammate Marc Perez there, it means that the pressure is put on to Lobato to minimize the damage, and for Perez to force the issue to go faster and faster and faster, so that when Lobato gets in the car, he doesn't have too much pressure from behind. That gap is now under 4 seconds, bit by bit. Gunez is closing in, and once he's in the draft, I think it's going to be hard for MSI Esports to defend the move initially. It might just be Lobato has to try and hold on, and maybe we'll see another driver change, And we'll see Marc Perez finish this race off. More pit stops going on in GT3 as it's getting messy for the Core Sim Racing car up in towards Ascari. Into the box, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, MSI Esports, and the Altus 43 car, all making stops, all taking fuel on, but no tires. No major drama for them. MSI Esports Blue, in fact, will emerge in front of the 45 Bela Racing Euronics car that Sven Haase is behind the wheel of right now. Looking at just over probably 50 odd laps to go. I've got an estimated 200 laps on my timing screen as we take a look at, I don't even know how to describe that. That's the moment that you were talking about, David.
Yeah, and it was a tough moment for Core because you got the battle between Simsa and Acetec Volante. Core's catching that. That battle was catching one of the GT4s, and I didn't catch between Volante and Simsa. But, you know, sometimes you kind of try to squeeze your competition so that against the traffic so that they have to yield, and you try to use the traffic to your advantage. That's what happened, but then it sort of... the boxed party wasn't happy with it. Tried to open up the space a little bit for themselves. All the while, Core had to try to pick their way through that three-way cluster, and I think successfully navigated by Cully Jensen in the end.
Might have lost a couple of tenths, but it was rather well done to minimize the pain. Lorenzo, I want to quickly touch on R8G. I mean...
Oh shoot, are you going to take the chicane?
Think we're okay there. Oh, that's the Maniti car, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is the
cones.
T3 Maniti car. I want to talk, though, about R8G very quickly here, Lorenzo. I mean, 3 podiums in the first 3 races. This, though, has been disastrous for them. They're in 14th. I don't really think they have... At best, they are looking at potentially finishing 13th. It's going to be between them and Williams in that battle. So at best, they're looking at 3 points added to their total. Now, if Bela can hold on, let's say the 46 car wins this race. Let's just play the hypothetical. The gap will come down by 22 points. R8G will go from being almost 20 points clear in this championship to being 2 points clear in this championship.
Yeah, to put it mildly. It's not like they're gonna lose the leadership of the GT3 standings. It's just gonna be very, very tight coming into 2 races that it could go anywhere. Barcelona is one of those tracks that for 4 cars and such a high difference of speeds and downforce, especially Barcelona, is gonna be like insane to think about how they're gonna tackle that. And Spa is a track that I think we saw in prior leagues and championships, that it's a track that Bela is very comfortable with, and Sven basically blew it out of the water, I think, with qualifying. So it's not that our RVG can make it. They would have to clutch it out in one of the results.
What's happened here? Oh, okay, yes. No, this was the mini. Oh, they just overshoot it. Simple as that. And they take the chicane. Oh, they take the... Yes, they hit a few cones, but they took the chicane.
I don't care.
And that running in second right now, but still owing us 2 pit stops. T3 Motorsports by Maniti number 7 could be on for one of their better results today.
You say that as Luca Kita, by the way, is going to come down to pit from the race lead. So we'll see how close it is between them and the 78. That's going to be crucial heading into these final cycle of pit stops. Who will have the track position to control their run through the traffic? But T3 Motorsport, the number 7 car, now 19th, 5th, and 10th, their other races this season. You're right, actually. There are a number of cars that also owe us an additional pit stop. They might still be looking at a decent top 8 finish when all things are said and done. So where is the 78? The 78 is coming down into Parabolica, I believe. And Luka Kita is about to roll himself. There we go. 39, 40 seconds. 42. This is a long stop. Is he taking tires? Luka Kita is taking 4 tires, I believe.
Well, if it goes to a minute 10, then that would be exactly what they're doing. Minute 2, but there might have been a bit of a short fuel in that. So they only just finished up a 24-lap stint when we know 31 is possible from a full tank. So that car might be brimmed off, but then also we're looking at 90-ish minutes to go in this race. So again, they don't. That could be 3/4 tank there, 3/4 at the next stop. That gets them home.
Yeah, no, I think the right call was to split the fuel. Now, the question of tires is not something I am sure about. I'll have to go back and look at the strategy and pick up what they've been doing over the rest of this race. But I think they may have just played into the hands potentially of the numbers, the 78 car. So they are about 14 seconds back from the 78. So they've got 90 minutes and fresh rubber to close in 14 seconds. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Also tracking TCR where, like Jordan Weeks points out, that gap is under 2.7 seconds now. Corentin Gunes, 0.3 a lap, he is closing. He has really gotten the hammer down. This is the 78 car with the 45 behind? Or am I getting myself all sort of confused? That's the 46.
78's in red, isn't it?
Yes, no, I got myself confused. That's the Ronin. That's just the Ronin car.
Yeah, it's the Perulus one.
Oh god, yes, the Perulus one. So the 46, I am taking a look right now. It was no, I think timing 71 is not telling me the full story right now. I think the last time that they took tires was lap 63. So they've gone 60 plus odd laps since taking tires last time by. Maybe. It was only a 43-minute stint before. Now we're waiting for timing 73 to update once more, but I think it was another slightly shorter stint this time. Still plenty of strategy intrigue as we try and pick apart the various things that have been going on in this race. It's been a fascinating one, and this is why endurance racing is great, Lorenzo, because you can approach these races in so many different ways, and they'll all converge at the same spot, the checkered flag.
Yeah, people think, I don't know why some people think endurance racing is boring. Oh, because we're going for 6 hours around the same track, 8 hours around the same track, 12, 40, 24 hours around the same track. And nothing happens. We like action. We want cars banging, people fighting, middle fingers pointed at the camera like at the Dubai 24 or something like that. I was talking to Peter Mackay. That probably is one of the best scenes I'm ever gonna see in racing 2022. I cannot get that out of my head, but it's great. Like you said, he has so many ways to approach a race, like strategy A, B, C, or D. Everything converges at the end. You only know if your strategy gone right if in like in the final hour and a half, final hour of the race, where all the gauntlets are down and you're going toe to toe against someone.
Well, we're looking at the MSI TCR car, who's only 2.5 now clear of that core sim racing car. You can see in shot how close the gap is. The other MSI car, it goes from bad to worse. They put it on pole, a great lap from Danny Elgerbay, but another penalty for contact with Simsa Esports means, because it's a repeat penalty, it's not just 10 seconds, an additional 10 seconds have been added. MSI Esports well and truly out of the hunt, maybe even of a top 5 finish. That penalty will have to be served. This is where we now have to look at the regulations, because this is where things do start to become just a little bit more difficult because of the way that these time penalties work. If a penalty is less than 30 seconds, and you get the penalty during the last 90 minutes of the race, the penalties are just added to your race time. That is different to if the penalty is greater than 30 seconds and you don't serve it before the penalty of the race, in which case the penalty gets doubled and it's converted into laps, all at the discretion of race control. So for MSI Esports, hypothetically, they could just go pedal to the metal here, David, not serve that penalty on the track itself, and just see where the chips will fall at the end of this race. But this is where I don't actually know how to approach this as a team and driver. I think you could. There's a different couple of ways to look at it.
I think pretty straightforward for me. In any race where there's a chance of a safety car, you serve your penalty as early as you can.
Yes.
In any race like this where there's no chance of a safety car, you serve the penalty as late as you possibly can. So I'd serve it as late as I thought I possibly could.
The fourth place rather has gone to Beeler Racing Euronics in the 46 car. They get on past Team 75. They flash the lights at the MSI TCR car. Again, this is for race win. The class lead in TCR. There's Core Sim Racing coming through the Roja, closing bit by bit. There was a driver change, by the way, for Core Sim Racing, not in TCR, but in the 992 class. Oscar Mangan will take back the reins of the 959 from Carl Janssen for the final 80-odd minutes of this race. Now remember, draft range is quite big in these TCR cars, so once that gap goes below 2 seconds, Corentin Gunes will start to feel the hole in the air that's being punched by Victor Lobato. And full credit to Lobato here, Lorenzo. I've been somewhat negative on the pace from him and how he kind of is brought back into the mix, Core Sim Racing, but he has managed to pick it up very slightly. He is really starting to get the hurry on now.
Yeah, he's doing his best effort to try to keep Corentin Gunes at bay, but the problem is Gunes is 1/10, 2/10 of a second faster per lap, and that's enough for him to get closer and closer. I think in this lap he might be 3/10 of a second faster in the lap or something like that. I think what mattered was the first laps that Lobato did that were in the 202 range. Now he's in the 201 range. I think helps him out a little bit more, but then Corentin Gunes just decided to do a 201.665, even though on my advil lifetime it says 666. He's with the devil.
Yeah, and that gap now is 1 second. Looks like the David Barraclough powered 481 car has had its own issue as well. More not been a fun day for Talk Freak Racing. They're going to be hoping I can get out of the comms box as soon as possible. On board with the Frenchman Corentin Gunes, working through Curva Grande in towards the Roja, in drafting range, closing bit by bit. With the bit between his teeth, when will he go for the move? Surely the smart thing, David, is go early, try and run away, because if Marc Perez gets back behind the wheel, all bets are off. It would likely be favoring MSI on that pace equation.
Yeah, I mean, there's still one more pit stop to go between these two. If Corentin just catches him, rolls with him, saving big fuel, then he'll jump him at the next and final pit stop as well. So I don't think there's a way that this goes well for you if you're MSI unless you let Corentin Gunes in front and slipstream off of him. I think you've got to get really, really strategic at this point, and both of them are handily quite far ahead of Team Hoistingfeld and Impulse as they battle over 3rd and 4th in class. Traffic has just messed up Gunes' plans a tiny bit here, but I think ball's in his court, and you need to outplay and outsmart Core if you're MSI rather than just outrace them.
They'll both get a bit of draft coming out of the final corner, working their way through GT4s, GT3s on these TCR leaders. BS Competition is into pit lane. That's going to require a splash and dash in about 50-odd minutes time for them to get to the end. Julian Kesselhut drops now down to 10th position. So in the GT3 equation as well, we are looking as though it is going to be between PRT Ronin and Beeler Racing Team. Maybe Team 75 Bernard by SimRC will be in the mix as well, but somewhat unlikely given how things are looking. Talking quickly while we focus on this TCR battle about the 911 Cup class, the 992 generation Cup cars. Jordan Caruso, 10.8 seconds back from Moreno Sarica. He is working hard, just not able to be consistently faster than that 905 car, Lorenzo. But crucially, if we do expect Moreno to take tires in the next and final cycle of pit stops for them, it might just mean that Caruso's back in the equation. If not, Caruso has to hope that Sarica struggles with the tires like we saw from Simona Maria Marcheno before the halfway part of this race.
Yeah, but it's that is that variable that we need to think about, and we are still unsure how this is gonna play out. If the pit stop goes anything over that 50-second range, I think maybe 30 seconds on the stall, then maybe you can start to say, oh, okay, we might have something to work here, which is gonna be interesting for us to try to dissecate and see how it's going to go in the next hour. But yeah, for now, like I mentioned, it's Williams' race to lose, and if it keeps going like this, Seb Hopkins is going to be happy with me.
Might as well be a bit more drama when it comes to the 23 car. Might have exceeded the amount of time to serve its penalty that we talked about. What was it? That penalty was issued GMT, so for those around the world, you'll be able to convert that to your time zone. 4:51 GMT. Now the time is 6:51, so they have just exceeded it. They haven't served that penalty, so that 10-second penalty will get doubled to a 20-second penalty. Arnage Competition will drop down
Williams spitting
behind BS Competition as this stands. You're right, Williams Esports in that 992 class coming down to pit lane. So that's going to mean one more stop required for them. Altus is in this time as well. Altus follows them down, so this is crucial. Does Moreno Sarica take any tires? Does Moreno Sarica elect to run the tires that he's on to the very end of this race? Oh, I love a good endurance race, but this has been fantastic, David. Have all the races been this good?
Yeah, I think so. Sebring, a banger. Red Bull Ring, amazing battle right at the end. Three-way fight in the 992 class. Yeah, it don't miss. This is the battle on pit lane. That both of them are up on the jacks. For how long? You got to sit and watch, and that looks like quite probably just the two there. Two. Potentially. Maybe it's the other two now changing for Altus. It's still up in the air for Caruso. As Williams Esports are going to maintain the lead in class.
And that's a longer stop. Is Jordan Caruso taking all the tires? I think he is. He is indeed. 52, 53, 54. Long pit stop for Jordan Caruso might actually drop him behind Core Sim, or at least closer to Core Sim Racing. Just like that, 70-odd minutes. That's all that Moreno Sarica has to hold on, and he has clearly got the pace to do so, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Jordan Caruso is going to try to rely on a possible second stint where the drop-off of the Williams 992 is going to be bigger than usual. So that two versus four tire battle, I think, might favor the Altus Esports on the long run. Maybe at the final 30 minutes or 35 minutes of this race. So if Jordan manages to shave the seconds on this first stint and then let the tires do his work on the second stint, it's going to be an interesting one to try to break down in the final 30 minutes of the race, because we might have a battle on our hands. But you said it very well. Moreno has the pace, knows what he does with the car, already raced in past, so it's do or die time now.
Good practice for Pesk in some regards. I don't think multi-cast traffic, though, necessarily the ideal way to get your eye on the prize. Here's a look then at that TCR battle. Under 1 second in the draft range, in that hole being punched. For Corin Tengunes, how much closer can he get? Because bit by bit he is closing. Bit by bit he knows that time is also, it's very slightly starting to run out here. Again, think about TCR and the way that the strategy works out there. We are looking at the stints being 24, maybe 25 laps, so we're about 10 laps away from them pitting, so it is going to be one stop and then they'll run it to the end. Will we see the driver change come into play, or will it be on Victor Lobato's shoulders to try and hold off Corin Tengunes from behind? That Acetec Porsche Cup car is going to help out the 111 very slightly. Opens a little bit more separation. And we're going to get the elbows out. We're going to get physical here for your TCR lead. Now, do remember that coming into this race, 3 races done. Core Sim Racing have won 2 of them. And when it comes to the championship, if not for the 7th place finish in round 2 at Sebring, could have looked a bit better in the championship picture. MSI only 3 points back. This really is 2 cars asserting their dominance at the top of this championship, David, because again, Team Hoisingveld's been decent, but I think you're the one who said they're 40-odd seconds behind. They're in a completely different zip code to this fight for the lead.
Yeah, I mean, TCR, small class, but one of the most competitive in the points. 59 for Core lead, 58 for Hoisingveld, 56 for MSI. MSI never stood off the podium with a 3rd and 2 seconds. That looks to continue potentially here, but to mount a championship challenge, they need to take some points out of Core. It means that they got to finish ahead of them here, and it would change. It would be a 5-point swing, which I think would then put MSI 1 point ahead of Core if they finished in this order as well. So it's a great battle out on track, but some real implications in the championship as well, as we're in the home stretch of that.
Looks like Vendaval in the GT3 might have an issue, and I've just had a quick chat with the race control team to check on the incident that we saw between Altus and, well, it was Altus and the GT4 leader, the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC car, and confirmation that is not going to be reviewed. No incident report filled out by Team 75 Bernard, and because it was teammate on teammate contact, race control electing not to take a further look at that. And last time by, Jordan Caruso gained 7/10 of a second on Moreno Sorica. Those fresh tires working a treat here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, working a treat, and like I said, he needs to shred the seconds here. It doesn't have to be a second per lap or something like that. If it goes for 5/10 of a second, anything between 4/10 of a second to 7/10 of a second, like we saw in this lap, it's great. You know, you're doing what, 21 laps average, 21, 22 laps average. So that's what you need. You need to shred constantly and consistently every chunk of tenths of seconds that you can possibly shred, so you can get into the final stint a little bit more relaxed and then do the final push the tires to the absolute brim. And then once you get into the draft range, just let the downforce aerodynamics and your own skills do the work and engage in battle for the win.
Had a quick look at what happened to the Vendaval Sim Racing car. It was a bit of a punt from the Mahler Racing team. Andre Butcher behind the wheel there. Would not be shocked if there's a penalty to come down about that. And indeed, race control will be taking a look at it, reported already by the team. Even though Corentin Gunes is in the draft, he's not been able to force the move just yet. Not even able to really close up to be bumping bumpers with the MSI 111. See Corentin Gunes on Thursdays in the World Touring Car Series, where we have some of the British touring car drivers as well. Ash Sutton, of course, owner of Pure Sims Esports. We're also joined by Dan Camish, fellow Napa Auto Parts UK driver this coming year. Got a rather spiffing livery on their upcoming car, and they are debuting it here in iRacing, at least a variant of it. Question coming in from Jordan Weeks: how long are GT3 stints? Well, GT3 stints, depending on how much fuel goes into the car, can be as long as about 31 laps, but we've seen RAG, for example, do a couple of 21, 23 lap stints as well, so it's up in the air. But basically from here, everyone is only going to require one more stop. We are almost guaranteed of that. The question is going to be, what will the gaps look like there?
I rate PRT Ronin Simsport for a podium the way that they're going at the moment, by the way. 17 seconds clear of Biela Racing Team Euronics. Biela in second there with 9 more laps of fuel on board. Team 75 Bernhard immediately behind them, 6 more laps of fuel on board than PRT Ronin Simsport. When it comes to that final stop, each lap of fuel you need to take on board is going to take you about 1.3 seconds per. So 9 by 1.3, good old commentator maths. Sure, we'll fudge that. 13 seconds or so more fuel at the final stop PRT Ronin are going to need to take. That still leaves them ahead of Biela Racing Team Euronics. Now, I think the 46 has got some better tyres to go to the end here, but when you calculate the remaining fuel drop, the PRT Ronin car still in a pretty spiffy position. Remember, they were the very first to go off cycle on the strategy and short fill early.
I think not just good for a podium. I'd say, unless the tires fall off monumentally, the pace that we're seeing from that car is splendid. I mean, I'd be really chuffed if I was a team manager watching on right now, the strategist watching the lap times come in. They're consistent, they're clean. They're also not losing too much time with traffic, which is sometimes, you know, about being in the right place at the right time, but also knowing when to lift off at a corner before to be able not to catch the car into that next corner and to catch him at the right time. So it really is about the right place. Lorenzo, you're following, though, the 992 battle between Moreno Sorica and Jordan Caruso and the lap times there.
Yeah, last lap for Moreno, 49.958. The last two for I nearly said Bo. I'm like Arjuna. For Jordan Caruso, 49.658. The last lap, 49.659. Even though on the FLI timing it will sound equal, it's just the mealy thousands that separate one lap to another. It's just insane.
Loving the back and forth. At least for now, 21 seconds is the deficit. The call to take tires might have robbed Caruso the chance of fighting for victory, as we now look rearward from Victor Lobato. 17 laps into the run, getting closer and closer to that final cycle of pit stops for these drivers. Now on board with the Corentin Gunes working their way.
Robinson Caruso?
I meant to say Jordan Caruso, but I've been...
Oh, no, I think you said Robin Caruso. You said it's robbed him of an opportunity.
Maybe I did. I'll be honest, my brain is not working great right now.
Oh, I think I'm pulling one on you. Oh, hello. That's a unique move from the...
That's a Ronin car.
I'm not going to say what I was told not to say. The non-Peru Ronin.
Yes, apparently... that's a bit naughty in another language.
Even when you don't try to learn Portuguese language swears, you find that you're learning some.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah, if I give you guys a lesson of Portuguese foul languages, I would give you a Bible.
I blame Lorenzo for this.
Don't need that lesson because I'd accidentally end up using them.
Oh, wait, you know how we were talking about how we need an esports race where we have all the different teams having wonderful names like the, what was it, Rocket something Mad Pandas?
The Rocket
Trash
City Trash
Pandas.
Pandas.
Yes, no, now we're going to need an esports race where literally every team is just a swear word in a random language. And clearly this is not broadcastable. I know that for a
I was about to
fact.
say we'll have no trouble getting sponsors for that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, it's like the Top Gear episodes where they had, you know, the made-up sponsors.
Oh,
with names
Larson's Biscuits
that- yes, and the other one that we're not allowed to say on air.
with the oil.
Yes. Yes, exactly that one. Those who know, know. And for those who missed our conversation about minor league baseball midway through this race, boy, did you miss something. Boy, did you miss the fun.
Have fun, go nuts. Oh, no!
Oh, MSI! MSI has gone around. What happened through Ascari there in the rejoin? The rejoin almost got straight into the path of a 992 car. Victor Lobato. Was it the pressure? Was it contact? Was it an anti-cut curb? Straight to the replay, on board with the MSI car, and it was the curb on the inside, clambering over the inside anti-cut curbs, and up and almost over. Victor Lobato felt the pressure and is now dropped behind Corentin Gunes for Core Sim Racing.
I mean, he just maybe a little unsighted, a little wrong-footed. He has taken an incredible amount of curb, and you see one of the rear wheels, I think, just manages to catch the curb wrong. And, I mean, it might be the inside left. It just pitches, spins him around. The contact with the wall is relatively hefty, but then it straightens him out facing the correct way. I don't see a huge amount of damage on that car, but that is a huge heart-in-mouth moment when you're battling for the lead of the race and the lead of the championship.
It might be more damage to the Pride right now. Because he's 6 seconds back. I think it's done. Even if you put Mark Perez back in that car, Lorenzo, I don't think Core Sim Racing will give that lead up.
Talk to David, because if I really give an opinion about this, you know what's gonna happen, right?
You're going to curse someone else. By the way, the MSI sister car in the GT3 has seen Christian Lamella jump out. Danny Elgabay jumps back in for the final 60-odd minutes. That is going to require some fuel saving, given when they have come in. We've not seen a GT3 car go a full hour. We've struggled to see them go even 59 minutes. So
what's your projection? I've got 34 laps still to go when I've never seen anyone do more than 31.
I'm seeing... I don't trust my own math, so let me quickly do the math here. I'm seeing an estimated 201 laps now. I don't know about you, David, on that.
So that's 37 laps to go?
That's what I'm seeing.
That feels like just a little bit too much, but definitely you are not making it home from here if you're MSI Esports Blue. And they only did 17 laps on the last stint. Did they, like, short fuel too much? I
don't think they short fueled.
Great race.
Yeah, and I mean, it started great. Let's talk about the pole. And I don't think they're thrilled about the penalty, the 20 seconds that they've got for that second bit of contact, which I think maybe will help them, because they will likely have to serve it, unless they've already served it.
Getting an update that there was a technical problem for the driver in the MSI.
Oh, his wheel died. Hardware failure. And we talk about how in the real world you have engine failure, brake failures, gearbox failures. This is our equivalent. The hardware goes, the hardware causes disaster for MSI. Unfortunately for them, I think they may even end up outside of the points at this point now. So we're seeing a couple of different indications. 32 laps from our producer Tyler Maxson, which is in line with David Haynes. Lorenzo Bonder is saying maybe 33, but that's going to likely depend, Lorenzo, on the timing of the lead car crossing the line then.
Yeah, if it comes like around the final corner with, let's just say, 1 second to go, it's gonna... I've seen occasions of where iRacing shows an additional lap, so it's based upon timing and car positioning.
And you've still got one pit stop left to go for everyone, especially your overall class leader, which is where this is going to get defined. So exactly how quick that stop is for Ronan or Bila or Team 75 Sim RC, can have as much of an effect on do we go an extra lap, do we not, then, are they a tenth faster or a tenth slower than their average over the last 5 laps, yada, yada, yada. So I won't trust any projection to a perfect exact number until we've had that last round of pit stops. But, yeah, everyone who stops from about now, you can start to trust is getting home in GT3, and then a little bit later on for the other classes. But for poor MSI Esports Blue, that failure for Christian Lamella, God, if that, you'd be hoping that and wishing that wheel could have just held on for 2 or 3 more laps. It would have been less painful, less catastrophic to their strategy, let alone obviously taking Lamella out of this race, presumably.
Well, now that the TCR battle has subsided, in fact, the gap is growing. It's almost up to 8 seconds now. Victor Lobato falling behind Corentin Gunes. I wonder if that's damage to the car, potentially. It did look as though he had maybe been able to get away with at least relatively minor damage, but whatever the case may be, it is now Core Sim Racing looking to make it 3 wins in 4 races in this 2021-2022 24-hour esports series. Battle for GT3, let's talk about that, because that is the one that is probably going to be the closest. Gap is holding relatively steady, 16.5, 17 odd seconds. Luca Kita is trying to hunt down the PRT Ronin Simsport car, that 78, again on fresh rubber. They will have the advantage of a estimated 13 to 15 second advantage in the pit stop strategy and that pit stop cycle. It's all going to be about how those tires will last, David, because if the gap is 3-4 seconds, it becomes that much easier when you're that car behind, when you can visually see your target, you know what you're trying to get. And once Luca Kita sees that, he is not going to give up easy.
Yeah, so what's 17 seconds on the road right now, by the time the final stops go through, is theoretically closer to 3 or 4 seconds. And that's when it's game on. Sure, the tyres are holding in and the lap times are holding up right now for Ronin, but that's kind of flattered a little bit by the fact that Ronin are right towards the end of their fuel tank, light on fuel, and Bila are sort of right in the middle of it. So then fuel weight adjusted, the pace from Bila is not so bad, and will probably look even stronger when they get into the next stint. So Ronin are going to be in a similar situation, I think, to MSI Esports TCR by the end of this one, where they'll be looking to just hold on.
Penalty has been issued to the Mahler racing team for the contact with the Vendaval sim racing car that they had down into Parabolica. It's going to be a 10-second penalty for Andre Butcher in the Mahler Williams powered car. It's always fun when you try and figure out, is Mahler powered by Williams, is Mahler powered by BS Competition, because they seem to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Will Vincent once called it a love triangle. I don't really disagree with him there.
Well, Mahler make pistons and their job is to go back and forth.
Nice.
Mahler is also going to be making the electric power component, hybrid component bit of the upcoming IndyCar 2023 engine. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes up. The 2023 engines will get their first run out in anger without the hybrid component later this year in some test sessions, and then hopefully by the end of the year.
Third engine manufacturer hype or nah?
Well, I was talking to someone who works inside one of the engine manufacturers for IndyCar, and he was saying that there's hype, but the earliest that we would see it delivered is likely 2024, because the time to design, validate, build, test, validate, and get it out to the customers is not an inconsiderable amount of time. And the other reality is that Chevy and Honda, or Ilmor and Honda as it really is, because Ilmor does all the work for Chevy, is the fact that they've got the years of experience of knowing what the IndyCar engines actually are required to do, right? What they do when they're in the cars. They have the data, they have the knowledge, and so they understand a little bit better the ultimate requirements from the engine, not in terms of, you know, has to power a car, but what works in IndyCar to make the car goes fast, since it's going to be fitted to that same chassis. So that's an intangible thing that we'll see. I think it'll be good. You know,
I think the biggest problem you have as a third manufacturer trying to enter IndyCar is what teams are you going to, you know, align with or try to poach, because you're not taking Penske away from Chevy. There's a whole bunch of very successful long-standing teams that you're probably not going to be able to pry away from Honda. And so you don't want to be the third manufacturer who comes in and just picks up the teams that aren't going to be, you know,
I think you'd be surprised, though. I think you'd be surprised because you say, like, yes, I agree, Penske is probably never leaving Chevy. By the same token, it's likely that
are Andretti and CGR going to leave Honda?
Yeah.
Well, it basically just leaves McLaren.
Andretti,
right?
I'd say, was probably not likely to leave Honda. However, if you're one of the, maybe not CGR, but you maybe look at a Rahal Lenneman Lanigan, for example, who typically do have a decent car. You look at a Meyer Shank Racing, for example. Might they want to? I know what you mean, but because it's a spec series, right, and the development goes into the dampers and a couple of things that the teams can do, it's not like there's nothing that the teams are doing to make the cars go faster. It's one of those propositions where risk versus reward. Hopefully, it's not like a Lotus situation, right, where those engines were just totally unreasonably off the pace and they were never going to be worthy. But you'd hope that if Toyota comes in with, you know, maybe Gazoo branding, which would be fun. I like the Gazoo branding a lot. Although if they bring the Gazoo branding, they need to make the Yaris, the hot hatch Yaris, available in the US as well.
Please.
Yeah, please. I think you might see a few takers. Let's continue with some of these oddball topics, by the way. Let's shift off of engines. Let's go back to our conversation about team names, because Ronald Grossman, part of Core Sim Racing, has just put forward a question that I do like. It's that, you know, for example, we've got two Beeler Racing team cars. How are they differentiated? It's Beeler Racing 1, Beeler Racing 2. It's fun to have more creative things. We've seen Alpha, Beta, Omega, kind of the Greek alphabet. We've seen colors, Team Redline, for example, because their liveries allow it. They have Team Redline orange, yellow, blue, green, ice blue, you know, etc., etc.
That's for Simivano.
What does that? Oh, they've got Rosso, Giallo, whatever, etc. What are the most creative things that you guys could come up with? I mean, Ronald suggests fruits.
We got a ban one time that we got too creative with that as HJ, putting too many of our sponsors in the team name.
Why can I imagine that happening to you guys? What about you, Lorenzo? What are you thinking?
I would love to answer, but my dog is having a hissy fit behind me.
I think you could do some interesting things. For example,
oh, you could name after dogs.
Oh, you could name it after dogs. 78, by the way, is down on pit lane for the final time today. So with about 50 minutes to go, Gabriel Erdele will have a 39-second stop. That's almost a full tank of fuel, you know. Sven Haas is into pit lane as well for the 45 Beeler Racing Euronics car. He will be in there for a similar amount of time as well.
If dogs could drive race cars, which breed would be the fastest?
Oh.
I know one. I know this dog. He's one of my dogs is kind of like those dogs that goes on racetracks.
Greyhound.
At the Greyhound.
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
like
that's
a straight Greyhound. Damn. And I try to run after that dog. I regret what I do.
So Sven Haas is in pit lane and has already been passed by the 78, so he is out of the equation for the win. Now, will he be in the podium equation? We'll find out later on. About 10 laps to go, maybe a little less, until we see Luca Kita into pit lane. David Barraclough for the Talk Freak Racing team says they've always used corner names for their non-sponsored entries. That I like as well. Our producer Tyler Maxson says that he's raced for a team called Krabby Patty Racing Mayo. They wanted to run Krabby Patty Racing Ketchup and Mustard as well. I'm not a fan of that, to be honest. I like my team names not to be referencing SpongeBob SquarePants, but that's just me personally.
Gee, I wonder how Lorenzo feels about that.
I don't mind, to be very honest. I'm not the biggest SpongeBob SquarePants fan, even though I like the Brazilian voice actor. I'm one of his biggest fans because he voices Goku.
So one thing that we've done for my iRacing IndyCar team, which is Powerslide Motorsports, is we have a we're running in Lionheart, which you could watch it live here on RaceSpotTV. We had to pick names for the teams this year, and so we picked engine components, I believe. So Powerslide Combustion and Powerslide Ignition. Although, if you call yourself Combustion, you really are hoping that you don't combust and you know, self-implode kind of thing. GT4 pit stops. We'll get back to this topic. GT4 pit stops. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. They're onto the lane for the final time and have already run off with a 44.9 second pit stop. Pure Sims came in as well. They are rolling now after a 45-second stop. Quickly talking about the GT4s, Entropic is in second, but they're 19 laps into the stint. That means they are going to have another stop. Should promote Carbon SimSport into a potential second place finish, but they are going to be on the ragged edge of being able to wring the fuel out of that car to make it to the end. I actually think they're on the wrong side of the magic number. Happening. You think you agree with me? You think they're on the wrong side?
Yeah, I think already 6 laps into their stint, probably 24, 23 more. It's not happening. Longest anyone's gone in class is like 26 laps or so.
So, does that mean that Undercut Racing might be able to salvage a podium? Because they've just come down onto pit lane within the window, and they are less than 30 seconds back from Entropic and from Carbon. So I think as it stands, the podium for GT4 is looking at Team 75 Bernard, Pure Sims, and Undercut.
Yes, I think so.
All right. Nicely done.
How about this? We have like Team RaceSpot Margarita, Team RaceSpot Caipirinha.
I like the sound of that.
Team
I approve
RaceSpot
that.
VB at 20 to 8 in the morning.
I'm surprised you didn't say Team RaceSpot Vegemite at all.
It's not a drink.
It's not, but I'm still surprised. By the way, TCR as well, I've just noticed that Mark Perez is back behind the wheel. He's taken back over from Victor Labata, so I think that 70% restriction. If a driver does more than 70%, the laps that take you past the limit are removed from your race completion. So they were just balancing that drive time. He's got a 9-second deficit to Corentin Gunes and 45 minutes to close that up. Oh, David Haynes, don't you do this to me. Team RaceSpot Pineapple and Team No Pineapple. There's only one correct team.
I approve this. I was actually clapping on the background. You just couldn't hear the clap because I wasn't clapping too loud, so I didn't wake up some people.
Arjuna, you need to end the division. All pizza is good pizza.
No, that's not true.
There's only one race, the human race. Man.
Luca Kita's in. Luca Kita onto pit road. This is earlier than expected.
I forgot that they actually kind of short fueled it their last time around with only about 3/4 a tank of fuel, so they are going to actually need a little more than I had given in my prediction with how close they were going to be to PRT Ronan, and from second place on track, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC car is also in as well.
But I think the way that you did the math was the right way to do it, which is to compare the difference between them. Now, will it come true? We are about to find out. Ronan needs to get past that lap traffic. They dispose of it on the entry to Parabolica. That's going to be paramount to getting the power down, getting the run out of the sweeping right-hand hairpin.
No, my maths was wrong because I had them as having more fuel on board than
Gotcha.
they actually did.
Okay, so they are going to be behind then. How far behind? They're off of pit lane, but again, you can't release until you're off the limiter at the cones, which is a ways down. Ronin's gone. There comes Bieler Racing Team Euronics and the 46. The gap is going to be about 7 seconds. I think. Hello, Ronin, and welcome back to winners, to victory lane here in the 24-hour esports series. They've just got to survive now for 42 minutes with all tires.
The tyres is still going to be the kicker there. One thing that is to their advantage a little bit is BS competition in between still owe a stop. And when will that be? Relatively shortly, in a couple laps. I don't think that's going to impede Bieler 46 a lot, but the psychological gap of another GT3 in between them as well, and a little bit of traffic in there too. It's only a couple seconds, but it's not a couple easy seconds to claw your way back at the moment.
Absolutely. Let's wait.
Also,
sorry, go ahead.
can we count the Team 75 by Bernhard, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, the 75 out of this one too?
Yes.
3.5 seconds is it's not far. It's doable. It's catchable.
Third stick on the tyres though.
Yeah, they're on very.
Okay. I didn't remember. Okay.
I think similar age tyres to PRT here.
Yep.
Okay, I did not know that.
I think it's now going to be about Luca Kita looking forward. You might see... No, never mind. I was thinking maybe that the second Bieler, the 45 car, was a little bit closer, but they're not. They are about 12 seconds back from Team 75. I think that's going to be an insurmountable task for them. So I think at least for now, we'll be full focus on if Luca Kita has the tires to be able to overclaw about a 6.4 second, 6.6 second deficit to that PRT Ronin Simsport car, which is working its way through the Retafilio with 41 odd minutes left on the clock. Also seeing that the gap between Caruso and Moreno Sorica is down to 17 seconds, but unless Sorica takes tires, I think there is no way, no chance that Caruso can bring that gap down.
Track's not getting any hotter either. It's gone down from 28, 27, and you know we're racing in the wintertime, simulated as well. That sun, not a lot of power to it, will set a little on the earlier side as well, given the time of year.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about those conditions earlier. I think the highest we've seen it is 28 degrees Celsius. It is down to 26. Again, it's been a very overcast day. If we had a little bit less cloud cover, a little bit more sun baking the track, maybe it would have been a little bit more different. And something else to remember is that iRacing will lock down the tracks at certain points of the years, and that's something that they've done here at Monza. Typically, you can't race in February. However, there are ways to get around that, and so that's what we're seeing. And I like that, Lorenzo. I like that we're not just going to let iRacing tell us when we can race, because this is a series that's got a real-life counterpart, and we are trying to stick as close to that as possible. And so using the real-world date that we're racing on as well, it's just a nice touch, and it means that, you know, we're racing in the winter, things are going to be a little bit colder.
Yeah, it means that, and I like this approach to reality that we get from the teams and organizers to try to mimic real life, you know, and we don't have limitations from whether it's the sim or if it's something else that limits the setup to try to mimic the date and time where the races, when will the races happen. So I like this, you know, and give a little bit more leeway for the drivers to either think about tire management or fuel management and all the other limitations because of the BOP they had on their cars. Oh! That was close.
Felt rears locked super sideways through the second chicane, and it impedes Arnage a little bit.
No harm, no foul, though. Last time by, Ronin lost about 3/4 tenths of a second to the Luca Kita 46 car. Bit by bit, Kita will try and drag that one in. And now let's do some quick math. If it's a 6-second deficit, 4 tenths a lap, mental math is not a good idea. never a good idea. But 6 divided by 0.4 means 15 laps. Do we have 15 laps? Just about. So it is going to take
I still got 21.
You think we have 21 laps?
Maybe closer to 20.
So there's a chance, but I can tell you, Luca Kita has lost a whole bunch of time in the sectors that I'm seeing right now. I think that gap is going to open up again once more. In fact, it might be up to about 7 seconds now, this time across the line. As a bit beaten on the front right is that PRT Ronin SimSport car. Across the line for that car, a 48.849 BS Plus competition is on to pit lane. It's a 49.4 for Luca Kita. So that's the deficit, just growing bit by bit.
And based on the numbers that we just sort of eyeballed there, that buys PRT Ronin another 3 or 4 laps before they'll get caught at the end of this one. They need a couple more laps like that, and they can start to believe that the win could happen.
I think if you believe at this point, you're looking good. Now the question will be, how many laps do we have left? 21, 22, maybe somewhere in the ballpark there. It's all going to be about when this leader crosses the line. Remember, T3 Motorsports by Maniti, the 7 leads the race. They do owe us a pit stop. They are 20 laps into their stint. To the inside, Luca Kita working his way through the traffic, disposing with a 992 car on the entry in towards Lesmo 1. This is when, if you were cautious with your traffic approach early in this race, Lorenzo, this is when you throw that playbook out. Luca Kita is really abusing the limits of the track right now.
Yeah, he's abusing, and he has to be careful because I have to check back and see if he actually got a warning for those track limits, because I know some of the teams got a warning for track limits, don't they?
Yeah, they did, but I do believe, at least for the the Bila Racing Team car,
They do.
46 car got it somewhat recently as compared to some of the other ones, so it might be a little bit better. They didn't get it before the halfway point. They got it about 90 minutes ago. It's pedal to the metal time. It is push, 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 push. Saw a car coming into pit lane on that rear view camera of this Lamborghini Huracan, the Evo that is being added to iRacing within the last 18 odd months or so. It was Arnage Competition and Carlos Dieguez in the number 23 through the Retafilio. It's where you got to be calm. Your inputs have to be precise. Last time by across the line, almost identical lap times. 48.394 for Ronin, 48.320 for Bila, David.
I was reading some Lamborghini Huracan facts a little while ago, and did you know that the V10 engine, most V10 engines are a 72-degree angle, but it's a 90-degree angle in the Lamborghini V10, which just makes it sit lower, a lower center of gravity. Is that going to help the tire life? I don't know, but it gives an interesting sound with the odd firing to the V10. It's an aggressive-looking car when it approaches that BMW and has it in the mirror. The rear-facing camera as well. It's going to be an intimidating sight potentially.
Loves the sound on the downshift there as they came in towards Lesmo 2. It's not just Kita who is playing with track limits now. That Ronin car is doing the same. Really trying to make sure they're in the right position at the right time. Luca Kita, one of the 3 fastest GT3 cars. That Ronin car, one of the 5 fastest, so it's by no means slow, even on triple stinted tires. 34 minutes to go. Will it come down to a last lap drag race to the line?
And that was a calculation made by averaging the last 5 laps of both cars, which in theory sort of accounts for some of the inconsistencies through the traffic and sort of smooths out how much time they're losing or not relative to each other, working their way through all the traffic.
Hashtag thanks timing 71, says our producer Tyler Maxlin, who has been feeding us that information. It is great to have timing 71 and their world-class analysis tools back in our broadcast workflow. Just being able to pick apart the data that little bit more, because again, data is only as good as the tools that you can have to analyze it and the eyes that are reading through it. That gap now under 6 seconds, because last time by it was a 48.78 for Ronan. It was a 48 flat for Luke Akita. The traffic giveth, the traffic taketh this time by. Both cars getting stuck behind slower class competitors, at least in the case, though, of the Ronin car. He's stuck behind a 992, which is not going to be as bad as the GT4 that the Biela Racing team was stuck behind. But we talked about that top-end grunt from those 992 cars, and that is fair play to Pure Sims Esports, who are letting the leader go by without a fight.
That's ideal, isn't it? You pick up a slipstream off a car that's actually slightly quicker than you in a straight line, and then they let you right back onto the racing line to, you know, use your enhanced GT3 speed through the S's at Ascari there. That is as nice as you are ever going to get. No guarantees in the remaining half an hour that everyone is going to be as heads up or as carefree to give you that kind of treatment. Plenty of other cars out there have their own battles.
Yeah, and again, we've got 4 classes, 4 different races, and the impetus is usually on the faster car. There is a clarification in the rule books for the 24-hour series esports that it's not just, though, on the faster car like that the iRacing sporting code dictates, but in here it's also about the slower car helping to facilitate in the right ways. It's not just, you know, pull to the side, let them go, but being smart, knowing when to fight, knowing when to help ease the path for the car behind. Lap time update, it's a 48.6 for Ronin. It was a 48.5 for Biela, so not that much of an advantage. Julian Kesselhut has just been passed by RSR by G Performance, but that's not really going to matter because RSR owes us a pit stop, as do the Marla Racing team, who sit in 6th, as do T3 Motorsports that currently lead in class. Totamuto will come down onto pit lane for the Williams Esports number 5 car. I started this race off with a ton of promise. I mean, they were running second until the moment they had with the Carbon SimSport GT4 car. One of the first times through traffic in the Retofilio. They got spun off into the gravel. We've had a couple of penalties since then as well. Been about damage limitation in this race so far. Looking still for 992 and the lap times that Moreno Sarica is being able to pull out of that car on old tires. It does make me wonder, David, how aggressive have Altus gone with the setup to have Simone and Maria Marciano struggle that much with the cars on old tires. It would indicate to me that they're just running a little bit harder on the rubber.
Yeah, there is still plenty of pitch and bounce and roll to the Cup car. More than a GT3, but a little less than I think what was common on the previous generation. The real telling point is going to be when both of them go and refuel into this dash to the end, because they're both running right now really light on the fuel, and that can kind of disguise the worn tires, but then once you load the weight back in, you start to tell the difference in the final run. I still think I'd rather be Williams Esports and Moreno Sarica at the moment than Jordan Caruso cosplaying as Bo Albert driving Logitech G Altus Esports.
I think I agree with that. And for those who missed it earlier, there was Altus are in for their final stop of the day. There was a bit of a mix-up. Jordan Caruso accidentally registered for the GT3 team rather than 992 team, and as a result, race control special dispensation granted to Altus to allow Caruso to run under Bo Albert's account. They have provided photographic evidence that it is not Bo Albert driving. It is indeed Jordan Caruso. So the Altus car, 19.5 seconds on the box. That's a really short stop. The expectation would be that the 905 is going to go even shorter.
Well, you remember they stopped on the same lap last time around, so there wasn't a huge difference there potentially. But, you know, I think the later you get into the race, even if it is sort of the same amount of fuel, the more precise you can be about how many laps you think you're going to need to run, the more you can cut that final fuel margin just a little bit closer and still have confidence that you're not going to run out.
PRT Ronan lost a little bit of time with some traffic last time by. It was a 49.157. That gap is 4.3 seconds. It was a 47.939 for Luca Kita, the fastest GT3 car on the track right now. Moreno Sorica comes into pit for the Williams Esports 905. We thought that Ronin had it comfortably, at least I did. It is now not even about the tires, David. It's about the traffic management.
Yeah, this can happen with that sort of straight line equality, but the GT3s are faster through the corners. If you just catch, and this is what's happened here potentially, having caught the T3 Motorsport 992 there, if you just catch them in the wrong way at the wrong time, you can end up stuck behind one for half a lap, whereas at worst with a GT4 or TCR car, you're going to be stuck behind them from one corner. You just need to wait to the next straight and you go on by. How long it takes you to get around one of these 992 cars as a GT3 can really vary. You're riding on board with Biela in the bottom screen, as Ascari is one of the places that they close up big time. But you see, there is two 992 cars splitting in between PRT Ronin and Biela. It's not necessarily easy for a GT3 to get around because they don't have the same straight line speed.
And update from Williams, Lorenzo, no tires taken from Moreno Sorica.
Yeah, no tires taken from Moreno Sorica. And to add a little bit more salt to the injury of the Altus one, he got a TCR on the entry of the Parabolica, thus losing time, and now he got another TCR at the entry of the Variante Retifilo. So it's gonna take, I don't know, an inhuman effort to win this race. I don't think they have it.
Yeah, I think 992 is done. GT4 also done because it's about a 32-second delta between Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, and Pure Sims Esports. TCR, it's closer than it was last time we checked in. Corentin Gunes has lost a couple of seconds here and there with the traffic. That gap now up to about 4.7 seconds between him and the MSI Esports car. This time by, it's Luca Kita that has to compromise very slightly for the Pure Sims 992. He's now fighting his way through all the traffic that already Ronin and the 78 car have had to go through. That gap, 3.3 seconds, 25 minutes to go. The strategy...
Get messy at Ascari though.
It might, but he's going to have to hold back. That is smart. You can't afford to make a mistake, get a penalty at this point in the race. The strategies have converged, even though he's going to lose a little bit of time here. That gap is down to 3.7 seconds. He is coming, and he is coming fast, and I talked about it earlier. Once you have the target in your sights, it becomes that much easier to push a little bit more. Push a little bit more. Close up, close up, close up. And now it's 3.4. I think the tires are starting to fall away from the 78 here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that might seem like it. I just want to take a look on the next lap of Gabriel Ardelli as he does a 48.295. Kita 0.02 of a second slower, so literally nothing. So no time gain or no sustainable time gain for Ronin. But hey, every lap, if it is 1,000 of a second faster, is a win, right? But can you do that for more than, I don't know, 15 laps, 15, 16 laps? Is going to be really hard.
Pure Sims and T3 992s are also battling here as they sandwich that Biela car, and I think Pure Sims on the slightly fresher tyres there as well potentially, so that's a battle in 992 to keep an eye on towards the end for 4th place.
Yes, Rico Wenzel being very nice to the Biela car there. Not really much time lost at all for the 46. In fact, it's down a little bit more, down a little bit more. I do think that seeing how the deficit isn't growing when the Biela car is passing that same lap traffic that the PRT Ronin car has already dispatched on before, I think it is, at least for now, advantage Biela. but it could go anyway. Look at that. Look at how much more traffic they have still got to work through. There's a TCR, a 992, a GT3. Biela's going to get lucky. They got the tow from the TCR, and they'll clear it on the entry to Parabolica as they come through to start yet another lap. It is dipped below 3 seconds for the first time in a while.
Qualifying's, of some importance, of no doubt, for these 6-hour races, but we're looking at cars that qualified 4th, 7th and 6th to potentially fill out the podium at the end of a 6-hour race. In what order? I'll reserve judgment on just yet, but not your front row contesting for the podium positions.
And I think it shows as well that qualifying is important, yes, but depending on the type of race and depending on the way the penalties cycle out as well, it's not always the most important. We've seen, for example, Biela in other endurance championships. When qualifying hasn't gone their way, they've always been able to work their way forward, but never into a race-winning position. Only when they manage to dial in quali have they been able to win the race. Slightly different situation here. In fact, it was the car that started better that has fallen backwards. It's been Luca Kita who has been smart, worked his way with the rest of his teammates through traffic, through incidents to run a clean race, run a strategy that has enabled them to cycle out into clean air at points in times. And really goes to show in endurance racing, that's why we call it endurance racing, and we talk about the spirit of endurance racing. You can never give up. You're always looking forward. This time, though, Biela does lose a little bit of time behind the TCR car in through Ascari. Gap back up to 3.4, Lorenzo.
Back up to 3.4, but the gap from Biela to Team 75 has decreased to 2.5. So traffic given and traffic taketh on this lap as the T3 Maniti 992 comes into the pit lane. This makes matters more interesting. I like the spice as we had a crash, and probably David knows what happened. Oh, actually, you Arjuna know us what happened.
Believe it was the 907 that was running in 6th spot that had a crash. Don't know if that's not really going to cause any time loss there. Jordan Caruso, by the way, has brought that gap down to 14.5 seconds, but it is too little, too late, as we have, what, 14, maybe 13 laps to go, David, here?
I think you've got 11 at the line for the GT3 leaders, potentially, probably that or one less for 992. We've also just had the final stops from T3 Esports by Maniti and Pure Sims, and they're now just 3 seconds apart in their battle for 4th in that 992 class as well.
More traffic on the run up in towards Ascari. They'll dispose of the 992, but the 992 wants to clear as well. 3 wide, the race leader goes aggressive, does not want to lose any more time. That gap is 2.5 seconds, and my, oh my, this is when you know that PRT Ronin sees the victory potentially slipping from their grasp. Back and forth, ducking and diving. I think that's irritation showing forth there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, but he had to go for the send, otherwise the time loss would be even more egregious. I think there would have been a 1.5 second time loss in total, and that would have brought the gap to a relatively 1.5 seconds, ironically. But now it's, man, if you want to make dodgy overtakes and dodgy overlaps, I think this is the time. You have to minimize the time loss on traffic, and traffic is going to be the game to go moving forward, as now there's the MSI contact between both of them on the Red Tiflo chicane, but no major time loss, it seems.
Through the Retifilio, Biela maybe lost a little bit, but the gap now almost under 1 second. Here comes the charge. Here comes Luca Kita sweeping through Curva Grande. He's got 1992 to dispose of, and then his target. A 78 car on a triple stint of tires. Will Volante Racing make Kita's life a bit easier than they did for the PRT Ronin Simsport car? Kita's just a little bit too far behind. He thought about the lunge. Still more traffic to come. Still more traffic to play a part, David.
Yep, 2 TCRs right up here. And that looks like it includes your class leader, of course, Sim Racing. Keitsa, does he have room to go 3 wide? Does he just have to wait? The 992's quick in a straight line, but then he has to pull to the inside to get towards Ascari, and it just continues to buy precious time to PRT Ronin Simsport, but what feels like an inevitability when the gap is down to a second with still 10 laps to go.
What could Ronin do to defend this? I don't even actually know. I'd actually start to now get worried about Ronin even finishing in second, because that Team 75 car is quietly consistent. They're being good through the traffic, even though they're also on a similar stint in terms of their tires. It does seem as though just they're a little bit, they've been able to hold on to the rubber just a little bit better. Gap 9/10 of a second. It is going to come down to maybe a move in the next 5 minutes. I don't know how long Ronin can really hold on to this lead. Bit of an update as well on TCR. Gap down to 4.5 seconds. Mark Perez is really just throwing that 111 MSI TCR car around the circuit as he tries to reel on in Corentin Gunes. That gap's actually down below 4 seconds now, because Gunes has lost a bunch of time with some more traffic that has come around him. I don't think it's over in TCR either yet. It's not over in GT3, definitely not over in TCR, David.
7/10, more traffic, and you just have to go for it every single time if you're Gabriel Adelier, and that's what he does. Tries to put Bernhard car between himself and Luca Keita. He's successful with that and hopes that on the second Lesmo he can carry more speed down the straight here. But then, you clear one car, you immediately got to look up the road and say, oh, there's Core, and it just keeps going, and it'll feel like, swimming against the current for the remaining 16 minutes.
Opened up slightly as had to get past the Team 75 992 car. It's got Kevin Niotolo, one of the other ATVO whizzes that we talked about earlier, behind the wheel right now. Great to see them actually driving instead of just working on the wonderful timing and graphics software that powers us here at RaceSpotTV. 1.2 the gap though. Team Bernhard, they're closing in as well, only 2 seconds back from second. Which way is this going to go? How exactly can Ronin, can the 78 defend? Can they
from
just...
left field here, Jon Zutakau in third there was the fastest of all of them on that lap just gone.
Yes, but again, you do have to bring into factor that the 2 cars up front have had to work their way through just a little bit of traffic. It was a 47.865 for Jorn. Say his name for me, please, David.
Anything between Zutakau or Zutakov or something, I'm sure will cut the mustard.
Yeah, I'm just going to let you say it.
Not only that, it's not just any traffic. It's not just any traffic, it was their teammate, by the way. It was the other Team 75 by Bernhard that was one of the cars that were in the traffic, therefore brought the gap closer between the 46 and the 75. So the traffic give it and traffic take is actually working a little bit for the 75. So team shenanigans happening late in the race.
Into Ascari. Can Biela clear the 992 car in front of them? Might have been a little bit of contact for the other Ronin car, we're getting word. It's been a good day for one, not such a great day for the other. They are still technically in the points. I believe, in fact, I believe Ronin might even have hit Pure Sims and their 911 Cup car entry, the 992 class. That would be Braden Werner behind the wheel. Seen Werner be very, very quick at the Nordschleife in the past. Here's a look at the run into turn 1. That's a send. Okay. He steers left. That's all I can really say about that one.
Well, he realised he'd gotten in way too hot trying to dive the GT4 and was going to make contact with the Pure Sims 992. So he's tried to turn left to slot the gap. But it was too late, way too committed, way too ambitious, and Police Academy called because it was a pretty textbook pit maneuver.
David Haynes always brings the puns. And we don't need puns always when we've got fun like this. Bila versus Ronin. Ronin's doing a good job. Now that they've been able to clear some of the traffic, they have been able to just get back into the rhythm. And I think that's going to be important here, because there's only a few places that you can pass, but they're all set up, Lorenzo, by the exits out of previous corners. So getting the momentum, carrying that forward all the way down these straights, even though the car behind is dropped, if you don't have the momentum, you can't defend at all.
Yeah, you can't defend at all, but the problem is Bila's just going for the one thing that both Luca and Sven know how to do, sand. So they're sanding every single corner. I saw their sand at Della Raggi was just downrightly insane how they can actually cut time, and within draft range with the Ronin on worse tires, good luck.
Here it comes. 12.5 odd minutes to go. BOP has been rather good, as David Haynes is pointing out. BMW leads the way from the Lamborghini Huracan with a Porsche 911. 3 different cars on the podium, but here's the momentum. Bila Racing Team Euronics to the inside and fighting for the lead. Bit by bit, the Porsche behind is closing. All these cars can do by fighting for the lead is bring Team 75 Bernard by SimRC into the mix. Inside line for Bila Racing Team Euronics, and Peru Racing Team powered by Ronin can do nothing but watch as Luca Kita rips the lead from their hands.
Perfect move, and the traction off the final corner, the momentum through there was just so much stronger for the mid-engine Lamborghini on the fresher tires that pulled into the slipstream down the famously long pit straight here. And he had the inside, he had the nose in front, and just the confidence on the brakes in the turn, and you could see the grip difference, and he used it exactly how you would expect.
Now, how much further can PRT fall? Will they be able to stay in the draft of the 46 car, or can Luca Kita run away with the race lead? Will PRT, will the 78 be left to defend from the hard-charging Team 75 Bernard by SimRC? Remember, both second and third on a triple stint of tires, but I mentioned it earlier. I do think that Team 75 have just been able to extract a little bit more pace from their tires, much like I was saying with Altus maybe being a little bit harder on their tires in the 992 class. Maybe that's what we see from Ronin. That BMW as well. We talk about the BOP being good, but Lorenzo, one thing that is very hard to BOP is tire life and the way that the car has the tire develop over the course of a run like this.
Yeah, it's very hard for you to simulate tire life and see how the wear is going to affect the car that is going on a triple stint versus a single double stint, and to have similar performance. The one thing that Ronin has to be hopeful for is that they get traffic on the wrong end for Bila in a corner like the Della Raggi or one of the chicanes. But as a counterpoint, if that happens, it immediately brings the Team 75 into the fray. 1.5 seconds is nothing. If they get it within 1.1, that's draft range. Once you're within the draft range, then we have a 3-way battle. If they're within the draft, ready the fireworks.
10 minutes to go. Remember, we'll finish this race when the first time that the car crosses the line after time has expired. For those who are new to iRacing, it's not like some of the other series where it's time plus 1 lap. It is time and you finish the next time you cross the line. Battle in TCR has opened up again very slightly. It does look as though Corentin Gunez will be able to hold off Mark Perez in the TCR battle. Of course, GT4, we talked about this earlier. Hayden Burns for Team 75. Bernhard by SimRC looks to try and make it 3 in 4. 30-odd seconds clear of Pure Sims Esports and Ian Gagnon Renault, and in fact increasing that gap lap on lap. The Undercut Racing team trying to claw back that gap to try and get to second step on the podium. Let's talk briefly about the 992, as that Ronin car is now almost out of draft range. They might fall into the clutches of that Porsche very, very quickly. But David, I mean, the gap between Moreno Sorica for the Williams 905 and the Altus 943 car is down to 10 seconds, 10.5 seconds. I think if Altus maybe had not taken, you know, all 4 tires when they did, we'd be looking at a very different race in that class.
Yeah, something was not right at that strategy and that driver swap late on, where it kind of looked like they took 2 tires at the driver change and then the very next stop took 4. Or there is something there they'll be scratching their heads about, and I feel like Altus could have played this better, because they had the pace at every opportunity, and just, you know, cards have fallen at the end here, and they're found lacking, you know, 15 seconds or so. So that one's not looking like it's going to be much towards the end. GT3 strategy convergence, though, has done what we were, you know, spending hours and hours hoping would happen. My timing screen is ablaze in GT3. You've got the 3-way battle for the lead. You've got a 2-way fight here over 9th. 11th and 12th are battling. 14th and 15th are together. And all of those are points positions too.
Yeah, one thing to note, though, with the Ronin SimSport car that sits in 15th at 77 are under investigation for the moment that we saw with the Pure Sims Esports car, so might not be a points... a penalty might drop them out of the points. That's the way I'm trying to phrase it, no matter how this race actually finishes. We're looking at the battle for 9th and the battle for 2nd. That Porsche, look at that Porsche closing under the brakes. Johan Sotokow really has the bit between his teeth. 7 minutes to go, on board with that Porsche. Rear engine and lots of grunts pushing it down this straightaway. You're allowed to cut this little bit on the inside. It's not a major drama, but it does mean that the car on the outside has to give you space. PRT Ronin, the 78, will watch as one more position slipped from their hands. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC up to the 2nd step of the podium.
Good work, and you saw that one looming when the fight for the lead was on, that Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC were also just closing in on it. When you get to the 3rd stint of the tyres here, it's all about the traction off the slow corners at Monza compared to some other tracks with some, you know, higher speed, more laterally loaded corners. And when I think about, you know, traction off of slow corners, I think I want to be driving a Porsche 911.
You're going to be wanting to drive one in the rain as well, that's for sure, when we eventually get that added to this series and the even more dynamic strategy that will develop as a result of that. Bila Racing in that 46 have cleared on off. They're 2.5 seconds clear. I think time is running out for Team 75 to try and close, even though they have actually been on occasions quicker. Last time by, they're actually a 10th and a bit quicker than Luka Kita. Still looking at potential battles then in GT3 elsewhere. The RSR by G Performance 27 BMW might still be hunting down the Mahler Porsche with Andre Butcher behind the wheel. There they come out of the Parabolica across the line to work their way into turn 1. They've got a 992 car in front, a GT4 as well. Traffic might give an opportunity here, Lorenzo, for the RSR car to make the move.
Yeah, because those 992 car and the Cayman as well might give the opening for the RSR to come closer, but it's still a lengthy gap. Is right about 7/10 of a second that Sean Campbell has on Andre Boucher to catch, and now with that Cayman splitting up the C's between the 911 and the BMW, not anymore, but it did its job. Might spice it up a few things, but Andre Boucher doing a good job clearing himself from traffic.
Mahler was behind RSR and they've managed to get themselves in front, and all things point to them managing to pull away from that one as well. They might have served a penalty at their last stop in this Mahler car. I think they were maybe just a little deeper in the field than their early race pace would have suggested, and this is coming to fruition, just a little bit of their fight back and recovery right at the end of the race.
I don't think we got the replay of it, but Mahler was the one that punted around the Vendaval car into the Parabolica. I can tell you Vendaval wasn't thrilled with just a 10-second penalty, given that it didn't even fully get Vendaval back into the mix with the Mahler car. But it was a 10-second penalty that the Mahler car has served this most recent time. There's only one penalty that I see as pending here in the closing stages, and that is for the 996 Aztec Simsports Volante Porsche 992 car, and that is a 10-second penalty from what I can tell. So that would be added to their race time, because you're allowed to not serve on track the penalties as long as they're issued in the final 90 minutes of the race. And so, having said that, yeah, no, they'll be good. They'll be allowed to just add it to their time. The 996 would hold position in 7th, where they are right now. TCR has closed up to 2.6, but I don't think this is going to happen. I think Marc Perez will look back in hindsight, without a doubt, the fastest car in the race, in that TCR class, David. His teammate had the pace when he was pushing as well, but that one mistake over the curbs at Ascari dropped them too far behind to be able to fight for the win.
Yeah, it was just a case of being slightly wrong-footed and just a little too aggressive across those curbs. And it must be said that the suspension caught one of those anti-cut curbs in a surprising way, but then you yeet your whole car across 3 gigantic curbs at racing speeds. Unexpected things are liable to happen.
That's putting it mildly, I would say.
That's a scientific analysis of what happened.
Yeah, Dr. David Haynes is who just gave you that analysis. But as we wrap things up here, I mean, we'll get to talk to the drivers in Victory Lane. 2 races to go after this one. We'll go to the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, which I think is going to be crucial in the TCR category, because MSI Esports won there last year. Then we'll finish with 12 hours at Spa. The fact that it's a 12-hour race, Lorenzo, does mean that if the championship is close, which we know for sure it will be in TCR, it likely will be in GT3 and 992 as well. Not so likely in GT4. But it really does mean a race that long takes on a totally different complexion for the cars in the championship hunt.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race when it comes down to Spa, and we have to look at the standing, especially TCR, where it has been the minute details to try to get the championship going on. But the charge is being done. You know, like MSI is pushing; they're trying their best to try to distance themselves away, or try to create some sort of a gap goal, and now they're going to overtake Quarantine Hoisingfeld. But for Catalunya, it's like that race of survival, because you have so much attrition going into the slow corner, especially the rock chicane, right, where it's very easy for you to have race-ending incidents. So whoever comes out of Catalunya, I would say, might be the forefront favorite going to Spa.
It is the final lap of the race, I do believe, but David, it will also be double points for Spa. It becomes even more interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Double the length race means double points on offer. Normally, I'm not a fan of double points for the final race of a championship without any sensible rationale for it, but double race length at Spa, I think makes it worthwhile, and it means if it's 10 points between first and second in any category, it kind of becomes a winner-takes-all situation at Spa as well, so you want to be in that fight by the end.
What a race. The second half of the season took us to the Temple of Speed. So much drama, so much chaos, but it's Biela Racing Team Euronics and the 46 that emerge unscathed, and in Victory Lane, they win the 6 hours of Monza, and they bring the title charge to R8G, who struggled today and is looking like a very tasty championship fight with 18 hours of racing to go. Here comes Corentin Gunes for Core Sim Racing. They make it 3 wins in 4 races. Dramatic fashion, an incident for MSI Esports through Ascari dropped them out of the hunt for the win. But with 2 races to go, it is all to play for. Core versus Hoisingveld versus MSI. This TCR category always knows how to put on a show. Still waiting for the GT4 for the 992 leaders to come across the line. They're working their way up the hill in towards Ascari. For Team 75, that first stint of the race, it didn't look like it was going to go their way. It looked as though for a moment, Pure Sims had the pace, Pure Sims had the race in control. They pulled a almost 12-second advantage within the first hour, but good strategy from the 475 and then consistent pace working their way through the traffic. Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, they have also won now their third race in 4 races. Incredible job so far this season, and they are very much looking like the championship favorites as Hayden Burns comes across the line for the 475. Then here comes the 905 Williams Esports, and it is Moreno Sorica that brings that car across. It was a 4-car breakaway in the first hour of the race. It looks like anyone's game, and for a while, Altus Esports thought they may be in with a chance of redemption for what happened at the Red Bull Ring. But at least for now, it's Williams Esports that stands on top once more. Altus deprived of a third victory this season for them as well. What a race, and I'm just sad, David, that I'm not going to be around with you guys for this next race from Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya.
Yeah, maybe we'll have Peter Mackay back, who knows, but I think you still consider this a good result if you're Altus in the 992 class. Sure, the win was there, you always want to get the win and perform at the maximum you know you were capable of on the day, but they extend their championship lead in that class, and I think for them that's important. In GT3 also some pretty strong performance there for 46. They're going to rattle up the championship order too. PRT are probably unhappy they couldn't come away with the win, but they still get the podium.
6 hours later here at Monza, not Spa-Francorchamps. I'm already looking forward to the 12-hour race. Let's dive our way through these race results. In GT3, it's 3.2 seconds clear for Luca Kita and the Biela Racing Team Euronics car. For Team 75, Bernard, great drive at the end of this race. They've had consistent pace, not always the best of luck, but Team Bernard get their first podium in this season. PRT Ronin, it looked as though they might just have pulled off the strategy masterclass to return to winning ways in this 24-hour series esports championship, but unfortunately for them, they will settle for the third and final step of the podium. Sven Haase for Biela Racing Team Euronics will finish in fourth with T3 Motorsports by Maniti completing the top 5, the second top 5 finish of the season, while BS Competition down in 6th spot. Logitech Altus got hit by their teammates coming in towards turn 1, but they recovered nicely to finish in 7th spot with RAG. 3 podiums in 3 races coming into this one, but not an easy day. They at least recover 8th position. Mahler Racing Team and RSR by G Performance, good battle to the line for them, but Porsche and BMW finished 9th and 10th positions. And down in 11th, it's Sotomuto for the Williams Esports team after putting that car on pole position last time out. Only finishes 11th, the last car on the lead lap. The car that was on pole position, Danny Elgube, well, a couple of penalties for them, lots of drama. They finished this race in 12th position. The first car 1 lap down. Some points go their way, as they do to Vendaval Sim Racing, GermanSimRacing.de, Ronin Simsport, the final of the classified points-paying positions, but with a potential penalty to come down to them, it might promote Arnage Competition up to that 15th and final point spot. Go Team Racing, the final car to have finished, Pure Sims Esports and Vendaval Sim Racing did not make it far. Then we'll run you through the 992 category. Moreno Sorica victorious for Williams Esports in a dramatic race. And Bo Albert, not actually driving that car, that was Jordan Caruso, brings that car across the line 6 seconds back. Reeled in almost 12 seconds in the last hour of the race. The tires really fell off for Moreno Sorica, but he was able to hold on. Oscar Mangan completes the podium for Core Sim Racing, while Rico Wenzel brings the 978 across the line in 4th position. Braden Werner recovered after a late race incident with the Ronin Simsport 77 to still finish 5th, while down in 6th it was the Racing Lab 907. Aztec Simsport Volante in 7th with Simsa Esports in 8th. Talk Freak Racing and Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC complete the top 10. Then you had the other cars here, the Urus Racing Team, Raccoon Racing, and Inertia, your defending champions, retired very, very early in what has been a disastrous season for them. They finish outside once more of the top 10. Let's go over then to the GT4s, and it was an up and down race for Team 75 Bernard. Fuel saving at the start, and then maximum attack from there. They win from Pure Sims Esports, who led at the start, but unfortunately unable to convert that to victory, while Undercut Racing Team recover up to third. Late race pit stops for Carbon Simsport and Entropic have them completing the top 5. Race Gear Team Fordzilla do finish the race, albeit laps down. Team Fordzilla had a huge incident on the outside of one of the Lesmos that sent them into the pit lane for 12 minutes of repairs. They do recover some good championship points. David Barraclough for Torque Freak Racing, they finish in 8th and then get to some of the retirements. Marvin Lesmerlin for the German SimRacing.de by Hetzner, and down in 10th, Aztec Simsports Volante by Aztec Simsport Volante GT4, excuse me. Last but not least, it is the totally chaotic racing category. Just 7 cars, but they always put on a show, and it was the battle of Core Sim Racing versus MSI Esports. Core Sim Racing take their 3rd victory of the season, but only by 3 seconds. Mark Perez, the fastest car by a country mile. An unfortunate incident, though, for his teammate Victor Labato, drops them out of contention, and give it a couple more laps. Maybe Mark Perez reels that 111 back up towards the lead. Michael Schottler for Team Heusingfeld will carry the momentum from entering this race 2nd in the championship forward. Impulse, Hunkos, Simsa all finishing this race, while the only retirement very early on was Odox Motorsports, who retired almost before we got really underway. So that's a look top to bottom at your race results. Let's get started with our post-race interviews by bringing in the drivers from the 992 category. What a drive it was for Moreno Sarica and Alessandro Bico. A monster stint for both drivers. Only one driver change there, and David Haynes is standing by.
Well, congratulations, guys. Definitely got some airtime today. A great battle for the win and the lead in this class, almost all race long. Tell us about the strategy at the end there. What do you think you did compared to Altus that got you the win today?
It's me or Forale?
Whoever wants to start.
All right, I'll go ahead. Yeah, I think we managed the strategy perfectly, I have to say, for this, for the condition and for the length of the race. We basically did only one full tire change, and we managed to run the right side for 4 stints somehow. And both at the end of the 4th stint, the rear was really unbalanced, I have to say. But yeah, we made it work. And I think that was the key, because honestly, I wasn't that fast, or at least not as fast as Alessandro and Bo and also Simone. I was a little bit slower than them, but we managed to use the right strategy, and like I said, I think that was the key for the win today.
Alessandro, congratulations to you as well. Always have to ask about the traffic in races like this, because you're in a really strange position against the GT3 cars where you're faster than them in the straight line, but they always want to outbrake you and pass you through the corners.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the traffic was very, very crazy. I mean, all the race of the Neo is crazy for that. Yeah, the GT3 was complicated when they overtake us, because, as you say, they have the same speed on the straight. So it's complicated, but if you manage that well, you can do it easy and without losing time.
If you're Italian, I think you always want to win at Monza, and you're up against Simone Maria Marciano for some pride there. Does that add more to emotion to the win?
Yeah, I love this track, and so yeah, for me, it's very happy to win this.
Moreno, championship-wise, Logitech G Altus, they have the lead here. You guys have, maybe not had all the races you wanted, especially the first 2 races, but now it's 2 wins on the trot. There's still Barcelona to go, a lot of points on the line for Spa. How many more wins do you think you guys can get towards the end? Is the fight still on?
I hope so. I mean, hopefully we can get the win in the last 2 rounds as well. And maybe with a bit of luck on our side, what we didn't have at the beginning of the season, maybe we can overtake Altus in the standings as well. Yeah, why not? We will give, as usual, our best effort, and let's see what happens.
8th in the standings going into this round by my count, at least up into 4th or 5th now, with some momentum behind yourselves, 2 wins in a row. Congratulations, guys, and I hope you enjoy this win, because it was really great to watch all of the battles, 4-way fight for the win most of the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was your winners in the 911 Cup class. Great drive from both Alessandro Bico and Moreno Sorica. We now turn our attention to the GT4 categories. We're joined by Jürgen Frank for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Lorenzo Bonder is standing by.
So Jürgen, congratulations on the win, and I have to ask you first and foremost. You guys on the first hour had Pure Sims basically charging you guys by 6, 7, 8 seconds before coming into the first pit stop, and you guys were right in the middle of the pack, fighting for 3rd, 2nd, and 4th place. Looking back, was there any concerns of, maybe we might not be able to catch Pure Sims because they're doing similar to what they were doing at Red Bull Ring?
Yeah, thank you very much at first. Honestly, we had some worries in the beginning because we thought there were like 2 strategies, one for an extra stint with full throttle the whole race, and the other strategy, what we planned from the beginning on, to save fuel all the time. And when Pure Sims broke the draft after like half an hour and they got away, we thought like they will pull this through now and maybe we are on the wrong strategy, but somehow we made it work. And yeah, in the first stint we saved 2 laps, and that was the key for the win today.
Well, and with that being said, 3-4-4 this season. I know you are a guy that is friendly and knows the GT4. This Porsche came in like from head to toe. What is the key in this championship, in your opinion, to be this near perfect so far?
Yeah, I think the strategy is a big one for the key to win, because just like on this track, it was extremely important, and I think in Sebring it was also very important. And yeah, the pure pace is very important on this car because the setup is a bit less important. So yeah, that's what I think.
And then moving forward to Barcelona and Spa, 2 tracks I think you probably know how to drive around them. If you had to pick one of the 2, which one do you prefer driving most between those 2?
I think when it comes to this championship now, I would prefer to drive Barcelona twice. Because there's not so much draft involved. And I think we really have a great pace from all 3 drivers. Marvin and Hayden did an extremely good job again. And yeah, I think we can play our pure pace out better in Barcelona than at Spa.
Right on. Jürgen, I'm going to let you go. Again, congratulations on the win. Go and celebrate with the boys, and can't wait to see what you guys are going to do in 1 month.
Yeah, and thanks to my teammates and the race engineer Dustin Hickman, and also to Timo Bernhard. It's a pleasure to drive for his team. And good evening to you guys.
3 wins in 4 races now for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. It's also 3 wins in 4 races for your winners in TCR Core Sim Racing. Had a mighty old fight with the MSI Esports team to get the victory here today. They're now standing by with David Haynes.
Well, congratulations once again to you guys. It feels like there's not many cars in this class, and there's not, but that doesn't mean there isn't going to be a great battle, because you guys up against MSI, they really push you all the way for 6 hours.
Yeah, they were really fast today. Obviously, they got quite a lead in the first stint, just with the traffic and stuff and the fuel saving. So we basically spent all day playing catch up. But yeah, the last stint Quarantine was just heavy fuel saving, and they were gaining progressively. It was getting quite nerve-wracking, but really nice to hold on.
It's my go-to. Got to ask you guys, how was the traffic from your perspective?
For me, it kind of came and went. Like my first stint was kind of bad. And then the second stint was really good, where I was kind of getting them all on the straight, so I was actually gaining time in the draft. But yeah, it kind of fluctuates. You never get a perfect run, but it was okay.
If you could summarize TCR strategy in 4 words, what would they be?
I would say intense, stressful. But there is not a lot of strategy actually, so it's tough to put words on the strategy, because basically today we needed to save to not have the extra stop, but usually we don't have to save that much, because we are not risking any extra pit stop, so it's just to short fuel.
So higher fuel consumption here at Monza than maybe previous rounds, or that you might expect for Barcelona next time and Spa for the championship decider. Is that what you say?
I think it's quite the same everywhere, but at Monza the difference is that you can save quite a lot. Full push we were using like 2.5, and with a good fuel saving you can save 0.4 fuel liters, so it's huge, and it made a 4 laps difference in the first stint, because we could do 24 laps, and with a good fuel saving you could do 27 or 28 laps.
And guys, we love TCR racing. It's always very, very exciting on track, and also with some of this pit stop strategy. But down to realistically 6 cars in this round at the end, what do you think would need to change in 24-hour series esports to breathe some more life into this? Obviously, the Hyundai and Honda weren't available at the start of the championship. You guys have been long time in this class and in this category, and very competitive. What would you like to see?
I think that's exactly it, the new cars. If this series had started just a few months later with the new cars, I think you'd have seen like a much bigger grid, because it totally rejuvenated TCRs when those cars were added. I guess people were a little bit tired of the Audi being on its own when this started, so they didn't really sign up. But yeah, I think that would do it if they added those 2 new cars.
Well, you guys are winners after 6 hours. Got to give my congratulations to you both, and say look forward to seeing you at Barcelona for round 5.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thanks.
4 different classes, only 1 new winner in this 2021-2022 24-hour esports championship. And what a way to kick off the second half of the season. We've already had about 24 hours of racing. We've still got 18 left to go. Next time we'll be back in the middle of March with the 6 hours of Barcelona, and that's going to be a fascinating one, carrying on from last year, David. But of course, all roads lead to Spa, all roads lead to the double points finale. We didn't mention it until the very end of this, the 6-hour race. The reality is, because it's double points, it is a totally different picture when you think about these next 18 hours of racing.
Yeah, I mean, it almost becomes a bit of a playoff situation, doesn't it? You got to score points in the first 5 to make sure you're in contention at the 12 hours of Spa. If you're, 30 points away from your class leader, I think your hopes are very, very slim. But so long as you're within 10 points, maybe 15 points if the dice fall your way, you can still snatch that championship at the final opportunity.
6 hours in the Temple of Speed. We've had 2 3-time winners so far in this championship. We've still got plenty of racing to go. Thanks for joining us on RaceSpotTV. Wherever you are around the world, we appreciate your company. We'd like to thank ATVO and Dougie Beard for powering us behind the scenes, and on behalf of the entire team at RaceSpotTV, for our production team, Tyler Maxson and Hugo Luis, for my co-commentators Lorenzo Bonder and David Haynes. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. What fun we've had. A drama-filled race all the way to the end. We'll be back March 13th to round off the 6-hour races, and then we'll get set for a 12-hour showdown in the Ardennes Mountains. For now, though, we'd like to congratulate our winners: the Bila Racing Team Euronics, Williams Esports, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, and Core Sim Racing. Congratulations. We'll see you next time on RaceSpotTV.